lives. Now our family of 1.3 billion Indians can explore the world of opportunities. We have been at the forefront of the signage revolution, providing the most impactful visual experience possible. We have also been at the top of the list of enabling anytime, anywhere intelligent communication and promoting efficient ways for people to collaborate. As a global manufacturer and IT solutions provider, we simplify manufacturing processes by building a seamless integration between physical machines and the enterprise IT systems. We are not here to just dream, but to do all that we can for you. Transforming tomorrow today. We are NEC.
Are your cities reaching their full potential?
हेलो चेक डिले आएगा ना थोड़ा चेक हेलो चेक हेलो चेक चेक वीडियो में थोड़ा जाता ही है वीडियो में हेलो सर, ये पार्टीशन लग गया ऊपर से थोड़ा खुल गया ये जो लास्ट वाला। हाँ हाँ, तो बंद ही नहीं हो रहा ना ये तो। नहीं नहीं, बंद ही नहीं हो रहा, वो सीधा ही नहीं हो रहा। नहीं ठीक है, अभी इसका भेजा। बताइए दोस्त नहीं पार्टी से ना क्या
अभी तो नहीं बैठा
अब ये ट्रेन यूज करते चल यार
ये वीडियो चल रहा है ना, उनको बोलो लोगो लगाएगा। हेलो, लोगो लगाना, लोगो बैकड्रॉप पे लोगो। कुरियन जी वो मिनट टू मिनट दे दो उनको। है
Check, check. This is mic check. I like the level. Thank you so much. Check. This is mic check. Please keep this level. Thank you.
आपके लिए
एक यहाँ पे जैसे कि आपका इतना सा यहाँ पे एक्सटर्नल रख देते हैं। कई बार ना भैया लोग क्या करते हैं, जो उनका उनका वो जो आता है
छोटी
ना,
वाली माइक वाइक की पेटी को
माइक की पेटी ही रख देते हैं।
अनुज के पास है।
थैंक यू फॉर अंडरस्टैंडिंग। उनके पास कुछ कवर पड़ा होगा ना, वो भी लग सकता है।
वाइड वाला
check. This is mic check. Thank you. This is a good platform.
यही दियो मेरे को पॉइंट निकालना है
हेलो हेलो
अगर ऑफ करना चाहते हैं इसको लॉन्ग प्रेस करें।
हेलो हेलो
Check. Check. May I have your kind attention, please, ladies and gentlemen? In few moments from now, we would begin with our inaugural session. I request all our guests, our delegates who are outside the hall and can hear us, to kindly join us inside. Ladies and gentlemen, at the cost of being repetitive, I request everyone who is outside the hall to kindly join us inside. And may I request all our members present inside the hall to kindly be seated with their electronic gadgets on silent mode. Kindly keep your mobile phones and other electronic gadgets on silent mode. This is to ensure an uninterrupted flow of the event. Thank you so much for your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment we are inaugurating the exhibition, and may I request everyone present in the hall to kindly join us for this auspicious and momentous moment. Requesting everyone to kindly join us for the inauguration of the exhibition, which is outside the hall. Thank you.
We dared to see India differently, through a different lens, to build a better life for you, because it's you who inspires us. You long to connect with your near and dear ones, even if they're miles away from you. You live your life to the fullest with everything you need at your fingertips and delivered to your doorstep. The light on your face might be just a smile, but it drove us into giving hope to millions and a sound sleep to all while we ensure your utmost safety. We work hard to give curious minds access to the world's knowledge and wisdom. With the blink of an eye, we wish for your dreams to fly as high as our flights, unhindered and limitless, and for you to travel fearlessly, because your loved ones will know exactly where you are at all times. Now our family of 1.3 billion Indians can explore the world of opportunities. We have been at the forefront of the signage revolution, providing the most impactful visual experience possible. We have also been at the top of the list of enabling anytime, anywhere intelligent communication and promoting efficient ways for people to collaborate. As a global manufacturer and IT solutions provider, we simplify manufacturing processes by building a seamless integration between physical machines and the enterprise IT systems. We are not here to just dream, but to do all that we can for you. Transforming tomorrow today. We are NEC.
Are your cities reaching their full potential? SIAP Omnific, the AI-powered
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin with our inaugural session. May I request everyone present in the hall to kindly be seated with their electronic gadgets on silent mode. I request our organizing team member to kindly invite all our special invitees, guests who are outside the hall. We're now, in no moments from now, beginning the inaugural session of our second Safe City and Intelligent Mobility India 2024. Once again, requesting everyone present in the hall to kindly be seated. Namaskar, good morning, Swagatam, honorable dignitaries, special invitees, guests, delegates, members of media, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Bharat Exhibition, we welcome you all to the second Safe City and Intelligent Mobility India Summit 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, acknowledging the great importance of the Smart Cities Mission initiative by the Government of India, the summit today aims to bring together the industry thought leaders, policymakers, investors, innovators on a single platform. The aim of the summit is to focus on how to gain advantages by looking at the future of mobility in comprehensive and integrated world. Ladies and gentlemen, with those words, we now call the inaugural session to order. In our Indian tradition, it is customary to begin any auspicious occasion with lighting the ceremonial lamp, and it is of great significance to us as we, through this lamp lighting ceremony, remember that we are all under one roof, taken care by the universe. May I request all our dignitaries today to kindly join us for this auspicious ceremony. May I request Shri A. Robert Ravi, who is the Chairman and Managing Director of Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited, to kindly join us. Sir, most welcome, and would you please also be joined by Joint Commissioner of Police, Technology and Cyber and Licensing, Delhi Police, Shri B. Shankar Jaiswal, IPS. Good morning and very warm welcome to you, sir. I also invite Director Project Operations and Maintenance, RailTel Corporation of India Limited, Shri Manoj Tandon. We are also being joined by Chief Financial Officer, Global Northern Communication, Mr. Vijay Kumar. Very warm welcome to you. May I also invite Principal Solution Architect, Videonetics, Mr. Sarang Deshpande. And we are also being joined by Deputy General Manager and Business Unit Head, Smart Transportation, NEC Corporation India Private Limited, Mr. Maqsood Ahmed. Very warm welcome to you. May I also invite on stage Executive Director, Deloitte India, Mr. Vivek Mittal. And may I also invite on stage Managing Director, Bharat Exhibition, Mr. Shashidharan. May I request all our dignitaries present on the dais to kindly proceed for the lamp lighting ceremony and to mark the beginning of the occasion. Requesting everyone to kindly join us for the lamp lighting ceremony. The lamp light is of a great significance in Indian tradition. Ladies and gentlemen, the diya, when lit, emits energy. It is this very energy that rises above as a prayer. Each wick being lit is a prayer for global peace and solidarity. Thank you so much, dignitaries, for lighting the ceremonial lamp and marking the beginning of this summit. Ladies and gentlemen, the lamp light ceremony is about a prayer to the universe for the well-being of one and all, and also for a very successful summit ahead. Thank you so much once again. We now begin with our opening ceremony, and may I request the Managing Director of Bharat Exhibition, Mr. Shashidharan, to kindly give the welcome note.
Good morning. May I request my team to get the people from the exhibition hall here, because I saw a lot of crowd there. They can come here and listen to the experts. Can you go and get them, please? All of them to come here. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to the second edition of Safe City and Intelligent Mobility. We hear every day how safe is India, how to make it more safe, and what is the intelligent mobility. We have a very good distinguished speakers today from the industry, from the security, everyone who's going to talk about all this. You know, I don't want to waste time as everyone has to leave by 10:45 for the next meeting. So, you know, I don't want to take much of a time in my opening speech, but only thing is, please, ladies and gentlemen, give a big hand to the CMD BSNL who has taken over recently. Shri Robert Ravi, who has taken over as a CMD BSNL recently. So, sir, congratulations to taking over. I would like to welcome Shri B. Shankar Jaiswal IPS, who's the Joint Commissioner for the Delhi Police, who's looking after all the projects of Safe City. Sir, I'm sure that you will be able to meet a lot of people and, get a lot of things out of that. And then Manoj Tandon, good friend, Director Project and Operations of RailTel, one of the partner for Delhi Police Safe City. I'm sure BSNL also can pitch in now for the project. And then we have the Norden, who's the camera and a lot of other solutions for safety. Vijay, welcome you, Vijay. Then I would like to welcome from Videonetics, who's one of the company into the partners into this, Sarang. Then I invite Maqsood Ahmed from NEC. As you know, NEC is part of a lot of safe cities and projects, undersea projects, a lot of things they're doing NEC. With all this, our knowledge partner, who's going to release a white book now, Deloitte. I invite Mr. Vivek Mittal also here. Thank you, Vivek, joining us. So before we invite the next speaker, let's have the inauguration launch of the white book. I request all the distinguished CMD, please release the white book. Where is the white book? Yeah. With this, I stop here and let's move on to the real business and listen to the experts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a momentous moment where we released the Smart Urban Mobility in India, the report by Deloitte. Thank you so much once again. And now may I request Chief Financial Officer, Global Norden Communication, Mr. Vijay Kumar, to share his thoughts.
Good morning to all. Good morning to distinguished guests and industry leaders and esteemed colleagues. It is a great honor and privilege to be here today at the second edition of Safe City and Intelligent Mobility 2024. As we gather here to discuss the future of our cities and the role of intelligent mobility for making our cities safer, smarter, and greener, it is evident that India stands at the threshold of a very transformative era, and technology plays a very critical role. Now, in this dynamic environment, safety is not a priority, it is a necessity. It is a core and fundamental objective. And the safety is not negligible and not negotiable, it is a must. As we all know, India is in a remarkable growth trajectory. Our economy is expanding and our population is growing, and our cities are evolving at an unprecedented pace. However, with growth comes with the pressing need for enhanced safety and security. In today's world, where technology is advancing rapidly, the challenge lies in integrating this advancement into our urban planning and management. We must adopt smart city concepts where technology acts as a backbone of safety and efficiency. India's GDP is growing and at 7 to 8%, we all know. And very soon we'll be fourth largest economy, and we'll be in another 1 or 2 years, we'll be third largest economy. And it's a remarkable achievement for India. And next 20 to 30 years is going to be India's era, and we are going to see a substantial growth in our economy. All this leading to greater urbanization. At present, around 38% of our population living in urban cities. Okay? And by 2050, studies show that 60% of our population living in urban city. So this is going to give a lot of pressure on our cities. And this expansion and growth present a lot of new challenges and opportunities. The challenges means, we have seen a lot of road congestions and air pollution, accidents, women's safety and security is going to be a very critical, public safety, carbon emission, waste management, and resource management, etc., is going to be a challenge. However, this challenge also brings about a lot of opportunities about unique opportunities for innovation. By adopting smart and sustainable solutions, we can not only tackle these issues head-on, but also pay for the future urban growth that is both economically viable and environmentally sustainable. The need for smart city management has never been more critical. Advanced surveillance and real-time data analytics are key to monitoring and managing our urban spaces. With integration of IoT and AI machine learning, edge technologies, our urban cities can be more proactive and responsive, and ensuring that every decision is informed by accurate, up-to-date real data. This is not about safety, it is about creating an urban environment that is efficient and livable and ready for future. When we think about smart city, safe city, first thing comes to my mind is in Dubai. See, I lived in Dubai last 23 years. They create a big image, big brand as one of the best cities to live, safety-wise, security-wise. They are able to maintain that brand. It brings up a lot of people to come and settle down in Dubai. It attracts a lot of tourists. I travel across the world. I felt Dubai is one of the role model cities. It was very close to my heart. See, they adopted a lot of innovation technologies to make city more safer, and they had a very strict enforcement of rules and regulations like seat belt, red light violations, and all these things. One time I got a fine of around 500 dirhams. I'm just thinking that 6:30 in my traffic fine, the time of fine is around 6:30. I'm wondering why I didn't travel much fast that time. When I checked the reason for violation, I didn't put the headlight on at 6:30. Sometimes, Dubai, they get darker faster, but we think that at 6:30, there is no need of put headlight. So they are very strict in this one. When I'm thinking back to settle down to India, because my mother is not well, she wants to come back, and I felt sad to leave the city of Dubai. And then I realized that why I like Dubai, India very much, families very much. I'm just thinking that why I feel sad. But one of the points I noted down, what makes me leave the city Dubai sad, what I thought I missed the Dubai roads, safety and security, that comfort, cycling track. I'm a sportsman, a lot of cycling tracks, sports facilities, all these things. What I'm trying to say, there are many Indians that moved out of India 20, 25 years back. They all want to come back for many reasons, like family, and they want to be part of India's growth story, and they want to contribute. They're ready to compromise the salary part, money part. They're ready to compromise. But we have to. India has improved a lot, but still we have to give that platform for more safety and security. It makes a lot of people to come back. I think what we had a brain drain, what we face, we can bring a lot of people. We have to people give the feeling of safe and secure. Then only they can produce the best of the results. Okay. At Norton Communication, our mission is clear: to provide advanced surveillance solutions that ensure and safety and security of our cities. We see ourselves as a smart guarding force, offering comprehensive solutions that range from high-resolution cameras to intelligent traffic management system. By creating a secure environment, we are not only just protecting the people and assets, we are contributing to creation of cities where innovation and safety go hand in hand. See, our solutions, Norton solutions, are very comprehensive and cutting edge. One of our solutions is intelligent traffic management system. Yes, studies prove that ITMS potentially reduce the traffic by 25%. And when studies show that our supply chain, our logistic cost is around 14% of the GDP, whereas other countries like China and US, there is around 7 to 8%. Studies show that 3% of erosion in the GDP due to our road accidents and efficient use of our assets, like fleet management and all these things. And our other solutions like ANPR, Norden is offering from end-to-end solutions in surveillance equipments from entry-level cameras to high-end cameras like ANPR, PTZ, body-worn cameras, global shutter camera, thermal camera, explosion-proof cameras, HMS, health monitoring systems, integrated command center, parking management solutions, incident detection systems, and public address system, UPS, intelligent cabling solutions, etc. As we move forward, it is essential to highlight that Norden is not just a provider of surveillance and equipments. We are partners in progress. Our solutions are tailored to the specific needs of each city, ensuring that both are effective and efficient. By working closely with the city planners and law enforcement agencies and defense establishment and other stakeholders, we create an integrated system that enhances quality of life for all the citizens. In conclusion, the journey towards safer and smarter cities is a collective effort. It requires a collaboration, innovation, and shared vision for a better future. Norden Communication is proud to be part of this journey and providing technology and expertise needed to make our cities safer and more intelligent. And thank you for your attention. I look forward to insightful discussions and collaboration that will undoubtedly emerge from this event. Together, let us build a safer and smarter and greener future for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very privileged to have with us the Chairman and Managing Director, Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited, as our honorable guest. May I request you, sir, to kindly guide us with your words. Ladies and gentlemen, inviting Shri Robert Ravi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Respected people on the dais, I think Mr. Shankarji, I think my friend Shashi, Vijay, Sharang, Mahadood, and Mittal. It's a great pride and pleasure for me to be once again, in one of the most interesting and important topics. I think Vijay spoke to something about moving from cities, which is safe, and how he intends to come back from Dubai back to India and other safe cities. The government of India, especially the Department of Telecom, we have envisioned into a very important area of not moving technology to only cities. We want to go further down to villages. How do we make our villages intelligent? Unless whatever technology we have, we may claim that we have one of the best AI-based technology, a big data analytic technology. We would have built the best distributed ledger technologies, the blockchain-based technologies, cameras, safety network. And unless all these technologies go to the base level of the society, unless these benefits the society or the people who are working there, all this is not going to be of any use at all for the society. What we attempted first is to do a pilot. I think it's closing shortly out. We have identified 10 villages across the country where we wanted to develop them as a complete digitized, a connected, intelligent villages. What we did a lot of analysis. We took a clue from different places of the world, what New Zealand is doing, what Chinese are doing, probably what the Singapore is doing, and all along the way. Each one has their own choices. And we try to pick on the best and then say how we can fit it into an Indian environment. And went into specific areas in a village, probably the agriculture, the health sector. We can see what is happening, how I can more automate and you make effective use of the infrastructure so that my PHC systems, the primary health centers are more efficient. My education systems are more efficient. My agriculture, how I can help my farmers to help more. How can I help the district administration there to make use of technology in policy and decision making rather than taking efforts in a generic way, can we not take real-time information back? And that will help in doing a real-time analysis. So what the strategies we try to put in place was, can I do monitoring, tracking, evaluation of what the government resources has been spent in these villages or any places, any active data. So what we try to do is, probably one idea is, can I create a complete intelligent village based on our own connected, maybe a 5G network. 5G is having, of course, other than the speed, we have two very important components of the massive IoT and the LLC, that's what we call the latency. Can I use these two facilities, arms of the 5G, in using how soon I get the data back? So maybe I can put a lot of sensors, drop in a lot of sensors against these villages, collect a lot of information. These information could be brought on real-time basis. On the fly, analytics should happen. That's what I was just seeing in one of the stalls, the exhibition. Can I add this information, process real-time on the fly, and give real-time information? About all information, for example, if you take on the agriculture side, what are the benefits the farmer can bring in? What are the problems the farmer is facing? Can he immediately interact with the authorities, get information? If even to the extent that we even know the amount of fertilizers being used in our village. What is the amount of GST that is happening in this village? More importantly, with the advancement of CCTVs, can we be able to predict any chaos or commotion happening in a village or a district? So that district collector sitting in his office, complete access on technology, he will be able to have a clear oversight of what is happening in his district. So these are some of the digitization activities which we are aiming. This can bring enough what we call of accountability, efficiency, efficacy, and transparency in our government, what we do, offering a very seamless services of whatever our government intends to do. That is what we call a complete, connected, intelligent villages. Of course, there are a lot of touch points, as I just mentioned. Some of the mentions I just put in this slide to show you, can I take some sort of the tracking of the vehicles that is happening? Can I do some real-time monitoring of the excise collections? Real-time information about the GST collections. Movement of cranes is a very, very interesting area. We did a pilot in one of the countries in Africa where we were able to calculate the movement of grain in the morning and the evening through satellite imaging using AI technology to identify the levels of poverty in a particular area. Can I use this mechanism of movement of grains as one of the key touch points? CCTV for outbreaks of chaos. Information on the growth of crops, PHCs. PHCs, we will be able to know what citizen actually wants. Maybe we can do an automated system of an ATM-based health center. ATM health center is nothing but ATM. A guy goes into the ATM, he just places his hand, all these critical parameters automatically taken, sent to a centralized area and it analyzed. Can we give such sort of services to the villages? Of course, we have other critical areas like what you can go random monitoring of filling area, real-time information of the grievances. This is a very interesting area. Unless we address the customer grievances, we are thinking in a larger way of, can I use metaverse, a platform, a vacant room, where a customer walks into the vacant room, speaks to the wall, which itself becomes an avatar, and then you will have a printer available. Whatever may be the services you want from the government, you only speak, and that information is automatically pulled. After taking some of the data from you, you will have it printed on a printer and then can you walk back. We are working some sort of a clear metaverse platform-based system, which is really turning into a real-time activities. Not only that, we will be able to monitor all the various real-time monitoring of the schemes that the central government and the state government is bringing in. All this requires data. So once amount of data, this gives you a small idea what we dream of, what we have the smart district architecture that we can try to put in. Can I get different data, whatever I come in? Maybe even, historical data. If I want to know about my agriculture thing, can I bring a 10-year data from my IMD? What was my rainfall pattern? What was my nutrient pattern? And then I give a real-time analysis being done on the fly. taking the information, real-time information, just one of the examination. And then we can see that, can I use a real centralized platform to create an analytic which is on the fly and the information is given on the fly to all the policy holders. Imagine volumes of data, millions of data, the IoT devices generate this data and these come to a common area and this data is on real-time processed. You put a warm cold, you have a warm storage, hot storage, and a hot storage, which automatically takes the data and then does the assimilation. This is what the dream of the government which we are trying to do, which we're going to start in these 10 villages. Probably then we wanted to extend to 500 villages. Our dream is to see at least 1 lakh of our villages becomes really intelligent. If this intelligence is made at villages level, automatically it comes down to different cities. Of course, we have a lot of overall objectives is going to be a centralized database system, complete big data analytic, a citizen portal which I mentioned, complete API access. I will be able to connect all my government departments, all on a common platform through API access. So any data could go anywhere. A complete open access system with complete IoTs and sensors, creating digital twins of whatever we have. We can even visualize. Suppose there is going to be a chaos or a confusion happening. And say, for example, there is going to be a flood. If a flood happens, what is going to be the predictive mechanism? Can I run an algorithm on it? A real-time digital twin. One of the options of probably in Delhi is, can we simulate the traffic patterns? Can I really put how many vehicles? I can average it out, automatically picked up the data using my mobile telephone data and other data sources available. What is my expected traffic? And what will be? I can completely put a digital twin of it and explain it. We intend to have at least 5 virtual cities to be created, which does. So before we go out of the room, we pick up a mobile, see an app, and I can immediately see what is going to be my congestion level, my traffic level, my congestion in my, your metros or your bus stations, etc. That amount of virtuality could really bring in to make our cities more digitally vulnerable. So these are a lot of information, so sensors, which will build up what we call the digital twins, the AI models, your tax collection increases, including putting a complete digital grid. The most important thing, the final dream will be, can I build a complete smart grid of the entire country, where I know what my citizens want, becomes my citizen grid. I know what are my resources that are available, that becomes my resource grid. I have my process grid and an economic grid. This lays to what the next generation of what we call the infrastructure. We are moving from what we have the I build my infrastructure, I run my information on it. Can I build a smart grid on it, which will become an infrastructure where I can have any type of information to serve my public. The ultimate idea is to serve the public more efficiently. These technologies will definitely help. The most important aspect of all this is security. We are trying to put in a blockchain system-based system where all my data which comes in and goes out goes on a distributed trusted server. That will help in the entire process of really putting the place in place so that the data what goes out is secure and what comes in and also securely kept. With this, the vision of what we have, we can build digital villages where we have the mobility data being used, infrastructure being used, agriculture, we have a lot of information, placing sensors across the city, we can create a simulation model that will be helpful for these villages. A personal education records, the examination system, I was just talking the other day on the examination issues. Can I use network slicing of my 5G itself to use an end-to-end secure examination module? We've been hearing a lot of news on the examination front. We will be able to print papers half an hour before the actual data. So that is the amount of data we are thinking about in the long run. We are for this process, we are putting a lot of stack that is being built. This is one of the stacks which we are going to come up and then which will actually help. And as I told you, we are also putting this ledger system in place. You can see how complex we need to build this ledger system so that everything is perfect. So once we have the ledger and the librarian function working together, we would have built a real true, an intelligent village. With these few words, I can assure you the government's plan is very clearly articulated. The Department of Telecom, we look not about putting a few villages. We are aiming around 1 lakh villages to become intelligent in this phrase. Imagine if our villages become intelligent. If our villages the people who are living in the villages are able to enjoy the fruits of this technology, the country would have developed. I request all of you who are here to join us in this journey, to contribute whatever is possible so that we make a very bright and a developed country for this. Thank you.
I just want to introduce, we've been hearing cancer is a killer and this thing. So we have an IPS officer here, Nidin Walson from the Delhi Police, who is, won the cancer from cancer to Iron Man. So Nidin, congratulations. So nice to see him. He turned from cancer man to Iron Man. You must have seen those books here. I just want to, when I saw him, I just must share that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause once again for Shri Robert Ravi. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing those very vital information and those very thought-provoking words from you. Thank you once again, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Director Project Operations and Maintenance, RailTel Corporation of India Limited, Shri Manoj Tandon ji, to share his thoughts.
Good morning, distinguished panelists, guests, media friends, and industry colleagues. It's my pleasure to be here in this interesting event, and thanks to Shashiji, Bharat Exhibition, and all the sponsors of this event to organize such thought-provoking sessions. After Shri Robert Ravi has put a lot of visionary statements, nothing much is left to talk about now in terms of what is safe living. I think the caption moved from smart city to safe city. Maybe next time we'll have livable city or livable society. Because the livable index is quite different than safe city if you refer the dictionary meanings of safe city or safe villages or safe society itself. The concept of safe city has gained good traction in last couple of years, primarily because of a lot of migration from rural to urban areas. And most of the urban areas, especially tier 2, tier 3 cities, tier 1 and tier 2 cities are grappling with population growth, sustainability, and the need for efficient infrastructure. Safe city is an very evolving framework. What we have seen safe city 2-3 years back, what we are seeing safe city now is quite different. The upcoming technologies like digital twin, AI, ML and all, they are going to make the safe city concept more enriching and will add a lot of value to the concept and the framework itself. It uses a lot of ICT technologies and analytics because 2-3 years back, analytics was not much talked about in the industry, but now analytics is spilled everywhere. So the real time, what is being talked about, I think the offline data itself is sitting on pile of information. The real time can be the next fancy thing. But I think we are not able to utilize even the offline data properly to organize, to plan, to optimize the resources. So that should be the first target. The real time will definitely follow later on. The energy, water, transportation, municipal services, and healthcare services are the few critical services which need to be addressed through Safe City framework. Smart city, as we know that it relies mainly on sensors and devices to talk to platforms and run analytics on top of that so that the city admins and civic agencies take data-driven decisions instead of gut-feeling decisions to improve the mobility of the people and improve the livability of the citizen at large. And of course, safe city cannot become smart city unless we have intelligent traffic and efficient traffic movement on the roads. We all know, especially Delights know, and people in Mumbai and Bangalore, people also know that how the traffic moves in the peak hours of working days. I think due to further densification of urban areas, the management of traffic congestion, emissions, and safe and timely movement of people and goods are very, very critical for livable cities in this part of the century. The real-time traffic monitoring, we have seen some interesting cases in the gallery of sponsors and showcasing their equipments and applications. So the movement of traffic itself becomes one of the action plan for planners to improve the bottlenecks, the congestion points, and measures to take to the next level so that the bottlenecks are removed and reduced for the safety of the traffic and to reduce the commute time of the people. Adaptive traffic signals. Signals are mostly static nowadays. We have not seen any adaptive traffic signals. In the off-peak hours and the peak hours, the timings are same. So adaptive traffic signals, the smart parking solutions. Parking is a major issue in Delhi, and especially we have seen because of parking itself, you have a lot of congestion on the roads. The vehicle to traffic infra communication. The connected cars are totally connected to internet today, but over a period of time, they need to talk to city infra, to commute, to talk to communication, to talk to infrastructure, so that their movements, and their bottlenecks in terms of stoppages can be tracked and can be worked upon. As I said earlier, that Safe City is an ever-evolving framework, and new technologies will add a lot of value to it. And it's going to be a very, very collaborative framework because we have not seen any particular SI or OEM who can claim that he has complete solution. So master system integrator will definitely have a collaborative umbrella under which various technologies, various OEMs can come together and deliver the solution. Best wishes for the collaborative approach for Viksit Bharat. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir.
As I said that, the two officers has to leave. May I request Mr. Robert Ravi to present a memento to Mr. Manoj Tandon? Get the Manoj Tandon's memento, please. Railtel, there will be a Railtel memento. Railtel memento. No, they'll get. Thank you, Mr. Manoj. Thank you so much. Now I request Jaisal Saab to present a memento to Robert Ji. Mr. Robert Ravi, because he also has to leave. Please get the Mr. Robert Ravi's memento.
As mentioned, our honorable guest needs to leave, requesting Mr. Shankar Jaiswal, who is presenting a memento to Honorable Shri Robert Ravi ji. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause as we thank our honorable guest for gracing this occasion with their presence. So thank you so much. Your valuable thoughts shall remain with us. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we immediately resume with our inaugural session and we continue. And may I now request our honorable guest, Joint Commissioner of Police, Technology, Cyber and Licensing, Delhi Police, Shri B. Shankar Jaiswal, IPS, to kindly share his thoughts.
A very warm good morning to all of you. So, let's talk about some practical things. We are police officers. I'm not going to talk about serious stuff today. ITMS has become a buzzword these days. But at Delhi Police, we have been doing many ingredients of ITMS since long back. I'm telling you, in 90s, Delhi Police started something called Area Traffic Controller. Many of you are aware. Those who are in this area particularly are pretty aware. So, Area Traffic Controller was a technology which was developed in Japan in late 70s. And parallelly, there were two other technologies. One was Scoot, another SCAT. Scoot in London, SCAT in Australia, Sydney. So, the name goes by Sydney. So, these technologies were around, but at that time AI was not there. The modern AI was not there. People were still doing ITMS. It was very compute intensive kind of proposition, but still people were doing. But now with the arrival of AI, ITMS has become all the more important because we can crunch a lot of data. We can crunch a lot of data in terms of all kinds of sensors which we can deploy. Earlier we were deploying loops, inductive loops, but nowadays radar, LiDAR, optical cameras and crowdsourced data, social media data, everything can be crunched and we can do real-time data analytics, real-time AI-driven, neural network-driven analytics engine which can churn out all kind of recommendations. So, let's talk about some basic ingredients. First of all, what is the motivation of ITMS? The primary motivation for ITMS is we want smooth, hassle-free, safe and green mobility. And to ensure that, we have to make sure that the road space should be optimally utilized. The best way it can be done is when all the junctions, they coordinate together, they work in a federated manner, so the maximum road space is used in an optimal manner. And the best way it can be done by some kind of AI engine. So, what kind of input we take? As I said, radar, LiDAR, sensors, crowdsourced data. And what is the output? Output is, at any point of time, the command and control, the traffic command and control center, TCCC, will churn out the standard recommendation for each junction. What are the recommendations for each junction? Every junction has got three variables. One is split, second is cycle, and third is offset. So, if you know what should be split between various axes of roads, what should be the offset between two junctions, and what should be the cycle time. These three variables, there may be others also, but these three are most important. By recommending these three variables for all junctions throughout the city like Delhi, we can make sure that we use road space in a very optimal manner. And what are the output? What are the KPIs? KPI is minimum latency, minimum number of stops. Suppose you want to certain destination, you would not like to have many stops because your time, vital time is lost. Sometimes you're not even sure that how much time it will take. So you want minimum stops, you want minimum waiting period at junction. You also want that maximum number of traffic flows and the average speed of traffic should also be as much as possible within the limit. So all these are possible using ITMS. Another very important output is minimum accidents. This is something we miss out. Minimum number of pedestrian accidents. Pedestrians are the most vulnerable road user. People don't care much about them. Everybody is talking about vehicle users. But what about pedestrians? Pedestrians' rights can be very well preserved, very well protected by ITMS system. So, globally there are many standard technologies, Scoot, SCAT, I said. Scoot stands for split cycle offset optimization technique. Scoot is based in London. Another technique is SCAT, Sydney Coordinated Adaptive Traffic Control. So, that was developed in Sydney. And in India, in Delhi Police, we are in the process of ITMS, project. We are doing two projects, both the projects, Safe City project. I think our partners are also here, NEC and Aviros. They are part of our Safe City project. at ITMS project that we are being helped by CDAC. CDAC is helping us, they are our consultant. And soon we are going ahead with, the RFP, it will be published, and we hope that the best technology will be rolled out in Delhi Police. It's a mega project of Delhi Police, and we look forward to some very worthwhile, output in terms of reduction in accidents, reduction in latency should go down. This is our hope. But what are the challenges? The Scoot, SCAT, these kind of systems, they have been optimized, they have been tested in the best kind of road conditions, where people follow lane discipline, people follow, it's not multimodal traffic. More or less you'll find cars on road, not many different kind of vehicles. Here you'll find bullock cart, cycles, all sorts of things on roads. And parking management. In India, we have a very difficult parking management. And, we have to think in terms of, congestion pricing. We have to think in terms of, parking should also be made a premium kind of, facility which can be ensured through some kind of technology. So after testing such system in India, and that's why we want some indigenous system, because somebody who has tested their system in Indian conditions, because whatever systems have been tested and trained on data available on different city like London or Sydney may not apply in the same way in Indian cities. So we have to generate data in Indian conditions, train our system, the AI system, and then test and validate. Then only we can get some worthwhile result. So we have a very high hope, and we feel that and all the important ingredients. What are the four important components of ITMS? Because when we talk about ITMS, people say it's a one system. It's not just one system. Just to tell you the truth that in Delhi Police, we are doing all kind of e-challan, automatic challan, red light violation detection is already happening, lane violation detection is already happening. Speed detection system is there. So we are doing contactless automatic challan system. That's already there. Regulation also to some extent we are doing. Physical contact has been minimized. But when ITMS system will come to, it will be rolled out, perhaps all the four important components. One is enforcement, second is regulation, third is dissemination of information. And fourth is reduction in accident, because that is very important, and crowdsourcing of data from various sources. So all this system will work together and in a coordinated manner, because somewhere you find that many accidents are happening. Perhaps you need to focus more in terms of enforcement, more in terms of regulation, more in terms of road engineering. So all these things can be integrated. Not only road use, but also smart mobility entails that different multimodal traffic system should also be integrated. Like for example, there are a lot of pressure on road. Metro can take over. Other modes can also take over. So all these multimodal transport systems should be integrated. One, should have one card which should be applied everywhere. And in road also, for different times of the day, you should have a different parking policy, different parking pricing policy. Maybe it's a daytime, maybe working hour, perhaps the pricing could be very high, but maybe in different times on Sunday, Saturday, pricing can be low. So parking should be very intricately linked to this whole ITMS system, and we hope that we have done some trial also. And we have a very high hope that perhaps this system will work very well in condition, in Indian condition, and particularly Delhi would be first mega project where a project of this kind will be tested at such a scale. The scale is very important because other cities perhaps has been done, but here the scale comes from population, number of vehicles, and also being challenged by the road conditions because lane violations is very common. How to address that? Even you can't address it through challan. You have to educate people, you have to make them aware. People's trust should also be there. So these are my thoughts on ITMS system, and through this forum I want to invite all of you, when our project is published, our RFP is published, do join this bidding process and also be part of this mega exercise. Perhaps Delhi would be a kind of a big validation of such system, ITMS system, a modern ITMS system. So with this, I want to conclude. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very encouraging words from you. May I now invite Principal Solution Architect, Videonetics, Mr. Sarang Deshpande, to kindly share his thoughts.
Namaskar, all of you. Very insightful sessions from sirs. I want to start my session with a small prayer, small prarthana to the Almighty. May all of us flourish. May all of us reach new heights. May all of us feel safe and secure in every part of India at every hour of the day. And we as technology providers and the policy makers, it is our responsibility to come up with a strong policy and technological solutions so that we make everybody feel safe. And with this, I would like to begin. I'll be talking about the ITMS. As sir told, ITMS is a vast subject. I'll be talking about a subset of that. But before that, we are talking about smart cities. We have 100 smart cities almost deployed. A very brief and apt definition of smart city is mentioned on the Smart Cities Mission website. They say, what is smart city? Smart city is something that works. What do you mean by that works? Works is simple. It should be livable, it should be sustainable, and it should be thriving. I should feel safe along with my family to stay in a place. I should have very good commute options, hassle-free options. The city should make me comfortable, and I should have a lot of growth potential, growth opportunities in the city. Now, for all these factors, a common denominator would be a good traffic solution or a good traffic situation in a city, or a well-managed traffic in a city. So in smart cities, we talk about lot of technologies. We have sensors, we have systems, doing energy management, citizen interaction, citizen services, and so on and so forth. We will focus on the intelligent traffic management part, and that too specifically when we come from video domain. We have been doing video management, video analysis, face recognition for almost 15 years now, and that too in India. I'll try and give a glimpse of what ITMS as a video company, as a video processing company, how do we look at ITMS as a solution? Now, why is ITMS required? Sir already talked about what are the factors which are posing that requirement. Rapid urbanization, Mr. Ravi spoke about that. As per the estimates, we are estimating 40% of the population will live in urban areas by 2030. We have increasing vehicles on the road, and that is again thanks to Viksit Bharat, thanks to our thriving economy. We added some 2 crore odd vehicles on our roads from 2020 to 2023. Road safety, another big concern, 4.61 lakh accidents in 2022. And many productive age people we lost. And traffic congestions, there was one interesting study done, and they estimate 1.44 lakh crore rupees annually is wasted because of the traffic jams in the big 4 metros collectively. Now, these are strong enough reasons to invest, to come together, to drive a solution which is giving us a holistic traffic management. From my side, I would see this ITMS in 5 different domains or 5 different groups. Group 1 is identifying vehicular and safety incidents on the road. When I say vehicular incidents, we talk about red light and stop line detection, free left and wrong turns and odd even in Delhi, which we do, or there are dedicated bus lanes which are never followed. Then there are safety incidents. Now, the road accidents that I spoke about, 71% of those accidents happen due to overspeeding alone. And the major fatalities come through two-wheelers. Unfortunate souls. But that is where safety incidents can be detected by these systems. So talking about no helmet or triple riding, we talk about no seat belt or driver talking on a phone while driving, or we are talking about overloaded vehicles or uncovered vehicles which are potential safety hazards to a free-flowing traffic. Then second group would be road incidents. Now road incidents, we see accidents happening. Now accident is a very large and very dubious term from video analysis point of view, how to detect an accident, because there are so many variables and so many situations coming in. So that is one condition. Second is congestions. Third is pedestrian activity on the roads, which again hinders the free flow traffic, or identifying something called as something like stopped vehicles. Third part, which is an upcoming part, and people are now expecting, authorities are now expecting a video camera to also assess the road condition and also assess the infrastructure availability or the state of infrastructure. For example, your zebra crossings, for example, your stop lines, they are getting faded or not, or there are potholes on the road, these kind of situations. Fourth bucket would be traffic planning. As traffic planner of a city, all this information should be gathered from this solution and be presented in an actionable form. What are the places in my city where traffic is going out of bounds, or what are the places in my city where my average traffic is dropping down beyond certain percent? And that is where I need that information to send my officer on the road and normalize the traffic. And last but not the least is the integrations part. All the information that we are collecting, we are sending this information to various other external subsystems. We talk about adaptive traffic. Adaptive traffic is again a vast subject. What we provide, or what video as an input source can provide, is presence of vehicle. How many vehicles are there? Is there any congestion? Are there a long queue of vehicles? And that information we can provide. And then there are other integrations like traffic tickets and Vahan database integration, or getting information from environmental sensors or the PUC database or e-waybill integrations. Now, Delhi Police, obviously, sir, you have been the early adopters of technology, and you have seen this, and you are already in the process of making one of the largest projects, ITMS projects in India. So the solution characteristics of this ITMS solution is, it should be a homegrown solution. Homegrown solution, we are a country with diversity. Lot of different vehicle types which are not known to other parts of the world. Our people are different, our environmental conditions are different. The dust levels that we see in Delhi are, you cannot expect that in any country in Europe. So we need a solution which is developed here, developed for India. We need a flexible, resilient and scalable solution. We have problem with infrastructure. It is not adequate all the times. So we are talking about modular computing. Computing is not happening at one place, but it is happening for just-in-time kind of information. And it should be resilient with all the failovers and traffic and electricity problems. All these parts, the solution should be reliable. Then actionable intelligence. I should be able to take some action as a city manager. I should be able to take some action out of the intelligence I'm getting. Intelligent, we are talking about AI. They say AI is the new electricity. The way electricity, transformed everything, the same way AI is doing. I know it is overused, overabused word, But yes, AI is, everybody is coming under that AI. So that solution should adapt to artificial intelligence, deep learning, generative AI. There are a lot of things coming up. It should be secured. Information security is another big challenge. We saw just before the Olympic, the rail network of France was hacked. It was stalled. So information security is another important aspect, and it should be tried and tested. As sir was telling, the scale, I mean, everything looks good for 2 cameras, 4 cameras, 5 cameras kind of POCs. But when we talk about thousands of cameras, we require a solution which is tested and, having all these characteristics. Now, what are the upcoming trends? What are the new things which are coming? I would say contextual understanding. Now, sir, Delhi CP and Delhi, let's say any other part, let's say any marketplace, you don't have similar traffic patterns. The speed of 20 km per hour in CP is very high, but on the highway, speed of 20 km per hour is very low. And the application should be contextual that, okay, in CP, if it is 20 km per hour average speed, I'm okay, it is not a traffic congestion. But on a highway, if it becomes like 20 km per hour, it becomes my problem to solve. And that is where the contextual part of the solution is coming. We are talking about anomaly detection. I was talking to you about accidents. Accidents are a lot of variables. So instead of calling them as accident detection, we call it anomaly detection. A vehicle on a road, a vehicle toppled on a road, a vehicle not in line with other vehicles on the road. These are all the conditions for anomaly detection. And anomaly detection is coming. People are working on that. My industry colleagues would know. Generative AI is where, helping us out on these aspects, because we don't have sufficient data to train our models of accidents. You don't get videos, you don't get images sufficient enough to detect all the accidents. That is where generative AI is coming to the rescue. Behavioral analysis, trying and understanding and predicting that, okay, if there are drivers running overspeeding, then there is going to be some mishap, some traffic accident, some issue on the road, and that is where taking a preemptive action in terms of maybe sending those dynamic messages or changing your signals, those kind of things people are working on. Reconstruct and enhance. This comes from investigation point of view, and again, generative AI is helping us that, okay, I have a poor quality video, I want to enhance that, extract more and more information so that I can investigate a case in a better manner. Simulations. AI again to the rescue. How can I simulate a traffic situation so that I take necessary action or I am ready for any untoward incident, and I'm just trying to kind of do a mock-up that, okay, if this thing happens, then how are we going to respond? And these kind of things, simulations where generative AI is again helping us out. And the latest, or there have been many systems who have adopted. I'm talking about conversational interaction. We are already talking ChatGPT, we are already talking Gemini. These technologies are also coming to these traffic solutions, that instead of typing and using our usual way of interacting with a computer, we are interacting with a computer more like a friend. Maybe I'm talking in Hindi, hey, abhi mujhe batao CP mein kitna traffic situation kya hai? And then the system gives back me what is happening in CP. So these are few of the upcoming interesting areas where people are working, where the industry is going. Obviously, there are many other areas. I'm only focused on the software side, and that too on the AI side. There are shades of gray in life. Ethics and concerns. We are adopting all these technologies. We have to make sure that we are following our ethics. We have to make sure that we are, it is like good parenting. AI algorithm is my child. If I'm a good parent, I will train it to become a good AI model. We already know the menace of deep fakes and all those technologies. So it is dual-edged sword. It is doing very good for every one of us, but equally it has potential of doing bad. With this, I like to end my presentation. And again, thanks to Officer Valasan, his story will be beneficial for all of us. And with this, thank you so much. Jai Hind, Namaste.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful presentation. May I now invite Deputy General Manager and Business Unit Head, Smart Transportation and EC Corporation India Private Limited, Mr. Maqsood Ahmed, to kindly share his thoughts.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, esteemed guests, industry friends, and the media. It's a great pleasure to be part of such a distinguished panel where we are discussing from the policy makers to the solution providers how to contribute ourselves to make safe cities and as well as intelligent mobility with the technology. I am representing here NEC. So NEC has a history of 125 years, which was originated in Japan. And in India, we have the presence from last 70 years from sea to space. When I say sea to space, NEC provides technology from submarine to satellites. Especially in India, we have multiple projects which touched upon the digital growth of India. To name a few, we are part of the Aadhaar program. We are part of the CANI project where we connected mainland to Andaman Nicobar Island through fiber. And when we talk of smart cities, so NEC is almost present in 15 plus smart cities where we are providing various solutions from ITMS to smart mobility, the safe city. The first safe city in India, the Surat, is done by NEC. You have our presence whenever you visit airport, if you go through the Digi Yatra gates. So NEC is part of Digi Yatra in almost 10 plus airports and still to come. So our focus is to deliver technology not only to the extent of big control rooms. Our focus is to get this technology to the common man, how they get benefit out of this. So in that context, NEC as part of the Safe City and Smart City, we have our own ICCC platform with Citizen Mobility app, where the citizens can directly interact with the authorities and they raise their grievance, they get the solution. So our focus is to get the technology to the last person. And when we talk of smart mobility, in India we have seen multiple projects where technology has been used in isolations. But now it's the need of the hour where we start thinking of getting the smart mobility where the seamless connectivity, last mile connectivity is provided, where we connect the metros with the taxis, this kind of thing. NEC in India for the smart mobility, we are the one who are from the beginning delivering the smart mobility solution, starting from city of Ahmedabad, Surat, Hubli, Dharwad, just to name a few. The solutions what we have built in India, these are the world-class solutions. So I just want to highlight here that the same solution what we have developed in India has been used in FIFA 2022 in Qatar, where NEC India very proudly delivered the entire project, where we delivered technology for 3,000 buses to commute the entire passengers, the sports enthusiasts who are present in the city of Qatar. And we have delivered it where we met the KPIs. Just one of the KPIs was very interesting. When we were bidding for the project, they asked us, can you give us a technology where you will provide buses to completely get all the commuters out of the stadium within 45 minutes. So when the last whistle has been blown, we had 45 minutes to ensure that the last passenger who is present in the stadium should be moved to the next point of interest, wherever he wants to travel. Because it was one of the unique football event where in one city there were 8 stadiums. And there are people, you might have Googled or you have seen, that there are 6 people who attended all the matches of the FIFA. And we are very proud to say that they didn't use any private transport. They used the public transport, where they used to travel with our buses from one stadium to the next stadium and ensure that they have seen all the matches. So that's the level of technology which NEC India has when it comes to smart mobility. We are proud partners of technology in the city of Ahmedabad, which is one of the first city where the entire smart mobility solution has been deployed. So if we start talking about the technology right now, it's in the phase where we are talking about AI, blockchain. So we have a team of 6,000 plus people working in India to bring solutions where this will cater to the each and every individual in the last mile. We have our own solutions built up, which was for India and which are customized for the Indian conditions. We have multiple products, so we have our booth here. So I request all of you to visit, and later part of our session, we have the presentation to explain the entire portfolio NEC has. We are here to discuss about the safe city and the smart mobility, and I hope that all these interactions will result where we are able to come up with the solutions to cater to the Indian community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maqsood Ahmed, for sharing your thoughts with us. May I now invite Executive Director Deloitte India, Mr. Vivek Mittal, to say a few words.
Will the presentation come? Hello everyone, and thank you for giving this opportunity to Deloitte to be knowledge partner for this event. You have been hearing a lot of experts since morning about the industry experts, policy experts. As part of this report, we interacted with a number of industry veterans, citizens, policymakers to find what is actually the smart mobility. You've been hearing this word smart mobility since the beginning of the day. So just to set the context, why do we need the smart mobility? We know that currently we have about 1.4 billion population of India, and we are urbanizing at a very fast rate. And there are various estimates. Some people say that we are 35% urbanized, and if you put other estimates around World Bank and ADB, we are almost 60% urbanized. And we want to be third largest economy by 2030. And any economic development will also lead to more requirement of mobility requirements, And this also, currently the transport sector is already contributing to about 14% of the total carbon emission, which is to be doubled by 2050. And we have the net zero transition goals by 2070. So the problem for us is to change the tires while we are driving a car at a very high speed. That's a problem that we have. And what we have seen in recent years is there is a preference for the private vehicles going up. People are not using the public transport vehicles. There is a lot of reasons about it, independence, economic viability and all. But together, all these things, they're creating a lot of pressure on the city ecosystems, a lot of requirement for the urban infrastructure. So we see the transport cause, there are certain negativities around it. It causes air pollution, it is causing increasing congestions in the travel time, and it also is raising for the preference for the personal vehicles. So the key questions for us is, what solutions can reduce the transportation negative impacts that we have? It's a must that we have. We cannot do away with the transportation sector. And how we can harmonize the individual preference for the own vehicles with the public transportation. And as per us, the framework that we have developed, the solution lies in being the smart, And what do we mean by the smart? First is we need to be sustainable. The solutions that we're developing should be sustainable. And the sustainable solutions can be achieved through being efficient, connected, and eco-friendly transportation. We heard from the sir that there is a transportation system which breaks down in the future. It has to be end-to-end integrated. The second for us, which is AM, is multimodal and the seamless. All the transportation system should be multimodal, seamless, integrated. We heard from the sir about integration of the fare, integration of the transportation system. End-to-end complete mile connectivity has to be there. Second is about AI-enabled. We have been hearing about what is the different technologies that we can use, how we can use a lot of data analytics to improve the city systems. Then we need to ensure that our transport systems are resilient and safe. One flood comes and we see all the roads are gone. One flood comes and we see that none of the transport systems are working. And as India becomes one of the most climate stressed country, we need to ensure that all our transport systems are resilient and safe. Then the T part is the technology transitions. And this is not the technology for managing the systems, but also the fuel-based system. We need to transition to more EV, we need to use to more green hydrogen and all. So as per our framework, we need to use complete smart to have a smart mobility in system. And just to talk about the sustainability part, in our parlance, sustainability, we are looking into all three aspects of sustainability, which is the financial sustainability. The city transportation systems are not sustainable. They're not investing into a lot of city transportation system, which leads to the reduction in the public transportation system. Operational sustainability, in a city, you will see there are a number of organizations which are working for the transportation system, which does not lead them to ensure that what should be the maximization of the citizen services. And the environmental sustainability also. We need to ensure that we reduce our carbon emissions. In that light, some of the key things that we have to is increase adoption of EV. Mobility is a service. We cannot have it still as a product. All the transportation systems should be integrated on a common platform. And the safety and efficiency of the vehicles should be the paramount thing. When we talk about integration, it's not that we are able to integrate only few vehicles and all. The integration should be for the services integration, physical integration, the fare integration. So when I'm moving out, it has to be all. The other part is role and enabling of the smart solution. How do we increase the smart solution adoption to increase the smart mobility? We have been hearing about the smart solutions from the various experts in the beginning also. And how do we ensure all our systems are AI enabled, which also reduces the cost of various solutions. In the part of the resilient and safe, we need to ensure that our solutions are adaptable, secure, and they're also future-proof. We are not investing in the solutions which are just ready for today, but for the next 20 years, 30 years also. The role of the smart solution is also very important. We need to ensure that they are comprehensive city transportation system. Any solution that we develop is flood-proof, climate-resilient-proof, and it caters to the future requirements of the city. We also need to ensure the technology transition. We know that technology is disruptive. The city systems need to ensure what are the various technology. The adoption of technology should not be only to the metro and the few cities. It also needs to drive down to all the Indian cities. We've been hearing how we are even planning to make our villages as smart. So how do we ensure that the technology deep dive into the various cities and all? And the role and enhancing of the solution from the technology transitions. How do we enhance the use of alternative fuels? What are the various subsidies, tax incentive structure, behavior things that will help us to migrate to the alternative fuels. In conclusion, we need to be a smart mobility solution. We need to have technological advancement. We need to be adaptive to the technology. Deputy commissioners have talked about that they've been adopting the technologies from the 1970s. So it's nothing new that we have not adopted. It's just we need to move to the next cycle of the technology. We need to ensure the smart mobility, and the technology is just an enabler. We need to ensure that it is a seamless, it's multimodal, it's integrated. We need to have a regular policy interventions. You can have cameras to have the parking fines, but unless there is a proper policy around parking fines and penalties, it cannot be enforced. We need to have a customer behavior. Citizens are at the end of the day, users of those technologies. They need to be told to how to use these technologies as well. And we need to develop the innovative in the business model around it. Unless these solutions are sustainable, they are generating revenue, these will not be implemented in all the solutions. So with this, we have put out this framework. Report is ready for you. It is available in the public domain. You can have a look at, and we'll be very happy to have any feedback that you may have on the report. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the concluding moment of the inaugural session. We are now going to move on with our next sessions, but before that, concluding this moment by thanking our honorable dignitaries on the dais. A huge round of applause for our distinguished dignitaries. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. And just to make this moment a little more memorable, we would like to present memento, and may I request Shri Shankar Jaiswal ji to kindly present a memento to Mr. Vijay Kumar ji. Requesting Mr. Jaiswal to kindly present a memento to Mr. Vijay Kumar. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Once again, requesting Mr. Jaiswal to now present a memento to Mr. Sarang Deshpande. Just to make this moment a little more memorable, and we also capture it in our lenses. Once again, requesting Shri Shankar Jaiswal ji to kindly present a memento to Mr. Maqsood Ahmed. Thank you. And once again requesting Mr. Jaiswal to now present a memento to Mr. Vivek Mittal. And may I now request Mr. Shashidharan to kindly present a memento to our honorable guest, Shri V. Shankar Jaiswal, IPS. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause as we thank our dignitaries and present a memento to our honorable guest. We quickly capture this moment, of course, in our memories and in our lenses by our friends from the media. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Mr. Shashidharan to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
I know, sir, you have to rush to another conference, so I'll take only 5 minutes here. Now, the beauty is, this in this room, we have everyone for your project. We have system integrator, we have the partners, it's only the tender need to be opened now. We have cameraman, we have video management, we have ITMS, everyone is here. So it's only the tender need to be opened, and so that we all gather again next year here with a much bigger participation from the industry. And having said, sir, I would like to take 5 minutes of yours to just present a moment to all our partners, starting from Norden. May I request Prashant to come forward and receive this memento. Sir. Prashant is the country head for Norden. Okay. Videonetics, who will receive? You will? Yes, please come forward. They all are partners, sir, of the event, you know. I request Mr. Anand Bhaskar from Digital Blanket. Anand is now entrepreneur, left IBM, Cisco, now is an entrepreneur. Okay. I request Astricos, who's here from Astricos. Hi, Chinmay, you're here. Yeah, I didn't see you in the morning. Dr. Chinmay Hegde is the CEO and Managing Director of Astricos. He is also your one of the partners, sir. Sir, just sit. I would like, please have a seat, sir. I request Mr. Kushwaha to come on the stage to present this memento to NEC. Can we have the... May I request Colonel Sir to please present the memento. Colonel Sir will present the memento, sir. He is the Deputy Secretary General from COI. Colonel, yeah. Now may I request Aviros, is Vikram here? Yeah, Vikram, please come on. Sir, you need to. Your Aviros, Vikram, my neighbor also. Sir, present a memento to him. Netscope. Who is here from Netscope? Anyone from Netscope? Yeah, please come. Yeah, it's 3 more, sir. Alcatel. Can we have from Alcatel? Please come fast because sir has to leave. Anand is here from Intel. Yeah. Intelligence, Anand. TechBridge, the founder is here. Please come. Twin Gurpreet. Adore. MSP Arul, I saw Arul somewhere here. Yeah, Arul, MSP, yeah, they are done a lot of smart cities. Techspire, Gopal. Gopal is not here. Combrax. Combrax. Kushi Comms. Can we get Gopal's memento also? Gopal has come. The TechBridge. Oh, sorry, Techspire, sorry. Techspire. No problem. You are also partner with them. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The next session is going to be a big session. And the chairman is here, Sumit Chaudhary, who is the founder and CEO of the Gaya Smart Cities, and he has to do a good job to keep it for time on lunch. So do come back quickly. I'll give 15 minutes for a tea break. Do come back quickly on this. Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as announced, we are taking a 15 minutes break, and please do come back in 15 minutes for our next session. Our next session is our first technical session on smart mobility towards a more sustainable and efficient future cities. Ladies and gentlemen, please do come back in 15 minutes from now. Thank you.
confidence to build a better life for you, because it's you who inspires us. You long to connect with your near and dear ones, even if they're miles away from you. You live your life to the fullest with everything you need at your fingertips and delivered to your doorstep. The light on your face might be just a smile, but it drove us into giving hope to millions and a sound sleep to all while we ensure your utmost safety. We work hard to give curious minds access to the world's knowledge and wisdom. With the blink of an eye, we wish for your dreams to fly as high as our flights, unhindered and limitless, and for you to travel fearlessly, because your loved ones will know exactly where you are at all times. Now our family of 1.3 billion Indians can explore the world of opportunities. We have been at the forefront of the signage revolution, providing the most impactful visual experience possible. We have also been at the top of the list of enabling anytime, anywhere intelligent communication and promoting efficient ways for people to collaborate. As a global manufacturer and IT solutions provider, we simplify manufacturing processes by building a seamless integration between physical machines and the enterprise IT systems. We are not here to just dream, but to do all that we can for you. Transforming tomorrow today. We are NEC.
Are your cities reaching their full potential? CIEP Omnific, the AI-powered solution for smart cities and urban analytics, is here to unlock unlimited possibilities.
CIEP Omnific, with its specialized machine learning-based city safety analytical models, can enable the urban security forces and administration with enhanced powers. Urban safety administration, off late, is quite cumbersome due to the rapidly changing dynamics of crime and incident patterns, which makes the policing and mitigation complex, no longer the orthodox policing and patrolling as effective as they used to be. CIEP Omnific's advanced diagnostic, reinforcement, and predictive machine learning models can analyze the data from various disparate sources, all entirely being agnostic to the data types. CIEP Omnific's crisp and condensed generative advisories can help urban safety and security administrators by processing a large spectrum of data into the prescription prepared using innovative applied generative artificial intelligence that can help them to stay ahead of any potential situations.
CIEP Omnific offers a 360-degree vision to the safety and incidence analysis encompassing data belonging to different urban stakeholders related to crime management, investigative intelligence, trends of crime and incidents, policing SOPs, emergency response management, urban safety planners, and decision makers. The administrators can visualize the crime incident intelligence on geotemporal maps, risk score-based zoning, geothermal mapping of incident spreads and prediction, zoning and demarcation of accident-prone areas and preventive measures, predictive policing advisories, third-party integrations to computer-aided dispatch systems, SOP automation systems, deep dive into ML data evidencing with reasoning to the nth level, hypothetical simulation models for what-if scenarios, and many more. CF Omnific can be beneficial to the municipal city administrators for urban planning, traffic police for route planning and optimization based on the flow of vehicular traffic, potential congestion points, pedestrian density forecasting and risky areas across the city, law and order administrators to assess and forecast crimes, incidents, accidents, and deploy predictive policing and dynamic patrolling measures, and disaster management departments to be prepared for any emergency situations with adequate preventive and forecasting measures. Analyze, predict, and forecast the potential incident and plan ahead the situation.
The modern cityscape faces unprecedented challenges, growing populations, resource scarcity, and a pressing need for environmental sustainability. In order to tackle these challenges, city administrators have been implementing connectivity, services, culture, and sustainability by combining quantitative and qualitative analysis via multiple information communication technology collaborative platforms that elevate urban efficiency and unlock the true potential of smart cities. However, encompassing critical subsystems like water management, energy distribution system, environmental monitoring, city surveillance, waste management, and sustainability as part of day-to-day administration without informed intelligent decision-making is a Herculean task. Traditionally, urban administration has been relying upon reactive solutions, responding to issues after they arise. This reactive approach is the least efficient, expensive, and unsustainable. Bringing in the next generation technologies like machine learning and artificial intelligence empowers the administrators with proactive intelligence-driven informed decision-making such as 1. Estimate the resources efficiently based on trends of livability KPIs. 2. Provide and maintain better safety and security indices for the city. 3. Planned and guided seamless mobility management. 4. Optimizing the water and energy resources to elevate the sustainability factors. 5. Maintaining and sustaining the quality standards of environmental and waste management parameters. And doing all of these ahead of time to elevate the overall city quality of living indices for current and future generations. CF Omnific empowers a proactive paradigm shift through real-time data integration for machine learning-based AI-powered analytics. Omnific helps cities anticipate problems before they occur, enabling intelligence-driven decisions that empower and maximize positive impact across all urban subsystems. What are the challenges? Fragmented data. Urban data resides in silos across departments, hindering a holistic view of city operations. These silos in subsystems make it difficult to identify collaborative trends, predict issues, and inform decisions across the board, be it water and energy distribution, waste management, mobility, safety, and environmental impact. Reactive operations. Cities often rely on reactive solutions, responding to problems after they have already occurred. This reactive approach is inefficient, costly, and leads to degradation in citizens' quality of life. Issues like water leaks, power outages, environmental hazards, traffic congestions, potential crime events can be significantly estimated, mitigated, and minimized with proactive operations. Sustainability concerns. Balancing urban growth with environmental responsibility is a constant struggle. Cities need to find ways to improve resource efficiency, optimize energy consumption, reduce carbon footprints, plan waste management, and achieve air quality AQI improvements. How CF Omnific can help? Having an intelligence-powered city operations platform that cognitively advises the city administration stakeholders specifically designed to optimize city operations across all its disparate subsystems. CF Omnific integrates data from heterogeneous sources, providing a single pane of glass for citywide operational intelligence. Machine learning analytics translates raw data into actionable insights tailored for city planners, engineers, utility providers, and environmental specialists by empowering them with KPI analytics, prescriptive advisories, and correlative analytics across subsystems that can be circled back to operations. Making a difference. CF Omnific goes beyond data collection and analysis. It acts as an intelligent platform above various management platforms, integrating with existing city management systems and adding a layer of cognitive intelligence. This enhances the capabilities of existing smart subsystems. Predict situations. Anticipate potential issues like water pressure drops, power grid strain, and environmental hazards. Take informed actions. Enable stakeholders to make data-driven decisions for optimizing city operations and services, including targeted maintenance for water infrastructure, preventative measures to address potential power grid failures, and resource allocation for environmental sustainability initiatives. Bridge the IT/OT gap. Seamlessly integrate information technology IT and operational technology OT systems for water management, power grids, and environmental monitoring systems, fostering better communication and collaboration across critical city functions. What CEIP Omnific offers. Smart city implementation involves ICT enablement with discrete smart platforms for city subsystems such as smart water, smart energy, smart waste management, smart traffic, integrated building management, smart parking, smart transport, smart streetlights, and environmental sensing. All of them working in their own islands. CEIP Omnific comes as an intelligent aggregator to create a cognitive operational layer across these systems. Furthermore, CEIP Omnific compiles heterogeneous information to decimate complex analytics to derive actionable advisories that can contribute to SOP amendments of city administration. CEIP Omnific advises the stakeholders about the KPI influences on the day-to-day administration and helps them to plan the futuristic roadmap for the betterment of urban indices. Real-time data integration unifies data from disparate sources, providing a holistic view of city operations, encompassing water distribution networks, power grids, environmental monitoring systems, and waste management infrastructure. Machine learning and AI-powered analytics. Machine learning algorithms translate raw data into actionable insights for various stakeholders involved in water management, energy distribution, environmental monitoring, and sustainable practices. Predictive maintenance. Anticipate potential infrastructure failures, including predicting water main breaks, power grid vulnerabilities, and environmental hazards, allowing for proactive maintenance and resource allocation. Sustainability dashboards. Monitor key environmental indicators like air quality index, water, and energy usage, and track progress towards sustainability goals. Resource optimization tools. Optimize resource allocation based on real-time data and predictive analytics, including optimizing water pressure based on demand, streamlining energy distribution to reduce waste, and allocating resources for targeted environmental initiatives. What are the benefits of implementing CEIP Omnific? Enhanced urban efficiency, improved water distribution, optimized energy grids, proactive environmental monitoring, and efficient waste management lead to a smoother running city. Sustainable development. Data-driven decision-making helps cities achieve environmental goals and resource efficiency, including improved air quality AQI, water conservation, and reduced energy consumption. Improved public safety. Proactive identification of potential issues like water main breaks, power outages, and environmental hazards can help prevent accidents and emergencies. Additionally, real-time air quality monitoring can inform public health advisories. Reduced operational costs. Optimize resource allocation across water, power, and environmental management systems, minimize waste, and improve maintenance efficiency for improved financial efficiency. How CEIP Omnific can help urban management stakeholders. City executives gain a holistic view of city operations across water, power, environment, and waste management systems, and make data-driven decisions for sustainable development. City planners develop and implement strategies for urban growth and infrastructure development, including water management plans, sustainable energy solutions, and environmental protection initiatives. Public service providers optimize resource allocation and service delivery for departments like water utilities, energy providers, environmental agencies, and waste management services. And citizens benefit from improved public services, a more sustainable city environment, including improved air quality and a higher quality of life. CEIP Omnific is not just software, it's a transformative approach to urban management by streamlining operations, optimizing resources, and promoting sustainability across critical subsystems like water, power, environment, and waste management. Omnific paves the way for a more efficient, interconnected, and prosperous urban future. Embrace the power of AI and collaborate with CEIP Omnific to unlock the full potential of your smart city and create a healthier, more sustainable future for generations to come.
आप जो प्रेजेंट कर रहे थे ना तो उसमें नहीं आ रहा था क्या? इसमें ठीक से आ रहा था स्ट्राइट
Ever since the beginning, human beings have been striving to perfect the exchange of information and feelings. That's because the essence of life is to communicate and connect. With the advancement of technology, especially electricity, pioneers and inventors have blazed new trails to achieve this mission. For Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise, the first technology breakthrough came in 1919 when Aaron Vail created le téléphone privé. This anticipated the vision that all companies would need a reliable means of communication to drive prosperity and sustainable growth. Just a few years later, Vail's newly formed company, Telik, began selling advanced usage-based communication services. On the strength of its business model and communications technology, Telik thrived in the roaring 20s, a time of great mobility, engineering marvels, and social change. The transformation accelerated during the second half of the 20th century with CIT, la Compagnie Industrielle des Télécommunications, and finally with the creation of Alcatel and Alcatel-Lucent.
May I have your kind attention, ladies and gentlemen? We're about to begin with our first technical session on smart mobility towards a more sustainable and efficient future cities. May I request all our guests, our delegates, our special invitees to kindly join us inside as we now begin with our first technical session. Once again, requesting all our members who are inside the hall to kindly be seated with their mobile phones on silent mode, please.
आनंदवाणी नहीं आनंद भास्कर नहीं ये ऊपर वाला फोल्डर के अंदर है
And the Internet of Things. And this was just a beginning. Since then, Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise has continued to invent and shape the future of communications. Whether it's biotechnologies, nanotechnologies, the science of emotion, autonomous vehicles, space travel, or transhumanism, Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise will be there. Today and tomorrow, we're connecting the future.
कर दीजिए अब मेरा नहीं मेरा ऐड वो एक सेकंड ये भी दिख रहा है ये क्या दिख रहा है हाँ ठीक है बंद कर देना
Requesting everyone to kindly be seated. I request our organizing team members to kindly invite all our guests who are outside the hall for our first technical session inside the hall. Once again, a quick reminder about the electronic gadgets which needs to be kept in silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now about to begin with our first technical session. Before we call this session to order, I request everyone who is outside the hall to kindly join us inside. I request everyone to kindly be seated. And I also request our organizing team members to kindly shut the door. This is just to ensure an uninterrupted flow of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated with your electronic gadgets on silent mode for our first technical session. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our first technical session. Our technical session would be on smart mobility towards a more sustainable and efficient future cities. May I request everyone present in the hall to kindly be seated. We would require a bit of silence as we move on with our first technical discussion. I request our organizing team members to kindly shut the hall door to ensure an uninterrupted flow of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite the distinguished speakers of the session to join in. May I now invite our chairperson of the session, founder, chairman and MD, Gaya Smart Cities, Mr. Dr. Sumit De Chaudhary, to kindly join us onto the stage. Warm welcome to you, sir. May I also invite our eminent speakers, inviting on stage Associate Director Sales, Northern Communication, Mr. Parikshit Tiwari. Warm welcome to you, sir. May I also invite AVP Business Development Videonetics, Mr. Ravi Kumar CK, to kindly join us onto the stage. Also inviting Senior Manager in Smart City Business Unit, NEC Corporation India Private Limited, Mr. Amanpreet Singh, to kindly join us onto the stage. Inviting Mr. Amanpreet Singh to kindly join us onto the stage. May I also invite on stage CEO and co-founder Digital Blanket, Mr. Anand Bhaskar. Good morning and warm welcome to you, sir. We are now being joined by Managing Director Astricos AI, Dr. Chinmay Hegde. Warm welcome to you. May I now invite Vice President and Head Public Sector Sales Aviros, Mr. Bikash Jha, to kindly join us onto the stage. Good morning and warm welcome. Inviting on stage Technical Head, India and SAARC Netscope, Mr. Gurvinder Singh. Mr. Gurvinder Singh, warm welcome to you. May I also invite DGM Government Vertical, Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise, Mr. Amit Mehta. Welcoming Mr. Amit Mehta. And may I also invite on stage Country Head, India and SAARC Intelligence, Mr. Anand Nivani. May I also invite on stage founder and CEO Twin to kindly join us onto the stage, Mr. Avi Daya. May I request Mr. Avi Daya to kindly join us onto the stage. Warm welcome to you. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned earlier, this is a session on smart mobility, and with its theme in its elaboration would be towards a more sustainable and efficient future cities. I request the Honorable Chairperson of the session to kindly give the introductory remarks and also take forward the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Can you just reduce the volume a little bit? Yeah, thank you. So the morning session was very insightful. We had a lot of distinguished people who are actually implementing it, both from a technology standpoint, also from a policy perspective. We had the Commissioner of Police from the technical part of the Delhi Police Force. So I represent Gaia Smart Cities. We have worked in the smallest of the cities in the country to the largest consultancy for intelligent traffic management and adaptive traffic control here in Delhi. So we are the consultants working with CDAC for the Delhi Police project. And this has given us significant amount of insight as to what is happening across the world. And the interesting part, I think all the speakers have talked about the challenges that we have here in India are very different. I have implemented for the last 9 years many smart city projects, and we see how technology gets deployed, but very easily human behavior, the apathy in the country, the state of infrastructure takes over and we are back to square one. And many of our projects today are back to square one, very frankly. And I am one of those moderators who actually don't hesitate to call a spade a spade. Why are we here today? This session is about sustainable cities. We are here to talk about how to make our cities sustainable, how our technology is sustainable. What should we be doing and how should we be doing it such that the cities maintain and keep getting benefit from the technology that we are. We are all technology people. We understand the challenges, and one of the biggest challenges here in India is how to make it sustainable. The first session was a more generic horizontal session. This one, we have got a lot of speakers. They're going to talk about various things about smart mobility. This is about smart mobility and how to make it sustainable and safe. We have seen a lot of issues about safety in India, and the value of life we need to improve to become a developed economy. We keep talking about by 2047 we'll become a developed economy. One of the big things is about the quality of life. One of the big things is the value of life. The safety, smart mobility, all of these lead to one big thing. How do we reduce accidents? How do we get home faster? How do we improve our quality of life? So I'm not going to spend too much time. We have got a whole volleyball court over here on both sides together. So I'm going to now divide the thing up that the people over here are going to talk for the motion. People over on my right side are going to talk against the motion, and we'll have a debate. But now they all come from organizations who are working to solve this problem. And there could be a sequence with which we go about doing it, but nobody gave me that sequence. So I'm going to assume a sequence, and all gustaki maaf agar kisi ko pehle bolna tha, haath utha do bhai. So there is a sequence. Okay, see, there you are. Smart mobility. Oh, there is a copy. Okay. So we go by this sequence. Okay. Thank you. So the whole concept of today's session is to go deep into the technology side, and I'm going to call on the speakers who represents companies who are solving it. So the first speaker today is Mr. Parikshit Tiwari. He's the Associate Director Sales for Norton Communication to give his remarks, and if you have a presentation, please go ahead and address. We need to keep it very tight today, so if you see me intervene, please move on. There are too many speakers.
Good afternoon all. Before I start my presentation, I just want to thank Bharat Exhibition for giving us an opportunity to showcase our product and solution with respect to the smart city solutions. Norton is actually a UK headquartered company. We are mainly into the ELV sectors, where we had deals with a product called CCTV cameras, cables, and that associate accessories for that. We have presence in the Middle East, America, Asia Pacific, Middle East, and Africa also. In timelines, Norton is almost a 28-year-old company, and in India we have almost 15 years of the operations. In terms of the presence, we have presence across 40 countries, where we have for 28 countries having a direct presence, and 12 countries we have a presence through the partner and distribution network. In terms of product range, we have ELV range of product which will cater the cabling sector, where we have entire range of cables, starting from your data cables to fiber cables, communication cables, instrumentation cables. Plus we have recently added into the intelligent cable solution also. Apart from that cables, we have that solutions for the CCTV surveillance system. There also we have categorized into the general surveillance solution as a specialized solution specific to the industry and the requirements. Plus we have that public addressal system, which is again used for that smart city applications. Apart from that, we have access control system as well as UPS. Currently in India, we are focusing on the 3 category of the product, which is cables, CCTV products, and public addressal system. When we talk about the smart city, there are multiple challenges we are facing. So challenges we have categorized in terms of the challenges faced by the city administration. They have to be continuous monitoring the infrastructure maintenance. They have to do a crime and vandalization management. They have to do a traffic violation management. They have to do a parking management, and they have to do a law enforcement management kind of thing also. In terms of the public communication, they have to do a lot of, because a lot of things are happening and people are using a social media. So there is no proper communication from the authority sides. What is in case of disaster or in case of situation where that something is instruction given by the authority is not communicated properly. So we have that communication challenges is also there. Plus we have already done a lot of projects, a lot of infrastructure has built, but there is a huge challenge of that networking infrastructure management. Systems are failure, networks are down, but we are not getting a proper maintenance kind of thing. We don't have proper alert mechanism because we are giving very less amount of focus into the infrastructure things. We have done a lot of cabling thing, but we have not make the cables or infrastructure is a managed kind of thing. So that is again could be a challenge. So considering that three challenges, we have designed some kind of solutions as a Norden. For crime and vandalization, generally people are used, lot of cameras are there, that bullet camera, dome camera kind of things. But we generally is putting a specialized because areas are larger. There should be a gray area. Once you have used that bullet camera or dome camera, there should be a kind of some black spot should be there. So we suggest you can use the 360-degree panoramic view camera, which will give you a physical recognition also and give you a number plate kind of recognition also, which you can catch the offender who does the violation. That is one part which will help you in terms of crime and vandalization kind of scenario. Traffic management, again, there is a huge range now of cameras are available with inbuilt AI, which will help you into the monitor the violations in terms of speeding, illegal turns, or maybe that red light violation kind of thing. So all this coming now, the new products are coming with the AI-based solutions, which will help you in terms of reducing your compute also at the data center level. Plus, it will give you a kind of analytics also. In terms of, again, the public safety, there is a huge cameras are available, variety of cameras are available. Based on the requirement, we can deploy that camera and cover the maximum area, which will prevent the people, citizens, in terms of making cities safe. If something is happened, they can catch hold the who has done that particular act on that part. Again, we have that products which will help you in case of emergency will happen. If some disaster will happen in some specific places, we have a camera which will have an inbuilt, pinhole camera which will be connected into your, that inbuilt with come with your emergency call or SOS box system, where you can press the button, it will immediately trigger the live view of that particular location to the command control center. Plus we have that vehicle mount cameras also, which will be put it into the rapid response system kind of vehicle, where you can monitor a live situation, what is happening, and you can make a quicker decision making in terms of any thing happen. Then we have infrastructure management cables, which will be monitor you 24/7 with some inbuilt analysis, and you can do a lot of activity, which will, in terms of waste management also, you can give that proper checkpoint should be created, connected with the IoT devices, and that will help you to make do the requirement as per the environmental regulations. Morning sir said there are a lot of parking issues are there, so we have the solution for the parking management also, which will integrate it with a third-party application to give you the right kind of what is the slots are available in the parking, which basement is available, how that automatically that fees can be directed from the image of the camera. Plus, we have that body worn camera also, which will be very useful for the law enforcement agency for making the online documentation and interaction happening with the users. That will be used further as a further case of that evidence also. And that all is having a real-time analysis that will project that entire what is happening in the remote location will be projected to the command control center also, with having an inbuilt 4G slot SIMs available that can be connected to that thing. So what is unique in the Norden? Norden actually having the wide range of products in terms of that to meet the end-to-end requirement of your smart city applications, whether it is a camera, whether it is an infrastructure cabling, or whether we have that public address system. All our products, cameras are cyber security certified by the certain approved lab. We have that NDAA compliance, which is mandatory nowadays to work in the Indian market. Plus we have all the products are more or less integrated with third-party application in different scenarios. So we have smart, you can say, ready to integrate with all the available products in that particular domain. Plus we have a proven track record, and all the products what we are supplying is kind of a certified with the work on the rugged kind of environment, outdoor applications. So we have that standards and certificate followed with that things. In terms of the cabling solution, we have that infrastructure, like typical scenario of that smart city application where that cables is a more important component, and we are just using cable as a passive devices. But with the help of our intelligent cabling solution, we can monitor entire infrastructure with the help of software. We can do asset management, and we can visualize that entire your rack system on the software platform, where you can have that, do the configuration also if you want to do any particular port configuration. So that kind of flexibility and that kind of manageability we are giving in terms of the cabling systems. We have the command control setup kind of, we have a MTP kind of solution where you can deploy multiple fibers in a data center environment. These are some components of that data center solution products. We have intelligent PDU also. There you can monitor what kind of loads are there in the racks. That all you can be customized, is all manageable devices. These are the components of these things. Then we have that, I told you that software is there. You can do a lot of asset management, inventory management. You can do a 3D mapping of your infrastructure assets deployed across the platform. And you can have that cross paneling and that interconnect also with that help of that software. And public address systems, we have that emergency call response system, which will comes with an inbuilt camera. Once you press the button, it will trigger that alarm to that command control center, and that will be communication, two-way communication should be established, secure communication should be established. We have that integrated SOS smart poles also there, which will comes with that, you can deploy the camera also, you can deploy the SOS also, and that all could be connected to the central location, command control center. These are the product range we have into that PA solution. We have that speakers which we'll use for the outdoor applications. We have that intercom terminals. We have that IP-based rating videocom paging stations also, which have that both the options with the video facility options also. Plus we have that associate software also for that thing. So that's all from my side. So that all what we can offer in terms of that product perspective, which is mainly required to make the city more smarter, and it will give you a first level of feed what is happening in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Parikshit. You were right on time. Appreciate that. Our next speaker is Ravi Kumar CK, Business Development from Videonetics. You heard Videonetics in the previous conversation. Now you're going to hear the details behind their solution. They are the early adopters of doing it here in India. So welcome.
Distinguished guests, respected exhibitors, and my dear industry colleagues. Today I'll be presenting our offerings in Safe City and primarily in Smart City segment. So why are we talking about a smart city or a safe city? I mean, I'm just trying to set the context here before I get in depth. Primarily, if you see, right now you have about 40 to 50% of the population in urban areas, and this is projected to grow close to about 70% by the year 2050. And the growth in the smart city segment is about 13%, 13.13%. That's a compounded annual growth rate. And in several research reports, it is established that right now you have about 250 smart cities. I think it varies from 250 to 600, because I think majority of the data is more skewed towards US and European segment. If you consider the smart cities in Russia, China, and in India alone, we have now almost about 80 to 100 smart cities live. So what do we offer for this segment? Primarily what we offer is our video management software. In simple terms, if I have to say, is your recording, monitoring, archival and live viewing application, and your video analytics, which is AI/DL enabled, and your traffic management system, facial recognition, and your video surveillance as a service model. Majority of our investment right now is on the VSaaS platform. Primarily it's a cloud native application, which is microservices based, which is immediately possible for a rapid scalability. Just if I have to present the journey, Videonetics, we started in the year 2008, initially catering to all the applications of video analytics. So if we see the primary customers of Videonetics is probably in US, UK or Middle East. But first opportunity we got is in the airports. Now airports, initial requirement was, people-based monitoring, object-based monitoring and sort of your video recording software. So I think in the year 2010, we won about 3 airports, and right now we are managing about 80 airports in India, and some of the largest being Chennai and in Kolkata. And the police modernization, under police modernization, you have this requirement of your city surveillance, traffic planning, traffic management. We started serving these customers starting from about 2011 onwards. So we have almost about hundreds of cities, almost close to about 149 cities to be specific in India, where we are offering our solutions and where the police, law enforcement and traffic has been utilizing our applications. And in about smart cities, close to whatever we have, about 54 smart cities in India are using our applications. And currently, if you see, mostly we have been serving all the large industries because they have been moving from DVR, NVR to preventive sort of applications. It could be your industrial customers, that is in ONGC, NTPC, and the Maharatna or the Navratna companies who have been adopting this technology. So the company's core strength is in its R&D. We have patents granted in US, UK, Canada, Singapore, obviously India, and one of the most country to get your patents, that is in Israel. We have more than about 150 patents in this technology. I mean, I'll not spend too much of time on the awards and the rewards or accolades. This is broadly where the presence or deployment of our solutions has been. So when the video comes from a camera, if you enable the basic engine, it gives you the broad category of what type of objects it is, whether it's a person, human or animal. If I enable a detailed category, it gives you in terms of vehicle, what type of vehicle, whether it's a two-wheeler, three-wheeler, LMV, HMV. Obviously, it requires, I enable the layer based on the compute that is available. So once you do this, the only thing that is required is you need to enable smart, intelligent rules. If it's a group of people, you give a crowd alert. If it's a group of vehicles, you give a congestion alert. Now, the major problem that the authorities face, basis our interaction, is when they have thousands or lakhs of hours of video coming in your storage. How do you search? You can actually see in most of the control rooms, police is sitting, downloading the video samples, trying to search, when the incident has happened. There is a better way that these things can be done. How do you filter down and quickly search? So if you want to select a person, it's a male, and what kind of appearance, that is what kind of shirt he is wearing and whether he is wearing a backpack. And if you want to search from all these hours of video, these are some of the features that we enable. This is basis the demand of the customers, what we have been observing, so that you immediately go to the exact incidents. The same thing you can do it for vehicles as well. You select basis, let's say if there is a hit and run, if there is a rash driving, and when you have lakhs of hours of video, how do you quickly search? You select a vehicle, you select the color of the vehicle, and then you directly go to searching the cameras. So because of the limitation of time, I'll not go in depth. So there are various use cases that we can do. How you do the behavioral detection, that is whether it's a person collapsing or person assault or people fighting. We have many use cases that we have deployed in prisons. One of the prestigious is in Singapore prisons. So there is another use cases that we have been getting, that how do you manage the crowd? And let's say if there is a specific number of people that have to go to a bridge to prevent all the stampede, then how do you control? It detects, it counts the number of heads and gives you the count. So under traffic, we have been the first company to come up with the no helmet detection in 2018, and then triple riding, then you have your no seat belt, and we have driver on call. The next challenge is how do we improve the accuracy? So this is a pure Indian company where we have come up with a Arabic license plate detection, your Thai, that is for Thailand, for Thai license plate, for Bangla license plate. So being an Indian company, we have been serving the customers throughout the Asia Pacific market as well. So under video, we are the first one to detect or to identify the speed beyond 200 kilometers. The application has been tested for this. And how the other challenges or the new challenges that we have been facing is you have a single camera catering to a single lane, how we can broaden using a single camera covering multiple lanes, how you improve the accuracy. This is where the upcoming or the majority of our focus has been going. So under smart city, if you see the the KRA, or what you call is the key focus area for a smart city, is how do you manage the waste? How do you pick up the waste? How do you ensure that the city streets are remained clean? So we have been serving the smart city customers in this space as well. I think this is some of the deployment where you detect the behavior of the individual, and then you identify if there is any abnormal behavior, and then you take action. So like this, you can see in the authorities coming in, and then you prevent the incident before it gets into any sort of an escalation. So these are some of the broad offerings, and this is how we have been helping the cities to remain safe, secure, and finally contributing to make it happier. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. Our next speaker is Amanpreet Singh, is the Senior Manager for the Smart City Business Unit from NEC Corporation. You can proceed with your speech, sir.
Yep. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to present our solutions on this big platform. So today we would be covering our offerings in smart cities and smart mobility and transportations, what we have deployed across in India, and some of the solutions which we have covered in Middle East as well. So starting with the first, a quick fact about NEC Corporation. So NEC is a Fortune 500 global company with more than around 125 years of experience. We started our operations from Japan, Tokyo in 1899, and currently we have expanded our operations in across 50 plus countries, and we have an employee strength of around 1 lakh plus and currently a patent of around 45,000. And we have been ranked @1 in biometric solutions where our chief expertise lies, and which has been recognized by various rating agencies as well. And if we talk about the revenue which we generated in last year, it was around $23 billion US in 2024. Yep. And if we talk about our presence in India, we are present in India for across 5 decades now, and we have our offices in Delhi, Noida, Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai, Pune, and Hyderabad. And with the employee strength of around 6,000 plus in India itself, we are catering to major customers in India, ranging from government sector and in private sector, if we talk about airport sectors as well. We are an ISO certified company and have experience of working on key technologies like IoT, data center and cloud, biometrics, ERP, AI and big data, automation opportunities as well. So on this slide, we wanted to provide a snapshot of our presence from sea to space, if we talk about. And so NEC Corporation has a very versatile expertise and solution capabilities, as is visible from this map. We have been servicing thousands of customers, including niche segments like satellite, retail, logistics, and hospitality segment, catering to some government sectors as well. In submarine cabling, one of the project which we did for Kenai, where we laid down fiber optics from, we connected the Chennai location to Andaman Nicobar. So that was one of the major project we did for Kenai. And our main focus remains for the ICT-driven solutions, where we want to improve the social infrastructure. So if we talk about R&D facilities across the globe, we have around 8 centers. If we talk about the India location, our R&D center is based out of Bangalore. And I talked about some patents, around 45,000 patents we have been released so far. And as with most of the high-tech firms, we invest around top 10% of our top lines into the R&D space. Across, if you see on this slide, we have mentioned like $1 billion we have been spending on research, on the research labs. Yeah. So our presence in India, as I talk about, over 7 decades we have been in India, and since then we have worked with various we have worked on various government initiatives. We have worked on various government projects of national importance like Aadhaar, UIDAI project, where we are catering to around 1.3 billion citizens of India. Some law enforcement projects like criminal identification for Karnataka, Kerala, and Surat, where we have been ranked #1 by various rating agencies here as well. We have been supporting the state police departments to help reduce the criminal activities in these locations. And on the public transport services projects like BRT in Ahmedabad, we have our presence in these cities as well. And in submarine cabling from Chennai to Andaman Nicobar Island, which I just talked about, we have done projects of such kind as well. And in airport, recently in the airport service sector, if I talk about, we have installed our biometric solutions, which has helped in touchless boarding of the passengers across 4 airports currently, Pune, Vizag, Vijayawada, and Varanasi. And we have some other solutions, biometric solutions, which we have deployed across AI airports across India. And so these are some of the key projects which we have done, which are highlighted on this map, starting from 1956 to 2024, and we are still growing and moving ahead. So our solutions is divided basically into 2, the smart cities and smart transportation. So I will first cover some smart cities solutions which we are offering currently. And as we see that our catering is basically into law enforcement and border control, we are also catering to government customers, where we are doing some security infrastructure projects, citizen ID project, digital government infrastructure projects. In aviation, we are trying to improve the passenger safety and comfort with the help of the end-to-end touchless access at the airports. And in smart and safe city projects, we are doing effective city operations, urban governance, trying to improve the citizen safety with the help of any emergency response system, and try to reduce the crime at these with the help of the smart city and safety projects. And so I would also like to talk about some in-house solutions which NEC currently have. If you see on the left bottom side, we have this command control center, which leverages the advanced technology for real-time monitoring of the data integration and helps support making decision at that particular moment, and which can, it's like a command control center for the agencies. And we have IoT, which enables seamless connectivity and data exchange between diverse devices and systems. And we have also built a citizen engagement platform, which is an online platform for the citizens to interact with the government agencies, where they can give feedbacks to the government. And we have video analytics solutions, which delivers real-time insights from video data and enhances the safety and security for the customers or citizens. On this slide, it's a snapshot of some key case studies which we have taken part in smart cities and citizen ID projects and criminal identification. So if we talk about some smart city projects like Saharanpur, Meerut, Delhi and Gurugram, where we have implemented the ICCC and smart meters and traffic management system. And we have experience working on criminal identification projects like Karnataka, Surat and Kerala. And we have also worked with AI at the 4 airports which we talked about, where we try to improve the passenger comfort and safety there. Covering the smart transportation, so here we have our experience of our aim is to resolve the issues for both the passenger as well as the operating agencies, try to leverage the power of ICT to solve the social and economic challenges such as traffic congestions in public transport. And the solutions like smart parking, we have passenger information system, smart waste, water management, mobile ticketing system, e-money system, and ERS, emergency response system. These are some of the case studies in intelligent transport management. So with the help of this, we are trying to improve the public transit service across 4 cities currently in Ahmedabad, Surat, Pune, and Hubli, Dharwad. And we are also working in one of the state at UP where we have implemented vehicle tracking system across 5,000 buses, where in case a person is feeling insecure and he wants to notify this message to, with the help of this regional command centers across 20 region command centers across the state. So if he's feeling unsafe, then he can press the button and within few minutes, the help would be reached to him and he could be more secure. And apart from the India experience, we have implemented some solutions in Middle East as well, like Doha and Makkah. In Doha, we recently talked about that we participated in FIFA 2022, where we try to improve the transport management system across 3,000 buses. And in Makkah, we try to improve the modernize the buses at that location. Across 400 buses we covered there. Yeah. So that's it from my side. We do have our stall installed outside of this room, where we are presenting our biometric solution and other in-house solutions. So I would request after this, you can just go and check those solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amanpreet. I think we have recovered a few minutes between all the speakers, so we are doing well. I'll get you out for lunch quickly. But we have got some very interesting conversations and topics from the subsequent speakers. So I want to invite Mr. Anand Bhaskar, CEO and co-founder of Digital Blanket. We were in IBM together, so my colleague. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to the August panel and to the organizers for giving an opportunity to a young startup to participate in an August gathering here, addressing a critical infrastructure layer of our country. I am Anand Bhaskar, CEO and co-founder at Digital Blanket, which is an early stage startup focused on IoT, and it's an IoT and SaaS platform focused primarily on decarbonization and sustainability in the real estate sector. Real estate sector, as most of you know, contributes nearly 40% of the economies of the carbon of the emissions in the world, and that's an important sector to handle. I think my friend talked earlier on about the importance of sustainability after the construction is over, and we see that this is a big problem primarily from an operations perspective, and that's where we sort of come in to sort of create a future where businesses and the planet can thrive together. That's the option on which we are sort of currently working on. Moving forward, if you look at it, the need for accelerating decarbonization and sustainability isn't a matter of choice today. I mean, it's a key mandate. It's a boardroom conversation across all corporations. CFOs have to report how they are doing on emissions. And clearly there is a mandates, there are requirements, there is a ever urgency to sort of reduce the carbon emissions. But what is the challenge that the organizations are facing in this perspective? First is the fact that, during the construction phase, there are a lot of technologies, a lot of areas where there is a lot of technology which comes in, but how do you make it sustainable? How do you make it repeatable? The most important problem which CFOs and sustainability officers are facing is the lack of reliable, authentic data which they can rely on and sort of take it forward from there, right? So that's the key area where customers are sort of struggling from in terms of having the tools to sort of progressively manage and reduce their carbon emission. With that as the backdrop, if you look at the real estate world is, if you look at, there are two parts to it. One is during the construction phase and second is during the operations phase. In the operations phase especially, as one of our earlier speakers pointed out, there is a lot of issues around operating. You create an infrastructure, but how do you maintain it? How do you ensure that the operators are trained? Today we have a lot of issues around some of these areas, with dispersed building environments, having multiple vendors, ability to sort of concentrate and collect data from multiple sources. There's a huge issue around manual maintenance, ability of, it's very, very personnel dependent. In today's world, ability to get trained and skilled personnel is a big challenge. And energy and space wastage is something that we see all across in all the buildings. The fundamental issue here is buildings were designed for comfort and not for economy/optimization. I was sitting there and I was freezing, and I'm sure somebody out there sitting there may not be feeling very comfortable. So I think those are some of the big issues. And similarly, if you look at it from an asset management as well, it's very, very siloed. You have your BMS systems, you have your water systems, you have your energy systems. All of them are siloed, but they are but they are primarily set up but not managed on a regular basis. So these are some of the issues that our real estate industries are facing, and that's what we and we see 6 key areas of change which we can influence using digitization. The first one is around certification. WELL is a building certification, and there is a lot of work that needs to be done on that. Building management systems primarily were used for monitoring. Right? Today there is an opportunity with digitization to monitor, to provide visibility, to monitor and control, and all of those areas leveraging AI and sort of all the predictive analytics that can be put into it. Energy saving, decarbonization in the entire real estate arena, with HVACs consuming almost 40-50% of the building's energy consumption, is a huge area for optimization, and currently a lot of organizations are focused on that. We have colleagues here working on operational and interactive digital twin. That gives a lot of opportunity for vendors, for customers to manage their entire infrastructure from one place, give them a multiple views, hierarchical views of managing a building versus a portfolio of buildings or portfolio of hospitals or hotels or whatever you have. Last but not the least, employees today are also determining or are demanding much better services when they come to office. They want to be, and especially with hybrid working coming into place, automated seat allocation, analytics around that, space management, car parking, cafeteria management, all of these services can be integrated with energy management so that you have a much better ability to manage and maintain a building. With that as the backdrop, what do we do? At Digital Blanket, we have a very simple goal, which is to help real estate become digitized and intelligent. We do 3 things. We create intelligent facilities, wherein we automate building management systems, create a digital twin, which sort of helps manage your entire portfolio of facilities and do a continuous commissioning, if you will, right? So basically, today, as I said, there is an operator who sort of leaves who's very happy when he does not get a complaint because the chillers are operating at full blast, irrespective of whether it's required or not. So those sort of things. Similarly, leveraging AI-powered energy, space usage, and facility analytics. And last but not the least, a continuous facility operations. We have been talking to a lot of portfolio management companies who are now, as you see them, see this is an OPEX expenditure, and typically that's always under stress. How do you sort of help manage that operations with them and sort of digitize those operations so that there is less reliability on people? Decarbonization, managing and monitoring and controlling our energy consumption is a key area that we work with, and similarly from a transforming workplace experiences. I'll go a bit faster in the interest of time, and this is what the platform does, very simply put. We take real-time data from your systems, we take dynamic data which sort of moves once in a week, once in a month, or whatever you may be, and there is a static data which could come from your BIM, from your asset register, so on and so forth. Gets all of that onto our platform, which is the digital blanket, looks at aggregation, compilation, analyzing, and benchmarking to provide outputs based on what you need. So basically the beauty of the platform is this integrates across all the elements, all the subsystems within your platform to provide a unified output. While we do ESG reporting, I think we leave it best to the consultants and to the organizations who have a separate unit to manage that. So our value proposition remains that we will be the authentic, reliable, and auditable source of data across all the systems that would be required. So if you look at all the other speakers prior to me, how do we sort of integrate into that? In the core network, you have your IT network, your OT network, your sensors. Then you have your connected devices, which could be the lighting management system, the sensors, Wi-Fi, AP, BLEs, and we all know that typically the facilities have a different network compared to the corporate IT network. And then on top of that, you have your building platform systems, which connect, collect, analyze the data, which leads to a solutions which the customers want, which could be around BMS, LMS, sustainability, so on and so forth. So our value proposition is the fact that we have modular but integrated solution, which is built for scale, and I'll talk more about the use cases that we have to sort of bring about the point. So to summarize, these are the outcomes we help drive. We help energy savings and accelerated decarbonization to the extent of 20% is what we have seen in some of the buildings. Optimization in space utilization with flexible seating, analytics around that, and how do you sort of help with that? That's sort of 30%. And the very important one is improvement in compliance and efficiency, which is music to an operations or an ESG leader or to the CFO in the organization. So these are some of the outcomes that we help drive. These are the products that we have, which is primarily around automate, energy, DB Optima, which is primarily for computer-aided facility operations and maintenance management, and Spazio, which is for workplace technology suite for hybrid work. These are some of the dashboards that we create for our customers, but I'll sort of skip that in the interest of time and focus primarily on the use cases. These are the use cases that we deliver using our products. Energy management, asset performance management, fault detection and diagnostics, root cause and impact analysis, sustainability and regulatory compliance management, command and control center, so on and so forth. So basically we extend that beyond energy to water, waste, emission, depending on what the customers want to manage and how they want to sort of manage that. We are also working on from an engineering perspective on making all of this AI first. We have an initial set of use cases that we are working on around energy forecasting, cooling demand forecasting, space forecasting, anomaly detection and diagnostics. And we have had a couple of, and the new one that we are working on is around energy arbitrage for buildings with green energy and fossil fuel energy. How do they sort of leverage that part? And in the interest of time, I'll just quickly run you through very quickly around some of the case studies that we have had. A Fortune 500 company with almost 300,000 square feet, 2,500 plus employees, was able to reduce 18% energy, we were able to deliver 18% energy savings. This is a very interesting use case, one of the largest airports in the world, where 280 gates are being integrated where when we integrate with their flight display information system, their energy management system, their BMS system, to sort of switch on and switch off the lighting and HVAC depending on the flight arrival and departure times. And all of this was done remotely. They had a change in the vendor and we had to sort of do an integration again. This is something, of course, I'm not at liberty to share the name of the airport, but I think, once you get the name, once you know that there are 280 gates in that airport, I'm sure it's a fair understanding of who we're talking about. Similarly, we have got a couple of large corporate real estate firms where we have done energy metering, where we have been able to integrate their BMS across multiple buildings, 1.5 million square feet, and another large enterprise wherein we were able to wherein we were able to save them, where we were able to put in a lot of use cases whereby they could reduce the facility operations staff by almost 40-50%. So these are some of the use cases that we have. In the interest of time, I'll just sort of move ahead to sort of close. That at the end of the day, our relationship with our customers is primarily to help them in the journey towards decarbonization, make better use of the assets that they have invested in, make it much more sustainable, and in the end, drive a much higher ROI for the investments that they have put in in their real estate assets. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Anand. Wonderful. You're doing some great work on sustainability. Our next speaker is Dr. Chinmay Hegde. He's the Managing Director of Astrikos, long-term friend, and has done some great work. So
Thank you, Dr. Sumit. So, of course, I need, okay, my presentation is on. Well, so good afternoon. I think I'm the man between the lunch, or maybe a couple of us more, I think. So, well, in the interest of the time, I'll just start off with the solution and just a quick introduction about the company. And first of all, thanks for the organizers again for this opportunity, like every year almost. And thanks, Dr. Sumit, for calling me out here. I represent Astrikos AI, and we saw right now the devices side of the safe city or urban mobility side from the Norden solution, and then the video intelligence from the Videonetics. Dear friend Ravi spoke about it, and then we heard about the solutions from NEC about the infrastructure side of it entirely. Now I'm going to talk about something different, which is how to make all these systems generate a data, of course, which is still not part of the video analytics. Maybe it is raw data. What do we do with the raw data? So that is what Astrikos platform by name of SIAP Omnific addresses. And how we have done this in some of the cases I'm going to show you, and also I'm going to talk about some of the acute angles where data intelligence, business intelligence, how it can power the urban administration in order to keep up the safety, security, and the various unseen areas or the blind spots around it. So just a quick intro on Astrikos. Astrikos platform is predominantly the data-based machine learning powered artificial intelligence platform, which works on the big data. We work in the areas of smart city, safe city, as well as the sustainability or the sustainable urban infrastructures. So we work across the globe from India, the company from India to the globe. That's what we, bear the flag as. And we are already in India and Middle East, Southeast Asia, and now in Americas. Just recently we have entered into these territories. So just a glimpse of the platform, what does it do overall? So now I said about what we can do about the raw data that is getting generated from in an urban system, right? So when we look at the urban mobility, it could be the safety, security, surveillance, it could be. The cameras are one type of the instruments that generate a set of a data that is probably the video log, which will be taken care by Videonetics kind of a solution. However, there is something which is further created or which can be a leftover, which is nothing but the raw logs. Right? The raw logs are also getting generated. Similar to the cameras, there are traffic controllers, there are sensors. Right, nowadays, if you see in any of the new adaptive traffic implementations, you probably see that there are a lot of VAC systems which are coming in, vehicle actuated control or vehicle accumulated control systems. All these data helps the urban mobility, right? It gets accumulated, but nobody probably uses it to make it more, bring in more intelligence into the urban mobility, urban security, urban safety. Some of the cases what we do is ultimately create a business intelligence around it, where this particular data is taken and the intelligence is driven out of that using the machine learning and artificial intelligence algorithms, and then put it back into the action by means of looking at all the systems in a holistic angle, such as, if whatever camera is detecting, which has to be given to the emergency management system or the top level executive management of the urban administration, and then help them in planning, forecasting for the respective decisions to be taken and automatically pushing it back into the workflow or the computer-aided dispatch kind of a systems. So this is what this particular screen talks about, is one of the such cases, is about how the data could be used. And further to that, how do we give a better visualization using the GIS-based digital twin experience and all of them. Create a intelligence dashboard, and then also create the 3D-based GIS system where also it can take to the nth level of the data-driven approach overall and drill down to the granular issue and then get the intelligence out of it and automatically suggest the advisories, because unless the analytics is or the data is useless if it doesn't drive the action. So that is where the system comes into the picture to do that. You see on your screen, there are about, I think, 1.4 million records. Out of that, a small 3 or 4 advisories for the urban administrators who do not have time to take decisions, right? It has to act as the decision support system. That's what you are seeing. And more giving some of the geotemporal, geocadastral mapping out of it, and also detect the congestion spots or where are the more accidents or incidents are happening because of the uncontrolled mobility or improperly managed mobility, and how it is trending over the period of time. All these kind of acute analytics are brought into the picture. Similarly, it can be for any scale, right? It can be from the data from the multiple agnostic sources where the platform can understand that and then also do these things. These are some of the use cases which I'm showing you out here. And more to go is, yes, we do have a camera kind of assets or a controller kind of assets. They are there. The thing is, it is not just only to see that whether they are on or off, or they are sending data, but are they really sending accurate data, or are they sending the wavered data? That's the most important aspect. That is where the micro analytics comes into the picture on the assets and the reliability of the data that is coming from the assets. So then what do we do out of that? The thing is, take this kind of intelligence and put it back into the action by means of the computer-aided dispatch systems, feeding into that, or the workflow management systems or the business process management systems with the power of the data intelligence. So that is what is one of the examples which you are seeing on your screen right now. I'll not explain much of the screen in the interest of the time, right? So similarly, the analysis of the post-process, right? If there is a particular incident that has happened, learning from the past, which we call it as, right? The learning from the past and implementing for the future good. So that is what is the case. If emergency management in a city or urban environment is a multi-stakeholder system, right? Each stakeholder has an SLA to manage. Who is missing the SLA, which has actually impacted the emergency movement, and response time has gone bad because of the, figuring out who is that who has not taken the responsibility, who has not been the responsible or accountable at that particular instance. So in order to deep dive into that and then use that to a generative, advisory for that, right? Generative AI, which we call. How do we use it? And also the same input can be given to the large language model, which we have done, and generate even further intelligence from the large language model systems. And some more potential use cases out here, evidencing with the visualization. The visualization is the key aspect where you can quickly convey your message. That is where the GIS or the 3D or a digital twin kind of a systems come into the picture. One of the case study, the largest the emergency response support system on the face of the earth, Uttar Pradesh 112, which is quite neighboring, right? So where we have implemented our intelligence platform and which has gone live recently, about a month ago, right? So where, the target of the project is written out there, improving the response time in the entire state. What is the best example other than the state that is catering to 27 crore plus people, right? So that is where the issue is, and some of the cases out here, probably, I don't know whether it plays, Yeah, some of the quick videos out here, how we have done and how we, such kind of a places where we are doing and where we are helping with the data intelligence to the urban administrators, where they can pull in their data into our platform on the click and drag and drop and then start building their own analytics. Even up to that level we have made it. And a log on a particular day is more than 40 lakh logs, which is being handled by the system in this case, and still the intelligence is driven. So that's where I think I need some help out here. Yes. So more and more importance into the emergency management, because emergency management is key in terms of it can go up to any level. For the capability of the platform is, humongous, and some of the partners and customers who are working with us very closely across the geographies, and some of the proud customers we have delivered to them successful, delivery of the projects, and happy to do more in India, and some of the awards, accolades of our companies are listed out here. And that's it from my side. Thank you. I'm open for the questions. Our stall is set up there. Please visit us, and some couple of videos are being displayed out there to understand our platform more. Our team is there to help you out. Thank you.
Thank you, Chinmay. Our next speaker is Mr. Bikash Jha, Vice President and Head of Public Sector Sales from Aviros. We did hear about Aviros in the previous presentation. Now we are going to see the detail behind it. Thank you.
Thanks, Sumit. Thank you very much, Bharat Exhibition, for the opportunity and distinguished guests. So I represent Aviros, which is still a startup, I would say, because it's not even completed 10 years. But the kind of things Aviros has done, you'll really proud of, because this is a company originating out of India. So Aviros was established in 2015 with some analytics, with some enthusiast engineers. Currently we have our office in Gurgaon, and we have over 80 team members. Half of them are computer vision and data scientists. So we have a very strong team working on AI locally here in India. Okay. We have opened our offices in Bangalore, have resident offices in Mumbai and Dubai. And the way things are going up, I think by next year we'll be opening our office in US as well as in Latin America, in Sao Paulo. So we have an app store for video analytics, have about over 70 various types of analytics onboarded on our platform, which I'm going to show in the next slides. Around 1,000 videos per minute, 60,000 feeds deployed on our platform, 3 million lines of code have been written, 1.5 million deep learning interfaces per second we process. So we are a Series A funded company. Around 2022-23, we got 7 million funding from very big deep tech VCs, Xfinity and Inflexer and Veda VC. So the problem of video analytics, what we realized very early was there are multiple use cases, individual platforms. On those platforms and cameras, the analytics are running. So once you have to deploy a new use case, then you have to have a separate infrastructure for that. So we understood this very early, and that's how we started building a unified platform which can cater to multiple video analytics use cases under one roof. So on the left side, as you can see, we have different use cases like facial recognition or people counting or traffic monitoring, all these things running on separately on different platforms with cameras and servers. On right, you can see it's a dynamic, scalable, unified system of Aviros. So you have, at the base, you have different cameras, then integrated servers, and on that, Aviros platform is sitting. So in a single platform, you can have multiple use cases. In a way that today I have acquired one use case for video analytics, and I want to have another analytics, so we can easily transform that particular camera, giving a different feedback and doing a different analytics. So those kind of flexibility we provide. So currently we have 70 use cases already built by us, but we are also open to having other developers deploy solutions on our platform. So on the next slide, as you can see, we have Kubernetes-based architecture, so it is very highly scalable. We have seamless integration with other VA video analytics ecosystems. We are hardware agnostic. On the left side, you can see that we have click and upload kind of user interface, so very easy to deploy. In the morning session, Jaiswal Saab was speaking about NEC and Averroes bringing together various analytics in Delhi Safe City projects. So if you go around in Delhi and you find a yellow pole that belongs to NEC and there are cameras, so all the feeds going back is being processed by Averroes. So there are around more than 10 use cases which we are doing, including the facial recognition for watch list monitoring. And this is so far the largest database which we are processing, which we have received from Delhi Police. So very large number of subjects being watched. If the moment they come in front of the cameras, there will be an alert, and there are series of actions which Delhi Police can take. Similarly, there are use cases like women in distress, the crowd counting, the traffic monitoring, the accident detection. Those kind of use cases are there in the Delhi Police deployment. So this is how the stack works. So we have the cameras which could be feed from any type of camera, video camera or mobile camera, and then it's going processing on the hardware on which the platform sits, and then we have the marketplace for our platform. We cater to various type of segments. So obviously smart city, safe city, traffic, ITMS solutions we have. But at the same time, we are catering to a lot of unique use cases, which I'm going to tell in next slides for the industry and making things safe. So some of the unique ones are at the ports, for the aviation industry, the oil and gas, data centers. This is a snapshot of some of our customers. So we have deployed the largest safe city analytics, including facial recognition in Bangalore Safe City. Delhi Safe City is already under commissioning. We are going to start JK Safe City, where we are going to deploy over 200 facial recognition cameras along with other analytics. There is one very large project which we are going to do start soon with Infosys, which is called DG Arm. So it will be integrating 23 airport cameras into one place, and we'll be doing a lot of analytics for any passengers who are traveling from international passengers who are traveling into India, doing facial recognition, analyzing their behavior, and then generating relevant alerts if we found them in any suspicious activities. These are some of the snapshots of our use cases. So PPE detection. So we are also doing in oil and gas industry for PPE detection. Those are very specialized. We have fire detection, person collapsing, facial recognition, intrusion. So there are multiple use cases for industry and smart city equally. There are some places where we have mobile phone uses. Then we have process monitoring, where we want to see how people are behaving on the, doing the processes. If there is a violation, we can immediately make an alert. In the other one, you can see there is a mobile phone uses worker. So in this video, you can see object counting. So a process-oriented object is being counted. And this is one use case which we did in state of Telangana. There was a event and we used drone cameras to capture the crowd, segregation and generate law enforcement that where they should put their focus on managing the crowd. These are some of the ITMS solutions which we have. So, for example, vehicle plate, license plate detections. Sorry. We are also working on warehouse automation, and we are seeing a lot of adoption which is happening in the area of quality inspections and others, which I am going to show in the next slide. So I'll skip some of the slides with the interest of time, but I have some very interesting use case. So there is one use case which I flipped this slide was we are working with Pratt & Whitney for aircraft engine inspection. So when they are leasing the inspection, there are some parts which when they get it back, there are parts are missing, and that entire inspection process was taking long time. So we reduced that time to 5 to 10 minutes, and we developed a project called Percept, which we are taking to other markets in the world. So Aviros is actually globally selling this solution to other airlines. Similarly, we are getting some requests for unique use cases of engine part inspection. We have done a lot of projects on hackathon, which is displayed here. Aviros and future. So we participated in CVPR, which is computer vision and pattern recognition in Seattle, happened recently. The latest things which is going on is multimedia, multimodal AI. So for example, for video analytics, you have to train with images. For NLP, you have to train with text and voice data. Now everything is getting converged. So in video analytics, we are working to bring on various types of analytics using voice, data, as well as text together. So accuracy will drastically improve. We are also using GenAI images to train the new models. And on heterogeneous knowledge distillation, what we are doing, we are taking larger models, and in order to make them work on smaller hardware, we are teaching to bring a smaller model. So these are the futuristic thing which was demonstrated in CVPR. We are already doing it for last 6 years. We are open for collaboration. We have a stall here. So we welcome you all to see our offerings and reach to us if you want to have any kind of collaborations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vikas. Excellent work you're doing in the video analytics space. Our next speaker is Mr. Gurinder Singh, Technical Head of India and SAARC from Netscope.
So, very good afternoon, and thank you so much for giving me time on this podium. So, just wanted to thank all the speakers who imparted a lot of knowledge with respect to creating safe city for India, as well as probably going forward for other countries and geos also. So, my topic of discussion is a bit different as compared to the critical infra which we were talking about. But again, like if we talk about specifically any critical infra, it's generating a lot of data. And my topic of discussion is more on how to safeguard this data. Like say if you are talking about these video cameras generating a lot of images, or we are getting a lot of feeds from different sensors across different places in the city, and there is a ransomware attack, or probably there is a malware attack. How exactly we can safeguard the data which has been created, and what are the different zero trust principles which can be applied in order to basically safeguard this data. So ideally, data security is there in the information security field for quite some time. But what we have observed is, specifically on the data security side, if we talk about a lot of large deployments on the data security side across different organizations in India, so the technology is failing because the kind of alerts which this technology generates, so it's alert fatigue driven technology, and the incident management become very difficult for any organization who is dealing with large amount of data. So in a pitfall, what I can say is, out of the different information security fields, this particular security field, I would say, became a pain, and a lot of organizations were ideally adapting this particular technology just for the compliance purpose. So there was no good value add which was coming out, which I have seen. There are a lot of deployments across large enterprises in India and even government bodies where this technology is adapted because of compliance, but if I talk about the value adds, they are not there. So how exactly we can drive more value add with the help of cloud computing and AI technology? Because initially, like Archimedes said, like if you can give me a fulcrum, I can lift the earth. So basically, if you have the right set of tools and technologies driven by a specific strategy, like I was talking about the zero trust strategy, which has been there in the information security field since last more than 10 years now, how we can apply these principles and how we can deal with the challenges which we have observed on a lot of deployments which we are seeing across India, specifically on the data security side, and make it useful or a value add for the organizations and even the government like smart city. So typically when you talk about zero trust principles, these are few of the key elements on the zero trust principle side. Whether you talk about the continuous verification, so any data which is generated, so it has to be verified whether the data which you are generating, is it not corrupted or manipulated by hackers? And again, if you want to basically safeguard the data, like you need to adapt the technologies which can basically limit the blast radius so that even if there are attacks on the data, how it can be safeguarded. So there has to be backups of backups with respect to security technologies, like defense in depth can be one of the approach inside the zero trust security framework. And again, any kind of data which is generated, so it has to be explicit. Explicit trust has to be there on the data. It should not be implicit. Like there have been a lot of hacking attempts which have happened. Like say if I talk about like some of the recent ones like SolarWinds. So where the attacker misused the implicit trust on the identity provider, and with the help of that, it was able to infiltrate the SolarWinds application. So ideally, like say if we are giving authorization to a particular user for a specific data, it has to be explicitly checked and based on the user behavior. Like if it has been attacked or it's a genuine user, based on the behavior of the user, you have to basically decide whether this particular user is a genuine user or not, and the data which is coming or being used by this particular user is protected or safeguarded. In addition to that, there has to be a lot of automation, because when we are generating these petabytes of data, how exactly we can basically automate the identification of this data, and how exactly the ecosystem can be formed which can help in safeguarding this data holistically. So when you talk about these zero trust principles which have been now started getting applicable on the data security field, it is helping us basically safeguard this critical data. And even the government, like if you talk about NIC, one of the big body on the information security and cyber security for India, they have also started adapting the zero trust strategies in order to safeguard their infra. So when you talk about specifically the zero trust framework, which I talked about, like it has been there since last more than 10 years, and a lot of organizations have started adapting this framework. There is some misconception with respect to identity. A lot of organizations feel that identity is basically the zero trust framework, or if we are able to deploy a multi-factor authentication or authorization solution, so that forms part of a zero trust security for the organization. But this is not true. Ideally, if we talk about a zero trust security strategy, there are a lot of facets to it. Identity is one key element. I'm not saying that we have to completely bypass or we don't have to think about the identity piece, but it is one of the key element but there are other multiple elements also inside the Zero Trust security framework, which is helping us safeguard the data. So when you talk about identity, I would say like MFA solution. So we have started basically using a lot of MFA solution to authorize a particular user. But these MFA solution has to be strategically designed. So like for what kind of user I am providing these MFA, it should not be that it has been allowed for all the users and there is no check with respect to seniority or what kind of data a particular user is going to access. So there has to be a strategic frame of mind when we are provisioning these MFA solutions or enabling these MFA solutions in order to get access to a specific data. In addition to that, like we have seen that a lot of banking applications, they are using password-based or SMS-based authorization, which can be easily hacked by the hackers. So in that case, when we are adapting these MFA solutions, there have to be a lot of contextual information which we should think about when we are deploying these solutions in our enterprises or organizations or even the government bodies. In addition to that, if I talk about Zero Trust strategy, it also emphasizes on the revamping of the traditional VPN solution. So we know that traditional VPN solutions which basically give access to your private applications. So there can be a lot of applications which you are trying to access inside your data center. So whether these applications are giving access in a secured manner or not, if you talk about the Zero Trust principles, they stress that the traditional VPN solutions, there are a lot of pitfalls with respect to lateral movement of the users or the hackers, or there is a possibility of discovery of your enterprise or entire data center or footprints which are there inside your DC with the help of traditional VPN solution because of the underlying disadvantages or you can say pitfalls in the architecture which a traditional VPN solution has. But when you talk about a Zero Trust VPN solution, so they are more secured because they are able to prohibit the lateral movement of a hacker or a user, and they are basically giving access to a specific service or application instead of the complete network. So in that case, you will be safeguarded better with respect to accessing a specific application or service or data in a protected manner. In addition to that, the Zero Trust VPN solution also can be enabled with scanning for data leakage. So, or any kind of attack, like even if there is an authorized user, he may attack, there is a possibility he has been infected and he can start instigating a DOS attack. So these new age Zero Trust solutions are something which are able to even prohibit DOS or DDoS attacks and other kind of vulnerabilities which can be there on the application side. So this is again one of the strategy which organizations or the government have started adapting. In addition to that, this particular strategy or framework also talks about a lot of contextual information. So any kind of access which you are doing for your data, it has to be contextually aware, wherein based on the behavior changes on the session, it is able to take the decision accordingly. Like say if you talk about a Snowden attack, so he was an authorized user of NSA, but the kind of applications he has access to inside the NSA, he should not have been access to. So basically there was a inherent disadvantage with respect to the security solution which was deployed, which was giving access to this particular authorized user more. And that was the, I would say, advantage which this particular hacker took, and he was able to exploit a lot of data from the NSA. So ideally, there has to be a lot of contextual information and decision has to be made in real time, whether this particular user should have access to this resource or not. And based on the behavioral changes, the security technologies should be adaptive. They should not be static. Like if you have created a rule, it should not be 0-1. But based on the behavior changes, the policy also has to be adaptive, wherein if they see some anomaly, there has to be a right policy which has to be applicable for the user. So granularity of applications, granularity of, you can say, policies inside the security solutions, again, become a very important facet in the Zero Trust strategy in order to protect your data. In addition to that, we talked about the big data and AI, which is again feeding a lot of critical infra. These technologies, these underlying technologies have become a tool. Like I talked about the Archimedes who said, if you give me the right tool, I can move the earth. Similarly, a lot of pitfalls on the data leakage prevention solution side because of the heavy generation of data and alert can be easily mitigated with the help of AI as well as big data analysis solutions, which have become now usable inside these technologies. With the help of that, we are able to better protect your data. In addition to that, the Zero Trust strategy also talk about formulating a proper ecosystem where you are not dependent on only one technology. So if there is a failure or a loophole on a one technology, there has to be other multiple technologies which form an ecosystem which are able to share the information in real time of the contextual user of or the transaction, and on the basis of that, we can take a real-time decision whether this particular transaction is an anomaly or a real user or not. And so ideally, like we are trying to decrease the data clutter with the help of these different strategies, which are inherent part of the Zero Trust security strategy. With the usage of these inherent technologies, we are able to basically safeguard the data or protect your data in a better manner. And these are some of the advantages which we basically provision with the help of this strategy on the data protection part of the solution. So and again, it can be applied to different network elements inside the smart city, which we are talking about by the respected dignitaries. So I come from an organization named Netscope, and we talk about data protection, cloud security, and hybrid security. And we can discuss. We have a stall outside, so if you want to discuss, we can go more in depth into how we can devise a proper data security strategy for your data which you want to safeguard. Thank you so much.
Virender.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Our next speaker is Mr. Amit Mehta, DGM Government Vertical of Alcatel-Lucent Technologies.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I am Amit, and I look onto the government vertical for basically Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise. And thanks for taking the time out from your busy schedule in just working this out. So we are present in India, say about for we are a 100-year plus company, and with present in India for say about last 25 years, lot of customers globally present and headquartered in France, and with research centers and development and everything based out of India. So we have lot of Indian presence now, and development centers in India from 25 years, tax supports from India, employees 500 plus, high growth in, we are doing real good in government vertical. We have been present in a lot of spaces, and for all English speaking countries, we support directly from India. So you can say we are doing a lot to enhance our, local content present in India as such, all firmware development for all our products and everything from India. So a small video I have actually, which will give you the idea for, okay. So, sorry. Sorry, it reached.
I think you're in a loop.
So basically, data analytics and data security, everything is there, but we are the ones who ensure the media for the data to be transferred. So all the media analytics, whether it is voice, whether it's data, whether it's wireless, whatsoever you talk about, all the media that is required, securely with bandwidth hungry and everything, that is something we provide. We provide it across the verticals. We provide it with government, education, healthcare, transportation, energy, utilities, hospitality. These are some of the areas where we concentrate much on, but of course we are present in almost every sector you talk about. Few of my product lines, actually, if you talk about networking product lines, whether it's industrial, whether it's temperature hardened, whether it's core switches, you talk about, high bandwidth hungry, or what you talk about, we have all sort of complete switching platform, say about from 50 terabit to say about industrial switches, all L2 switches, SMB switches, whatsoever talk about. Wireless portfolio, we have our wireless portfolio.
Sir, can I ask you to switch off your mobile phone, please? Thank you.
We have our wireless portfolio as well. Wireless portfolio, Wi-Fi 5 is out now, Wi-Fi 6 is in, but 6E, 7, you talk about as soon as, it's bandwidth hungry, as you grow up with the bandwidth, it's going on. So we have all the platforms on Wi-Fi platforms. We have complete network management, wireless, all on cloud, on-premise, whatsoever talk about. We have all the solutions available with us. Of course, these are our voice platforms. Voice platform now is going on for more of cloud platforms. So we have our voice platform, varieties of phones. We are present almost in every industry in India. We have been servicing, say, about more than 30 years now on voice platform. We have cloud platforms you talk about. Cloud platform in terms of collaboration, and unified communication. Any and every platform you talk about voice, we completely have that in our complete portfolio. So now going on to, safety platform, what we can see is these are the key things which we feel are the key, parameters which actually is the contention for the voice, for the safety platform. So so what you talk about, smart retail, smart education, smart hospitality, smart retail, healthcare, and you talk about anything which relates to smart, you have to have media in place. So we provide all the media and everything for all this. So our media is a safe, digital, connected, engaged, completely mobile with our mobility solutions, healthy, sustainable, resilient. You got to talk about any of the IoT platforms of smart lighting, smart waste management, smart transport, smart parking, whatsoever, for all the data to be transmitted and everything at the back end. So all the IoT elements regarding to support all the smart city elements, actually we provide at the back end on our switching platform. Whether it's autonomous network, whether it's IoTs, whether it's business innovations, you talk about, we are the only vendors to provide the complete converged solution for this. Not the only, but among the very few vendors who provide the complete converged solution, not only the autonomous networks, but IoT, and right from our data center platform to the industrial field level, whatsoever connectivity you require on active platform, we have that with us. Further, these are some of the IoT converged platform networks. What we do, we not only connect that, but we connect that onto the mobility platform, customize the apps for so whatsoever required, and we just try to customize the ad and the mobility required at the back end for the applications in various, so all that connectivity platform, something we provide with us. This is our Rainbow platform. Initially out here, this is our Rainbow platform, which is a application platform which ensures you can connect our complete data along with voice and everything, with the apps of the customer's needs and everything, and we can customize with the APIs on that platform as well for the connectivity required. Our OS hardened, verified, so security is the key concern at the moment with the government. Lot of initiatives coming in for security concerns. So all the certifications globally, domestically, whatsoever required, we have been providing that. So whatever switching platform we have is completely secured, and we try to ensure that all the security concerns are being taken into considerations. So these are few of the smart city network environment, multi-tenancy, simplified operations, security, quality experience, environmental and availability. So whensoever required, completely all solutions. This is particularly particular schematic diagram which we provided for all the computing required out there. Integration with, these are the public Wi-Fi solutions, and that is a set was switching, and once you require the public Wi-Fi solutions for all the public Wi-Fi solution for connectivity, so we have that complete platform end-to-end completely on cloud and in prime as well. So we have been providing for say about 6,500 gram panchayats we have provided to be connected completely on cloud platforms. We have provided that in various states of India. Complete IoT management, with including virtualized, centralized management. We provide everything, on our switching platform. These are the particularly IOC workflows, which actually are key for any safe city environments. So whether you talk about the API integration, whatsoever, you have to get it, the data feed at the central level. So we provide that at, with the middle level and the infrastructure level with applications, with the integration with the application, everything that is we can provide. Some of the smart city use cases, we have provided a lot of smart cities in India. We have say about 10 smart cities we have done as of now, and we are doing few more, and we have across the globe, there are few more cases that will be integrated with video surveillance and everything we have been doing. These are some of our global customers, and where we have actually supplied, besides few of the 8 to 10, say about Indian smart cities as well. So we have, that's about it, and we have our stall out here. So in case anybody has any interest, they can connect to us for any particular requirement to know about our solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit. I think the telecom industry has been automating and doing smart infrastructure for a long time. So, yeah, good job. Our next speaker is Mr. Anand Navani, Country Head of India and SAARC for Intelliseen.
So we are not the only one waiting for lunch, there are other people also. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Anand Navani. I am the country head for Intelliseen US. In the light of recent events which you are all aware, the focus has become more on the law and order and how we can strengthen it further. I think it is imperative not only on the decision makers, people who were there before me, but I think as a team, it is very, very important for us to create a strong deterrence towards any crime which may be taking place within the city or in any campus. During the course of the next 10 minutes, I'm going to share with you some of the best practices which Intelliseen has adopted globally. But it is important for us to understand what are the challenges which we face. It's been almost 10 years. But have we reached a place where we are able to standardize? It's a difficult answer to get. I think the first challenge which we all face is diversity. It was discussed early in the morning. Every city or campus is unique. It is unique in its characteristics. It's leading to different systems which exist, but they don't talk to each other. We have so many examples in Indian cities also that there are 2 or 3 command and control centers for the same application. So imagine what? It's 2x the investment and probably 50% of the return. This is not efficient. And another thing which we always lack is the accountability. Now, what happens if we spend 100 crores, 200 crores, and the system is how it is after 2 years, 3 years? This is something which is, in spite of having the best technology, is very difficult to measure, very difficult to measure the performance of the. And I want to actually take a vote here that I think every system which we implement, the KPIs have to be clearly defined. And this is where IntelliScene we feel that every system needs to be measured in terms of performance, both by the citizens as well as the users. Because the user uses it 24/7 for critical actions. And it's high time we talk about measuring even the ROI of the deployment, which we do at such a large scale. But what if I tell you that we at IntelliScene are able to connect all the dots for you to see the complete security picture? How do we do this? This is the current state of affairs in most of the places. There are multitude of data sources. Even a small campus, even a hotel like this would probably have the video, the intrusion, the access control, the database, fire, but they don't talk to each other. IntelliScene provides an ISOC in which the entire risk visualization and the confident decision making which the operator is required to do is available because the systems get connected. And as a result, there's a coordinated response. You don't need multiple operators. You just need one operator and the SOPs. This is what we need. And Symphia Control is a platform which encompasses all this intelligent SOC solution, whether it is indoor, outdoor, analog, digital, old system, new system. We have the capability to integrate all of the third-party systems and bring it onto a common platform. What you see on the screen is a single interface which a customer gets, which has the alarm management capability, the incident management capability, the video management, the importance of maps in our city, which is so crucial, the dispatch and collaboration which happens on a different platform. It can be IntelliScene, it can be third party. And the investigation and search, again, from any vendor. It doesn't really matter. So our goal is actually to enable the security officers to tackle crime and events which are reported to them promptly. The GUI interface of the software is so user-friendly, it takes few days for the operator to get conversant with the system. Because actually they may be developed outside India, but they have been heavily customized for an Indian operator. We know the reality of Indian operator. Probably they are matric, they are not that IT friendly. So it is our responsibility to have a system which is actually much more collaborative with the operator, guiding him through every process. That's where the SOPs come into the picture. So whether it is interacting, putting up an audio, two-way action taken upon alarms and incidents, the debriefing, the training, this is all part of the system. And not only the software actually combines the power of video images with business intelligence and artificial intelligence to create a common operating picture for the operator so that he knows what happened, where it happened, and what he needs to do. A single window like what you see on the screen is what the operator needs to take decisions on and ensure that not a single second is wasted when it comes to responding to any accident or a crime which has been committed. And there are so many incidents which we can relate that something got delayed although the digital evidence or a lot of information was available, but we couldn't act on time. So this is where the role of the standard operating procedure comes in, and we are given this power of designing the SOPs right into the hands of the user. But we don't want this technology to be only limited to command and control. That, okay, there's a one-way alarm and then you take an action. Our real safety would be and our sustainability would be if we take this to the masses. If we don't really confine to the data centers only. So every student, woman, or for that matter, any reporter should be having this technology to generate an alert and report it. There are so many apps, but sadly many of them happen to be just one way. And this is something which I think we need to think collectively in this forum and take it to the end user and the decision makers. So the incident which I was initially referring on at the start of my presentation, we want that the mobile CAD framework enables working both ways for comprehensive incident management and the two-way connection which is between the field and the ISOC. And this can actually enable a person in distress to have an alert using an SOS button, and the time should not be more than 5-6 seconds. This is not new concept. It's actually in work since last 3-4 years. But sadly, the implementation is something which we need to put forward with the right authorities. The power of Symphia Control and Symphia Insight in this age of AI and ML, we don't want, look at the amount of data which gets collected from cameras, the passport data, the CCTNS data. We have an example, numerous examples in our city, whereby although the information is captured, it's lying there, but it's not used. I want to give you an example in one of the cities in Western India, where on a rainy day a few weeks ago, suddenly the system tells the operator that one Karnataka private car, number plate car, entered and exited the city 18 times in 6 hours. This was captured by, of course, the cameras, this was captured by the digital footprints and all of that. But when the police realized, they informed the relevant authorities and possibly a kidnapping was averted. So that is the powerful way in which we are able to standardize the data, connect the data, and get a real insight to it. But it looks good, very good on PowerPoint, right? When it comes to implementing, and the real test of the technology is when it is deployed in harsh environments like in India. So I want to present an actual case study deployed by Intelliscene in one of the most complex environment which exists. The building I know, which you are all familiar, is perhaps the largest office building on planet, which is Surat Diamond Bourse. Now the challenge of this huge campus is the amount of employees and visitors which used to frequent this place and or which are envisaged almost 7 days a week. And another challenge was, of course, because of the nature of the complex, there are a huge amount of expensive diamonds in the locker room, which presented a very challenging scenario for us. Now what we had to integrate? We had to integrate to a common operator an X-ray machine, a building management system, forensic, access control system, boom barriers, visitor management, and a lot of other databases to be managed and operated out of a single screen, which I showed you earlier. The project was, of course, awarded to us in 2022 and executed within a few months by 2023, mid of 2023. If I just want to summarize, currently this unified ISOC is capable of giving actionable intelligence from 8,000 cameras and devices, 400 access control gates, which will handle 60,000 visitors and employees every day, 40,000 of them in 1 hour between 9 and 10 and 5 and 6 p.m. 90 data center operators will work from 50 workstations to get an immediate alert from 1,000 analytics cameras, enabled cameras, 500 fire alarm panels, and even if one is activated, will generate an alert within seconds. On our control platform, each operator can initiate almost like 90 unique standard operating procedures in their own way, in their own fashion, in their own language, what is suitable to them. So this is the powerful if implemented well. This is the benchmark which we feel can be implemented at other places. And I would like to play a small marketing video to end the presentation. The audio? Thank you very much. We are just across the room for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anand. Our last speaker today for this session is Mr. Avi Dahiya. He's the founder and CEO of Twin, which is a digital twin company. They're doing fantastic work in this space. So welcome, Avi.
So I guess it's me standing between everybody and the lunch. And I think as a testament, they're saying if this guy can control himself, then the rest of the people can as well. Well, thank you for the slot. I represent Twin, and we are an NVIDIA-backed company backed by their flagship program in Silicon Valley. Our global headquarters are in India. We are present in 5 cities here. We are present in multiple cities in Middle East and Europe. We are also going forward with our US presence in the next month. This is what the product is. So imagine, your smart city. So much data is coming from different cameras. So much data is coming from so many IoT sensors. Have we ever thought, how are we going to visualize, represent this data, and analyze this data? That's where we work in. It's a 3-dimensional replica of a city. So all your critical infrastructure, whether it might be bridges or oil and gas facilities in terms of industrial cities, your transportation, mobility, everything comes in a 3-dimensional replica in front of you. It is commonly referred to as a digital twin. We do phygital twins. I would like to highlight the problem a little bit more. So taking a small example of industrial city and a small infrastructure inside the industrial city. This is an oil rig. And this is one of the latest systems on how the oil rig is managed. You can see that on top there are different kind of systems like fuel systems, valve controls. You can see different layers on your left. You can see a lot of systems on your right also. So if I need to see what's happening in my accommodation air intake port over here, and I need to connect it to utility port, I sometimes need to cycle through as many as 5,000 screens to do that. Do you think it's humanly possible to do all the analytics and constantly monitor these many screens? So this is what this leads to is the problem of dark data. In smart cities also, we can have a look at these dashboards. Now, how many of you can quickly drive an insight from the dashboard that you're seeing on the screen? I mean, 99% of people, 0.1% people with highly analytical mind might be able to do that. But majority of us, it is very difficult to read these dashboards and drive insights. And that's where a lot of reactive management happens. And this is how the problem looks scaled down. You would see control and command centers wherein there are 500 people looking at screens. Now, humans cannot look at screens for 8 hours, 10 hours straight without blinking. So, whenever a problem happens, that's when we react as to what caused the problem, and then we do the root cause analysis of it. So this is what we are here to change. So going back to the example of the oil rig, this is a much better way of representing the same data. You can see the tank levels going up and down. This is how we are used to seeing them in the real life, and this is how we can see them here. You have an assistant on bottom right, which is an AI-powered assistant. This is more like a Copilot version of yours, which is constantly going through all of this data and analyzing it. So rather than just analyzing your emails and drafting essays and all for you, AI can do much more. Here it is able to find the root cause of why the tank levels are going down with the historical data and current. So the immediate cause might be there might be some problem in the valve, but the deep root cause is that there is heating being generated in the radiators. So without even breakdown happening, we can prevent breakdowns from happening and operational inefficiencies. Now going to some examples of how this can be useful in smart cities and some projects that we have done. So this is a bridge management system. It's a real-time replica of a bridge. It's a live project. Of course, it's a screen recording right now, but it's a live project otherwise. And you can see whatever is happening in real time in terms of a physics-enabled environment, like how the wind is reacting to the bridge, how the traffic is affecting the structural strength and integrity of it. In a country where there are more than 1 lakh bridges and 38,000 bridges out of them are critical, this becomes, it's also a reputation thing. While India is executing a lot of projects outside, our Indian infrastructure needs to be monitored in a better manner as well for that representation to happen. Your grids, your smart grid management in terms of solar, in terms of grid monitoring, prediction, distribution, EV charging stations that we are putting, how do we monitor all of that infrastructure in place? If you read any of the BCG McKinsey report right now, in last 2 years, as a species, we have collected more data than we have ever in our existence. How do we deal with this more data? So we need a better visualization and analytics. That's what we're stressing at. One of the key projects that we have also done is Bharat Mandapam, where G20 happened. And this is what I am at liberty of showcasing to you right now. But we have a stand outside. You're more than welcome to please try out and see what we have done in this flagship property as well. So we can extend the concept even to undersea cables and pipelines. So your tower monitoring, cellular tower monitoring that can happen, or in undersea cables and pipelines where you need to send divers for inspection. So all of those assets which are not accessible otherwise can also be monitored with the same technology. And telepresence, our favorite. So if a government delegate needs to visit a certain place and they are not able to getting clearance to do so, for example, let's say ONGC facility, they can take a walk in it virtually without being there. It can also impact decision making. So your robotics company can be from Germany, your infrastructure can be in Bangalore, your designer can be from South Africa. Everybody can gather in one single place and do decision making. So rather than taking 1 month to fix a problem up, you can preemptively fix it up virtually before that happens with the local maintenance teams as well. These are some of the customers that we are serving right now. One of the flagship projects that we are executing is with the Public Investment Fund of Saudi. The project is bigger than the scale of Riyadh in terms of the city, and it's breaking 4 world records. We would be happy to discuss those projects further. In this conference, what we are looking forward to is partners who can help us with the distribution of this technology. And if you think that this can add value, please would be happy to join the hands together. If there are any questions, maybe there are 3 minutes. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Avi. I will hand over the mic to the MC and end the session.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the session. I must say, an extremely insightful and very informative session. A huge round of applause for all our speakers, our distinguished speakers. Thank you so much for sharing your information with us. Just to make it a little more memorable, just to acknowledge their presence and a thank you from our end, we'd like to present a memento. Thank you so much, Chairperson of the session. Thank you so much, speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now requesting the Chairperson of the session, Dr. Sumit Chaudhary, to kindly present the mementos. I would like to present, we'll go in the sequence of the presentations were made. So, presenting a memento to Mr. Parikshit Tiwari. Maybe we can bring in a bit of energy by putting our hands together. It just keeps the momentum of the conference on. Thank you so much. Presenting a memento to Mr. Ravi Kumar. Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar, for your wonderful presentation. Our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Amanpreet Singh. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Presenting a memento to Mr. Anand Bhaskar. We move from the right to the left and to the left to the right. We now thank Dr. Chinmay Hegde. Thank you so much, Mr. Hegde, for sharing those information with us. Presenting a memento to Dr. Chinmay Hegde. Thank you once again. May I now request Mr. Bikas Jha to kindly come forward. Quickly capturing into our lenses and of course in our memories. A quick capture as we thank Dr. Chinmay Hegde. Now presenting a memento to Mr. Bikash Jha. Thank you, Mr. Jha, for your wonderful presentation, sir. May I now invite Mr. Gurinder Singh. Thank you so much, Mr. Singh, for your presentation. Presenting a memento to Mr. Amit Mehta. Thank you, Mr. Mehta. We also acknowledge and a big thank you to Mr. Anand Navani. Thank you, Mr. Navani, for your wonderful presentation, quite informative and very insightful. And last but not the least, Mr. Avidheya. Thank you so much, Mr. Avidheya, for your wonderful presentation. And may I now invite Mr. Shashidharan to kindly join us onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we thank the chairperson of the session, Dr. Sumit T. Chaudhary, for his wonderful participation. Thank you so much, chairperson of the session, for wonderfully conducting and concluding this session. Thank you so much. With that, we conclude this session, and may I request all our speakers to kindly step forward for a group photograph.
So we'll have a quick break, not more than 45 minutes, so that we have another 2 sessions to take on. And ladies and gentlemen, I must appreciate the chairman of the session. Give him another big round of applause. Managing 10 speakers is not that easy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shashidharan. Ladies and gentlemen, as just mentioned, we'll take a 45 minutes networking lunch break, but do come back in time for our next technical session. A quick and a beautiful moment, a happy note is about our lucky draw, which is being organized by NEC, which will be announced post-lunch. For that, we all need to visit the exhibition which is outside. Do visit all the stalls, all the booths. All our participants have been wonderfully waiting. Do visit the exhibition and participate in the lucky draw which is being conducted by NEC. And the results for the same will be announced in the post-lunch session. Thank you so much. Please join us back in 45 minutes. Thank you.
We dared to see India differently, through a different lens, to build a better life for you. Because it's you who inspires us. You long to connect with your near and dear ones, even if they're miles away from you. You live your life to the fullest with everything you need at your fingertips and delivered to your doorstep. The light on your face might be just a smile, but it drove us into giving hope to millions. And a sound sleep. We work hard to give curious minds access to the world's knowledge and wisdom. With the blink of an eye, we wish for your dreams to fly as high as our flights, unhindered and limitless, and for you to travel fearlessly, because your loved ones will know exactly where you are at all times. Now our family of 1.3 billion Indians can explore the world of opportunities. We have been at the forefront of the signage revolution, providing the most impactful visual experience possible. We have also been at the top of the list of enabling anytime, anywhere intelligent communication and promoting efficient ways for people to collaborate. As a global manufacturer and IT solutions provider, we simplify manufacturing processes by building a seamless integration between physical machines and the enterprise IT systems. We are not here to just dream, but to do all that we can for you. Transforming tomorrow today. We are NEC.
Are your cities reaching their full potential? SIAP Omnific, the AI-powered solution for smart cities and urban analytics, is here to unlock unlimited possibilities.
SIAP Omnific, with its specialized machine learning-based city safety analytical models, can enable the urban security forces and administration with enhanced powers. Urban safety administration, off late, is quite cumbersome due to the rapidly changing dynamics of crime and incident patterns, which makes the policing and mitigation complex, no longer the orthodox policing and patrolling as effective as they used to be. SIAP Omnific's advanced diagnostic, reinforcement, and predictive machine learning models can analyze the data from various disparate sources, all entirely being agnostic to the data types. SIAP Omnific's crisp and condensed generative advisories can help urban safety and security administrators by processing a large spectrum of data into the prescription prepared using innovative applied generative artificial intelligence that can help them to stay ahead of any potential situations.
SIAP Omnific offers a 360-degree vision to the safety and incidents analysis encompassing data belonging to different urban stakeholders related to crime management, investigative intelligence, trends of crime and incidents, policing SOPs, emergency response management, urban safety planners, and decision makers. The administrators can visualize the crime incident intelligence on geotemporal maps, risk score-based zoning, geothermal mapping of incident spreads and prediction, zoning and demarcation of accident-prone areas and preventive measures, predictive policing advisories, third-party integrations to computer-aided dispatch systems, SOP automation systems, deep dive into ML data evidencing with reasoning to the nth level, hypothetical simulation models for what-if scenarios, and many more. CF Omnific can be beneficial to the municipal city administrators for urban planning, traffic police for route planning and optimization based on the flow of vehicular traffic, potential congestion points, pedestrian density forecasting and risky areas across the city, law and order administrators to assess and forecast crimes, incidents, accidents, and deploy predictive policing and dynamic patrolling measures, and disaster management departments to be prepared for any emergency situations with adequate preventive and forecasting measures, analyze, predict, and forecast the potential incident and plan ahead the situation.
The modern cityscape faces unprecedented challenges, growing populations, resource scarcity, and a pressing need for environmental sustainability. In order to tackle these challenges, city administrators have been implementing connectivity, services, culture, and sustainability by combining quantitative and qualitative analysis via multiple information communication technology collaborative platforms that elevate urban efficiency and unlock the true potential of smart cities. However, encompassing critical subsystems like water management, energy distribution system, environmental monitoring, city surveillance, waste management, and sustainability as part of day-to-day administration without informed intelligent decision-making is a Herculean task. Traditionally, urban administration has been relying upon reactive solutions, responding to issues after they arise. This reactive approach is the least efficient, expensive, and unsustainable. Bringing in the next generation technologies like machine learning and artificial intelligence empowers the administrators with proactive intelligence-driven informed decision-making such as 1. Estimate the resources efficiently based on trends of livability KPIs. 2. Provide and maintain better safety and security indices for the city. 3. Plan and guided seamless mobility management. 4. Optimizing the water and energy resources to elevate the sustainability factors. 5. Maintaining and sustaining the quality standards of environmental and waste management parameters. And doing all of these ahead of time to elevate the overall city quality of living indices for current and future generations. CF Omnific empowers a proactive paradigm shift for real-time data integration for machine learning-based AI-powered analytics. Omnific helps cities anticipate problems before they occur, enabling intelligence-driven decisions that empower and maximize positive impact across all urban subsystems. What are the challenges? Fragmented data. Urban data resides in silos across departments, hindering a holistic view of city operations. These silos in subsystems make it difficult to identify collaborative trends, predict issues, and inform decisions across the board, be it water and energy distribution, waste management, mobility, safety, and environmental impact. Reactive operations. Cities often rely on reactive solutions, responding to problems after they have already occurred. This reactive approach is inefficient, costly, and leads to degradation in citizens' quality of life. Issues like water leaks, power outages, environmental hazards, traffic congestions, potential crime events can be significantly estimated, mitigated, and minimized with proactive operations. Sustainability concerns. Balancing urban growth with environmental responsibility is a constant struggle. Cities need to find ways to improve resource efficiency, optimize energy consumption, reduce carbon footprints, plan waste management, and achieve air quality AQI improvements. How CF Omnific can help? Having an intelligence-powered city operations platform that cognitively advises the city administration stakeholders specifically designed to optimize city operations across all its disparate subsystems. CF Omnific integrates data from heterogeneous sources, providing a single pane of glass for citywide operational intelligence. Machine learning analytics translates raw data into actionable insights tailored for city planners, engineers, utility providers, and environmental specialists by empowering them with KPI analytics, prescriptive advisories, and correlative analytics across subsystems that can be circled back to operations. Making a difference. CF Omnific goes beyond data collection and analysis. It acts as an intelligent platform above various management platforms, integrating with existing city management systems and adding a layer of cognitive intelligence. This enhances the capabilities of existing smart subsystems. Predict situations. Anticipate potential issues like water pressure drops, power grid strain, and environmental hazards. Take informed actions. Enable stakeholders to make data-driven decisions for optimizing city operations and services, including targeted maintenance for water infrastructure, preventative measures to address potential power grid failures, and resource allocation for environmental sustainability initiatives. Bridge the IT-OT gap. Seamlessly integrate information technology IT and operational technology OT systems for water management, power grids, and environmental monitoring systems, fostering better communication and collaboration across critical city functions. What SEAP Omnific offers. Smart city implementation involves ICT enablement with discrete smart platforms for city subsystems such as smart water, smart energy, smart waste management, smart traffic, integrated building management, smart parking, smart transport, smart streetlights, and environmental sensing. All of them working in their own islands. SEAP Omnific comes as an intelligent aggregator to create a cognitive operational layer across these systems. Furthermore, SEAP Omnific compiles heterogeneous information to decimate complex analytics to derive actionable advisories that can contribute to SOP amendments of city administration. SEAP Omnific advises the stakeholders about the KPI influences on the day-to-day administration and helps them to plan the futuristic roadmap for the betterment of urban indices. Real-time data integration unifies data from disparate sources, providing a holistic view of city operations, encompassing water distribution networks, power grids, environmental monitoring systems, and waste management infrastructure. Machine learning and AI-powered analytics. Machine learning algorithms translate raw data into actionable insights for various stakeholders involved in water management, energy distribution, environmental monitoring, and sustainable practices. Predictive maintenance. Anticipate potential infrastructure failures, including predicting water main breaks, power grid vulnerabilities, and environmental hazards, allowing for proactive maintenance and resource allocation. Sustainability dashboards. Monitor key environmental indicators like air quality index, water, and energy usage, and track progress towards sustainability goals. Resource optimization tools. Optimize resource allocation based on real-time data and predictive analytics, including optimizing water pressure based on demand, streamlining energy distribution to reduce waste, and allocating resources for targeted environmental initiatives. What are the benefits of implementing SEAP Omnific? Enhanced urban efficiency, improved water distribution, optimized energy grids, proactive environmental monitoring, and efficient waste management lead to a smoother running city. Sustainable development. Data-driven decision-making helps cities achieve environmental goals and resource efficiency, including improved air quality AQI, water conservation, and reduced energy consumption. Improved public safety. Proactive identification of potential issues like water main breaks, power outages, and environmental hazards can help prevent accidents and emergencies. Additionally, real-time air quality monitoring can inform public health advisories. Reduced operational costs. Optimize resource allocation across water, power, and environmental management systems, minimize waste, and improve maintenance efficiency for improved financial efficiency. How SEAP Omnific can help urban management stakeholders. City executives gain a holistic view of city operations across water, power, environment, and waste management systems, and make data-driven decisions for sustainable development. City planners develop and implement strategies for urban growth and infrastructure development, including water management plans, sustainable energy solutions, and environmental protection initiatives. Public service providers optimize resource allocation and service delivery for departments like water utilities, energy providers, environmental agencies, and waste city environment, including improved air quality and a higher quality of life. SEAP Omnific is not just software, it's a transformative approach to urban management by streamlining operations, optimizing resources, and promoting sustainability across critical subsystems like water, power, environment, and waste management. Omnific paves the way for a more efficient, interconnected, and prosperous urban future. Embrace the power of AI and collaborate with SEAP Omnific to unlock the full potential of your smart city and create a healthier, more sustainable future for generations to come.
We dared to see India differently, through a different lens, to build a better life for you, because it's you who inspires us. You long to connect with your near and dear ones, even if they're miles away from you. You live your life to the fullest with everything you need at your fingertips and delivered to your doorstep. The light on your face might be just a smile, but it drew us into giving hope to millions and a sound sleep to all while we ensure your utmost safety. We work hard to give curious minds access to the world's knowledge and wisdom. With the blink of an eye, we wish for your dreams to fly as high as our flights, unhindered and limitless, and for you to travel fearlessly, because your loved ones will know exactly where you are at all times. Now our family of 1.3 billion Indians can explore the world of opportunities. We have been at the forefront of the signage revolution, providing the most impactful visual experience possible. We have also been at the top of the list of enabling anytime, anywhere intelligent communication and promoting efficient ways for people to collaborate. As a global manufacturer and IT solutions provider, we simplify manufacturing processes by building a seamless integration between physical machines and the enterprise IT systems. We are not here to just dream, but to do all that we can for you. Transforming tomorrow today. We are NEC.
Are your cities reaching their full potential? CIAP Omnific, the AI-powered solution for smart cities and urban analytics, is here to unlock unlimited possibilities.
CIAP Omnific, with its specialized machine learning-based city safety analytical models, can enable the urban security forces and administration with enhanced powers. Urban safety administration, off late, is quite cumbersome due to the rapidly changing dynamics of crime and incident patterns, which makes the policing and mitigation complex, no longer the orthodox policing and patrolling as effective as they used to be. CIAP Omnific's advanced diagnostic, reinforcement, and predictive machine learning models can analyze the data from various disparate sources, all entirely being agnostic to the data types. CIAP Omnific's crisp and condensed generative advisories can help urban safety and security administrators by processing a large spectrum of data into the prescription prepared using innovative applied generative artificial intelligence that can help them to stay ahead of any potential situations.
CIAP Omnific offers a 360-degree vision to the safety and incidence analysis encompassing data belonging to different urban stakeholders related to crime management, investigative intelligence, trends of crime and incidents, policing SOPs, emergency response management, urban safety planners, and decision makers. The administrators can visualize the crime incident intelligence on geotemporal maps, risk score-based zoning, geothermal mapping of incident spreads and prediction, zoning and demarcation of accident-prone areas and preventive measures, predictive policing advisories, third-party integrations to computer-aided dispatch systems, SOP automation systems, deep dive into ML data evidencing with reasoning to the nth level, hypothetical simulation models for what-if scenarios, and many more. CF Omnific can be beneficial to the municipal city administrators for urban planning, traffic police for route planning and optimization based on the flow of vehicular traffic, potential congestion points, pedestrian density forecasting and risky areas across the city, law and order administrators to assess and forecast crimes, incidents, accidents, and deploy predictive policing and dynamic patrolling measures, and disaster management departments to be prepared for any emergency situations with adequate preventive and forecasting measures. Analyze, predict, and forecast the potential incident and plan ahead the situation.
The modern cityscape faces unprecedented challenges, growing populations, resource scarcity, and a pressing need for environmental sustainability. In order to tackle these challenges, city administrators have been implementing connectivity, services, culture, and sustainability by combining quantitative and qualitative analysis via multiple information communication technology collaborative platforms that elevate urban efficiency and unlock the true potential of smart cities. However, encompassing critical subsystems like water management, energy distribution system, environmental monitoring, city surveillance, waste management, and sustainability as part of day-to-day administration without informed intelligent decision-making is a Herculean task. Traditionally, urban administration has been relying upon reactive solutions, responding to issues after they arise. This reactive approach is the least efficient, expensive, and unsustainable. Bringing in the next generation technologies like machine learning and artificial intelligence empowers the administrators with proactive intelligence-driven informed decision-making such as 1. Estimate the resources efficiently based on trends of livability KPIs. 2. Provide and maintain better safety and security indices for the city. 3. Plan and guided seamless mobility management. 4. Optimizing the water and energy resources to elevate the sustainability factors. 5. Maintaining and sustaining the quality standards of environmental and waste management parameters. And doing all of these ahead of time to elevate the overall city quality of living indices for current and future generations. CF Omnific empowers a proactive paradigm shift for real-time data integration for machine learning-based AI-powered analytics. Omnific helps cities anticipate problems before they occur, enabling intelligence-driven decisions that empower and maximize positive impact across all urban subsystems. What are the challenges? Fragmented data. Urban data resides in silos across departments, hindering a holistic view of city operations. These silos in subsystems make it difficult to identify collaborative trends, predict issues, and inform decisions across the board, be it water and energy distribution, waste management, mobility, safety, and environmental impact. Reactive operations. Cities often rely on reactive solutions, responding to problems after they have already occurred. This reactive approach is inefficient, costly, and leads to degradation in citizens' quality of life. Issues like water leaks, power outages, environmental hazards, traffic congestions, potential crime events can be significantly estimated, mitigated, and minimized with proactive operations. Sustainability concerns. Balancing urban growth with environmental responsibility is a constant struggle. Cities need to find ways to improve resource efficiency, optimize energy consumption, reduce carbon footprints, plan waste management, and achieve air quality AQI improvements. How CF Omnific can help? Having an intelligence-powered city operations platform that cognitively advises the city administration stakeholders specifically designed to optimize city operations across all its disparate subsystems. CF Omnific integrates data from heterogeneous sources, providing a single pane of glass for citywide operational intelligence. Machine learning analytics translates raw data into actionable insights tailored for city planners, engineers, utility providers, and environmental specialists by empowering them with KPI analytics, prescriptive advisories, and correlative analytics across subsystems that can be circled back to operations. Making a difference. CF Omnific goes beyond data collection and analysis. It acts as an intelligent platform above various management platforms, integrating with existing city management systems and adding a layer of cognitive intelligence. This enhances the capabilities of existing smart subsystems. Predict situations. Anticipate potential issues like water pressure drops, power grid strain, and environmental hazards. Take informed actions. Enable stakeholders to make data-driven decisions for optimizing city operations and services, including targeted maintenance for water infrastructure, preventative measures to address potential power grid failures, and resource allocation for environmental sustainability initiatives. Bridge the IT/OT gap. Seamlessly integrate information technology IT and operational technology OT systems for water management, power grids, and environmental monitoring systems, fostering better communication and collaboration across critical city functions. What CIP Omnific offers. Smart city implementation involves ICT enablement with discrete smart platforms for city subsystems such as smart water, smart energy, smart waste management, smart traffic, integrated building management, smart parking, smart transport, smart streetlights, and environmental sensing. All of them working in their own islands. CIP Omnific comes as an intelligent aggregator to create a cognitive operational layer across these systems. Furthermore, CIP Omnific compiles heterogeneous information to decimate complex analytics to derive actionable advisories that can contribute to SOP amendments of city administration. CIP Omnific advises the stakeholders about the KPI influences on the day-to-day administration and helps them to plan the futuristic roadmap for the betterment of urban indices. Real-time data integration unifies data from disparate sources,
Check.
providing a holistic view of city operations, encompassing
In few moments from now, we would begin with our post-lunch technical session. May I request all our organizing team members to kindly announce in the parallel halls for us to be beginning with our session on time. Requesting organizing team to kindly announce in the lunch area for everyone to gather inside the hall as we are about to begin with our session in a few moments from now. Thank you.
infrastructure failures, including predicting water main breaks, power grid vulnerabilities, and environmental hazards, allowing for proactive maintenance and resource allocation. Sustainability dashboards monitor key environmental indicators like air quality index, water, and energy usage, and track progress towards sustainability goals. Resource optimization tools optimize resource allocation based on real-time data and predictive analytics, including optimizing water pressure based on demand, streamlining energy distribution to reduce waste, and allocating resources for targeted environmental initiatives. What are the benefits of implementing CIP Omnific? Enhanced urban efficiency, improved water distribution, optimized energy grids, proactive environmental monitoring, and efficient waste management lead to a smoother running city. Sustainable development. Data-driven decision-making helps cities achieve environmental goals and resource efficiency, including improved air quality AQI, water conservation, and reduced energy consumption. Improved public safety. Proactive identification of potential issues like water main breaks, power outages, and environmental hazards can help prevent accidents and emergencies. Additionally, real-time air quality monitoring can inform public health advisories. Reduced operational costs. Optimize resource allocation across water, power, and environmental management systems, minimize waste, and improve maintenance efficiency for improved financial efficiency. How CIP Omnific can help urban management stakeholders. City executives gain a holistic view of city operations across water, power, environment, and waste management systems, and make data-driven decisions for sustainable development. City planners develop and implement strategies for urban growth and infrastructure development, including water management plans, sustainable energy solutions, and environmental protection initiatives. Public service providers optimize resource allocation and service delivery for departments like water utilities, energy providers, environmental agencies, and waste management services. And citizens benefit from improved public services, a more sustainable city environment, including improved air quality and a higher quality of life. CIP Omnific is not just software, it's a transformative approach to urban management by streamlining operations, optimizing resources, and promoting sustainability across critical subsystems like water, power, environment, and waste management. Omnific paves the way for a more efficient, interconnected, and prosperous urban future. Embrace the power of AI and collaborate with CIP Omnific to unlock the full potential of your smart city and create a healthier, more sustainable future for generations to come.
Ever since the beginning, human beings have been striving to perfect the exchange of information and feelings. That's because the essence of life is to communicate and connect. With the advancement of technology, especially electricity, pioneers and inventors have blazed new trails to achieve this mission. For Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise, the first technology breakthrough came in 1919 when Aaron Vail created le téléphone privé. This anticipated the vision that all companies would need a reliable means of communication to drive prosperity and sustainable growth. Just a few years later, Vail's newly formed company, Telic, began selling advanced usage-based communication services. On the strength of its business model and communications technology, Telic thrived in the roaring 20s, a time of great mobility, engineering marvels, and social change. The transformation accelerated during the second half of the 20th century with CIT, la Compagnie Industrielle des Télécommunications, and finally with the creation of Alcatel and Alcatel-Lucent, a global telecommunications powerhouse. Business vision and new technologies produced more breakthroughs. Thanks to our communications technologies, businesses and societies around the globe have been able to take a great leap forward. We have built high-speed digital networks and helped thousands of enterprises flourish and succeed. It's also been instrumental in helping businesses enhance the customer relationship, making contact center technology widely available. Around the onset of the new millennium, Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise was born. That's when the company implemented a new strategy to seize the opportunities of digital transformation, the cloud, verticals, and the Internet of Things. And this was just the beginning. Since then, Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise has continued to invent and shape the future of communications. Whether it's biotechnologies, nanotechnologies, the science of emotion, autonomous vehicles, space travel, or transhumanism, Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise will be there. Today and tomorrow, we're connecting the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? We're in about few moments from now to begin with our post-lunch technical session, inviting all our distinguished members, our special invitees who are outside and can hear us to join us inside. Once again, requesting all of us who are outside the hall to kindly join us inside as we're about to begin with our technical session, and also requesting you all to kindly keep your electronic gadgets on silent mode during the session. Thank you. Check.
Adore, I believe, is one of the pioneers.
Check. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our post-lunch session. And this session is going to be on the challenges and the opportunities of the safe city and leveraging IoT, sensors, and AI for traffic and public transport management. Before we begin with the session, I have a quick announcement to make, which we made previously. This is about the lucky draw, which has been organized by NEC. Kindly visit all the stalls in the exhibition area, and do visit NEC stall also, where you can slip in your card for a lucky draw. The lucky draw's results will be announced in the next session. So kindly stay with us and enjoy all our sessions. We now begin with our session, our post-lunch session, a second technical session. And please put your hands together as I invite the chairperson of the session to kindly join us onto the stage. May I have a huge round of applause as I invite Director General ITS India Forum, Dr. Shiv Kumar. May we also invite our distinguished speakers of the session. CEO TechBridge, Mr. Saurabh Agarwal. May I invite you onto the stage, sir. Mr. Saurabh Agarwal, very warm welcome to you. May I also invite on stage Director Madras Security Printers, Mr. Arul Prathan Singh. Warm welcome to you. May we also invite onto the stage Head Business Traffic and Enforcement Adore Powerturn, Mr. Rahul Swavekar. Warm welcome to you. And also inviting to join us as a distinguished speaker, Scientist Joint Director MeitY, Mr. Om Krishnan Singh. May I request the chairperson of the session, Dr. Shiv Kumarji, to kindly begin with the introductory remarks, and the session is over to you, sir. Thank you.
And very good afternoon. First of all, thank you very much for the Bharat exhibitions, and especially Mr. Sashidharan for inviting me and for chairing the session. The brief presentation I will give. Before that, I will just introduce myself. I am Dr. Shiv Kumar. I have joined ITS. ITS is Intelligent Transportation Systems. You are hearing since morning. So we have a ITS India Forum, and I am the Director General for the ITS India Forum. The key activities, whatever we are doing here, I will give a snapshot in the last of the brief presentation, introductory presentation I am giving. So I will not go into the detail because I have the galaxy of the experts with me who will be basically making the main presentations. So I will just give the glimpse. So you see the challenges and opportunities of the safe city and leveraging the IoT sensors and the AI for leveraging IoT sensors, AI, the blockchain, and all the technologies which are coming. That means we are going for the ITS. So first we are seeing that what are the key challenges and opportunities in the safe city. So see, this is the glimpse of our roads, our system, which is everybody is aware of. This is not a just. So you see the conflict between man and machine. See the poor roads of the conditions, inadequate mass transportation, high degree of pollution. So these are some of the challenges we are facing. So there are some causes or some reasons for the like poor road conditions. Why you always see this type of road conditions whenever there is a rain, or on even in the highways when the roads are in good condition which are constructed. Maybe one of the reason may be like overloading of the trucks. Overloading of the trucks is one of the key reason, And I will show the impact on how much impact we are having on the GDP of such scenarios. See that because of the accidents, 3.14% impact on our GDP, which is a huge. And in the international market, in the developed countries, it is about 2%. So there is a scope of bringing this impact to the half. Congestion, again 2.5% impact on the GDP. In the international market, it is say 1 to 3% depending on the different countries. Road repair expenditure, 0.5% impact on the GDP, which we never realized. Logistics inefficiency, up to 4% or even more. In the morning also it was indicated that in comparison to the China, we have disadvantage of 6 to 8% on the GDP. So how to survive, how our industry can sustain and compete with the China when the logistic inefficiency is so high, when the impact is so high. So if you see, the travel is becoming risky day by day. Number of the vehicles are increasing, and the type of the driving is being done by our most of the drivers for various reasons, and also the discipline. If you see, the discipline varies from city to city. If you go to Mumbai, then the discipline is different. If you go to Chandigarh, the discipline is different. If you go to Delhi, then drivers, or even we people, whenever all of us are driving, our discipline also change according to the different cities. And number of road accidents are so high, 1.68 lakhs deaths per year. So every hour in the road accidents, 17 deaths and 55 accidents which are happening. So can this be mitigated? Can this be controlled? Can the jams will be, we can improve the jamming system? Government is spending a huge money. Every year if you see, the road transport and highways expenditure, 2.78 lakh crores, which the budget has been allocated. Similarly for the railways, for the civil aviation, shipping, so why the system is not improving, or the advantage is not going to consumer? That is a question, which basically I'll request the experts to address some of them. So the diagnosis of the road safety, if you see, there are a number of regions like human errors, more than 80% of the, because of the, whether it's a over speeding, whether it's a wrong lane driving, whether it's a jumping on the red lights, different, or is the behavior of the drivers. So more than 80%. So can this be also improved using the technology? Others, of course, we can say that it can be done, but whether human errors can be reduced. So that's one of the reasons. Some of the glimpse I will show in the introduction, others, our experts will be doing it. So these are some of the reasons which basically since morning you are listening, and many of you are already aware of. As per WHO, speeding, drunk driving, careless driving, non-use of helmets, these are the reasons for the fatal accidents which are happening. So I'll skip some of them because many of them has been covered. This is one of the topic which has been given to us, there's enhancement and opportunities in public transport management. So there are certain areas, number of areas where we can make the improvements. How we can make the improvement, that also our experts will be discussing, and some of them I will discuss. So the dozen of the areas are there, like cost efficiency, data-driven decision making. Everybody is talking about the IoT and the AI, how that, that using the analytics, how we can improve the system. And environmental impact can be reduced, congestion can be reduced, accident can be reduced, and how this basically all the, that we have been talking about, the integration of the model of the transportation. Different modes of transportation has to be integrated, and they have to work very closely. So this is the, ITS meta view, that how that whole system has to be a very coordinated efforts, they have to work. There are a lot of opportunities in ITS, and because the advantage by just bringing the infrastructure, building up the infrastructure, that advantage cannot be we cannot basically transfer it to the consumers. For that purpose, we need something different, something else. ITS technology journey, we are moving from the, from the conventional or the no communication technology to the slowly, as the technology is advancing, the latency is improving, we are going to the automated driving or automated ITS crowdsourcing, different. These are some artificial intelligence and ITS, V2X. I will give you an example of the V2X pilot, the trial we are doing, the advanced driver assistance system. There has been a study conducted by the CRRI that what is the advantage and how the things can be improved. Pilot has been done. And then IoT, GIS, telematics, edge computing. These are the number of technologies basically which are the, we can say, the constituent of the ITS. I'll not cover these slides, but so there are a number of gamut of solutions for the road safety. Some of the solutions has been mentioned in the morning, and more will be mentioned. V2X vehicles, this I will give you one example. Just I'm skipping it because I don't want to, like camera surveillance itself is making a huge, is making a huge difference, and that can improve the system, that can reduce the accidents, and also we can save a number of lives. Telematics. So you see the just ADAS, driver drowsiness detection system. This is becoming a very popular. As soon as the driver is getting some drowsiness, then system is detecting alert is immediately. And when testing was done, surprisingly, wherever such type of systems was implemented, it has happened in India by CRRI, because of the driver knows that system is looking at me, and it will pass on the message immediately to my supervisor or to the control center. So 40% of the improvements was seen just by putting the system. So IoT in the transportation logistics, it can make huge difference. If you see that type of the turnover at the ports, our ports, whenever some items are is coming, so how fast the China is responding and how much time we are taking, the turnover is very, basically, is a very different scenario. That's why the efficiency is degrading, and our logistic efficiency, because of the roads and because of the type of the technology which we have not implemented, is really inefficient. Future of intelligent transportation, vision for the next decade, potential impact on the urban mobility, emerging trends, will just touch a base. So, ITS India Forum. Now, what is ITS India Forum? ITS India Forum is a think tank on the intelligent transportation system. It's a membership-based organization. My friend Rahul is here, and he's one of the prime members. And we have a number of members here already present. So we are into policy advocacy and the awareness, industry collaboration, global and local, research support. So all three, if I will say. Then on the policy advocacy, we are working very closely with the Niti Aayog and the various ministries in order to come up with the first comprehensive ITS policy, national ITS policy of India. So we are working very closely with the government. We have made 10 committees on the specialist committees on the specific area, which are chaired by and co-chaired by the industry. And industry is trying to work out and giving us the recommendations. When they give the recommendation, then certainly we are going to place it with the government. So we are awareness also we are propagating. Industry collaboration, we are taking a team of about 12 exhibitors to Dubai, to the ITS World Congress. First time in the history of India, we are participating in the ITS World Congress as a community. So we are going to connect them, and they will be certainly collaborating and having a number of, basically, I'm sure they will get a good lead and good business out of it. So locally also we are doing it. In the Pragati Maidan in the October, we have a conference, come expo. Research support and capacity building. We are basically, at present, we are conducting a pilot. This I have, I think. This we are conducting a pilot on the green corridor for the ambulances. As soon as the ambulance will approach to the traffic light, they will get the green light, and this will, how it is happening, there will be basically ambulance will communicate with the red light, and the red light will turn green whenever it's coming. So we are making a trial. Let us see how, basically what are the results. It comes, 10 junctions has been covered. It is being conducted by CDEC, Trivandrum, Qualcomm, Denla, Arcadis, and IIT Hyderabad as a knowledge partner. These are the 5 organizations which I have joined, and ITS India is basically one of the key organizations which is coordinating. This is the glimpse of the one of the national ITS policy meeting we had with the Niti Aayog officers are there, and the 50 presentations were made by our stakeholders, our members, and these are the some of the members we have exhibited, and almost all IITs, IIMs, they are our members, international communities, bodies, IITS forums, so they are our members in addition to these organizations. So join hands with us for sustainable mobility, safe city through the intelligent transportation system in the India region. India region means we are working in the, not only just in India, we are working with the neighboring countries as well. So thank you very much.
So with your permission, should I start the session? Yeah? Okay. So we're inviting our first speaker. Thank you so much, sir, for those introductory remarks and lovely presentation from you. Inviting Mr. Saurabh Agulwar, who is the CEO, TechBridge, to kindly make his presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, thank you, everyone, for this opportunity, and want to take a few moments about thinking and bringing this, event today, bringing all the people together, an important topic of safe city and intelligent mobility. Here, I represent TechBridge, and what we are doing and contributing to the important part is cyber monitoring and securing the India's critical infra, which is the safer city and the mobility. Our whole focus is about the security, cyber security, and securing the critical infra for the country in all the forums, in all the forms, and in all the by all the means. And just a second. Ma'am, how do we move to the next slide? Okay, now it's moving. Okay, yeah. What we see is that everything which is critical infra for the country, which is all safe cities and mobility, we are putting all the efforts for securing that, monitoring and securing that infrastructure. We all understand that how much cyber security has become critical, and like the way we see the cyber attacks, like recently we had this, like it was discussed in the morning as well, that the French metro, it got blocked the day when the Olympics inauguration was supposed to happen. Right, and it was an embarrassment, I am sure, and it was a challenge for the government in France to manage the situation. Though nothing came out in the public, I am sure lots of deliberation would have been going on in the internal system, but eventually it is the threat which is being happening, and governments and critical system, the system has to ensure that these things are under control. They don't happen. They run the country, and similarly, if we all know, then such scenario happened in Maharashtra some time back, where the power infrastructure of the state was hacked, and the whole power grid ecosystem in Maharashtra state was down for quite a number of hours. So these are two examples which we are talking about, but nonetheless, it doesn't stop here. It doesn't, and there is a lot which is happening around us. And yes, the security, the cyber security is a critical component of the critical infra of the country today. So here, as TechBridge, we represent an Indian OEM working in the Indian environment, where we are giving the security solution for this infrastructure. Just before I go ahead into this, I'll give you a couple of things that yes, we are already present in many of the organizations in the country. Mostly we work with government and across various scenarios, like even in the traffic, in the safe cities, or in the data centers, or other hospital management system, lots of information systems that we have around in the country. We are working with the government bodies across ministries and PSUs, etc. Even in the sector of power, even in the sector of finance, taxation, where we are working, providing security solutions to the customers. Okay. Like to broadly speak up, we have 3 areas where we work, which is, one is threat detection, there is identity and access management, and third is the risk management. These are the 3 key pillars of any infrastructure that happens around us for any organization, be it government or even private. So we do threat, like we cover, we have various, we have the ecosystem, and the whole of the ecosystem that we present here is powered by AI capabilities. Just to share with you, like sir also, Mr. Shivakumar talked about AI, and I'm sure everyone is talking about AI now, but a big challenge that comes in India is that, do you really have AI, or it's AI as an analytics tool itself only? So as TechBridge, we are giving actual modeling system where we are empowering automatic decision taking, decision being made by the tool itself with the data information, the raw data which we have. So we work on that, we discuss it later, but yes, we give threat detection and prevention. Just to share one more thing, prevention is a very critical component of any threat detection part. So as a company, we work on the actionables, even if it is identity management, or even if it is risk management or threat management. We are talking about actionables. We don't want to, so we have, I myself worked in MNCs, and we know that organizations, they don't give you complete end-to-end solutions. It's not turnkey. Lots of money goes into drain, I would say, around putting manpower and other things. So we are trying to bring in as much AI and automation in every other things, so that the manpower dependence and actually the human error reduces. That's the main thing. Okay, so in the threat detection and prevention, we actually have SIEM/SOAR Yuba. We all, people from the technology industry, they all understand what is SIEM/SOAR Yuba, which has become very common name. But yes, we are giving advanced capabilities in the threat detection part. It's a bit of a brief on what all capabilities that we give. Like ultimately, the whole aim is that we give threat detection and prevention from the same from the platform. At the background, you can see which is the real images of our platform dashboards. Actually, like even this one or these ones. Which gives you a very comprehensive, detailed, real-time incidents and real-time response platform. In the terms of identity management, which is very, very critical in mobility scenario or even safe cities, where things like passwordless authentication, like even RBI says today that we should have passwordless authentication. We want to go away from OTP system because of lots of frauds happening in that. I myself use some banking apps from banks outside India, where we have all biometric based authentication mechanism, end-to-end turnkey, which is what we also have developed, in fact more advanced than that. And that is being that is very critical now, where you have biometric based ecosystem for complete identity management. Yeah, this is a brief about what all capabilities that we have in the, there is a study by Gartner about how identity management is playing role across the globe. And every application, everything, even in when we talk about intelligent mobility, and so identity theft, identity impersonation, everything around identity means we all know OTPs or even facial recognitions and things like that. There's lots of impersonation, identity thefts are happening. And TechBridge as an organization, we are investing a lot in the research and development around identity management, where we work on the zero trust environment. So as a part of, as a digitization is growing, okay, so let's understand the fact that the digitization is growing. India is digitizing at a very fast pace. We were discussing during the lunch about the data center growth. Like it's envisaged that data center capacity in India will grow around 11 times and in some scenario even 22 times in the country in next 5 years. So that means how much of the digital and the data is available with us, which has to be managed. And hence the people are going to the users of digitization, and then identity is the critical thing with the large population in the country. So we are emphasizing a lot on the identity management, and in the direction there are multiple paradigms of identity management, and it's giving wonderful results. And even in our AI platform, we are circling back the whole 360-degree feeds of the such scenarios which are being given feedback to the platform for threat management, where a system can know at the advanced level how threats can be managed better. Even we have seen results in the range of 60 to 70% where efficiency can be improved due to 360-degree coverage of the threat and identity put together. As an organization in this direction, we are working that. So we are competing against big names in the industry, and yes, we are able to bring some niche to our environment, to our critical infrastructure, which has to be secured. And then yes, I think it's a critical role that we play in the whole system. The last and the very critical part is the risk management. So after we have done the threat management, we have done identity management, then there are risks obviously in cybersecurity. When it comes to the risk, then the risk management has to happen. So we are giving two critical components, which is vulnerability assessment and the patch management. This patch management is a fantastic tool that we have developed. These are not available off the shelf. Not lots of people do this. Ultimately, it's all about the risk being managed in a most efficient way. And TechBridge as an organization, we are, as I mentioned in the beginning, threat, identity, and risk. These are the three critical components of managing the cybersecurity. So, yeah, as a part of, as we become more intelligent, we need more security in our ecosystem. And that is what we are doing now. A brief couple of things over what we are providing here in our tools. Like we can discuss, we can give more details later, but yeah, overall this is what we are giving. Couple of standards that as we follow, just to, because cybersecurity is very, very important that we have standards being followed. It's a compliance things also, so that's what we take up across. Yeah, I'll skip this. Thank you. And any questions anyone has, I'm available here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saurabh Agrawal. You have very nicely said cybersecurity has become critical, and you are working on the securing the critical infrastructure. That means you are working on the now, and you told that you are having a lot of clients with the government, PSUs, data center, and you have information systems and focusing on the R&D, zero trust, identity management. Just one thing. Maybe in the later I will ask you one question, that it is said the AI for the cybersecurity and cybersecurity for the AI. So later on maybe you can answer that question. Before that I will now switch over to the Mr. Arul Prathan Singh, who is the director of the Madras Security Printers.
Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished chairman of the panel, panelists, and all friends. A warm welcome to the presentation. So the subject given is challenges and opportunities for safe city and leveraging IoT for traffic management and public transport. I believe we are all experts listening to lectures since the morning. So let me introduce MSP. MSP was started in 1976. We are headquartered in Chennai and located pan-India. So we are a full service system integrator. We provide end-to-end solutions to the government or departments, right from the civil work which goes into the smart city or surveillance projects, pole erections, foundations, road cutting, and up to the camera installations, data center setups, and O&M for 5 years or 3 years. The full service we provide. We are a turnkey system integrator. We have 4 decades of experience in e-governance, security printing, system integration, and related products. We are certified to multiple ISO standards, and we are also CMMI level 5 certified for software development. We have over 1,000 plus staff members in our group and more than 200 plus staff members in R&D. So what is a safe city? Safe City is a comprehensive initiative that integrates various technologies to enhance the safety of the citizens in a city. So what are the typical components of a safe city? A safe city typically has a command center where the video feeds from the cameras are integrated and stored, the surveillance cameras themselves, real-time some platform to monitor the events real-time, like a video management or analytics platform. And if you need any analytics on top of that, like a command control center platform for alert management or SOP. These are the typical components of safe city projects which are being implemented in India. So when we talk about safe cities globally, as you all know, China is the largest. China is the country which has implemented largest number of safe cities with the highest surveillance cameras, followed by USA. If you talk about cities specifically, Chongqing, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, in China is the most surveilled city in the world in terms of sheer number of cameras. In India, Delhi is the city with the highest number of surveillance cameras per capita. 2002 report highlighted that Delhi had over 1,826 cameras per square mile. I'm sure it has increased in the last 2 years after that. And apart from that, London is also one of the most surveilled cities where the trend of smart cities initially began. And we have attached some statistics. Why smart cities? So if you see the statistics, it says there is a decrease of 25% in the crime rate directly related to the installation of surveillance cameras. So some more statistics. What is the impact of CCTV cameras on crime reduction? The first graph you can see there is a 37% decrease post installation of CCTV cameras. The source is from a report of IIT Kanpur. The second shows the number of unsolved cases has reduced from 2018 to 2020 by 50%. And you can see the recovery rates in crime like petty theft, mobile phones, jewelries. So it has increased by almost 77% between 2018 and 2020. So it is very clear that India needs to invest more money and take smart city projects very seriously. So why safe cities? So safety of women and children, of course men as well, and data-driven governance, sustainable development, crime prevention. Cameras are a deterrent for any criminals which they may always see that cameras can be, the evidence from cameras would be utilized against them in a court of law. Public trust and confidence, improved emergency response. So the need for safe cities, any emergency situations, and there are multiple other incidents which cameras are today able to detect and alert the command centers before they happen. So we have most of the video analytics platforms are very proficient in detecting crowd formation, object classification. So these are all helping administrators and law enforcement officers prevent crimes and detect hotspots of the cities. So as you know, any footage from a CCTV camera can be produced in court of law as evidence. Today, most of the cameras are installed in specific locations. It is not yet installed to all the locations. So they are identifying, police are identifying important locations and cameras are being installed. So what are the challenges in a safe city project during the implementation? So we have infrastructure and technology challenges. There are compatibility with existing cameras which are already installed in the city. There are network and connectivity issues. They may be working on different MPLS networks or VLANs or different networks which need to be integrated to the centralized command control centers. Data management, regulatory and compliance challenges, coordination between different stakeholders, cyber security threats, as Mr. Saurabh spoke extensively about, privacy and ethical constraints, public awareness and engagement, and of course scalability. So as a case study for all these problems, we have implemented Chennai Safe City, which is done by MSP end-to-end. So we have installed 5,250 surveillance cameras with artificial intelligence and analytics across 1,750 junctions. So we were implementing almost 20 junctions per day, and we completed the project between 6 to 8 months. So another important mention is there is almost 7 petabyte of storage in this project, which is one of the largest storage capacities for safe city projects. So these are some of the alerts which the project generates, which people are using, the police are using to solve crimes. In fact, day before yesterday, they have almost detected 10 stolen vehicles in a single day. There are between the cameras placed across the city. So these are the key features of the project. Regular technical training which we undertake to the police, alert pushing. So we have defined an SOP along with the administrators so that as the project is in O&M stage, how they can actively make use of the project. Women's safety, of course, and then analytics. So future scope. So advanced video analytics, cyber security. So since most of the cameras in the future are also considered as endpoints, they will need to be secured from the endpoint level as well. And then there will be a centralized platform, because if you see Chennai, we have a separate smart city, a safe city, similar to other cities. So we believe in the future, most of this will be unified into single command center, or at least under a single platform which will be accessible to the different administrators. So these are the future opportunities we look at in the field: machine learning and artificial intelligence, sophisticated encryption technology. So if a city has cameras which are already implemented and we are going to install a new command center, how these cameras are going to be integrated. It cannot be over a public network where the IP is accessible to everybody. So there has to be an encryption between the endpoint and the control room. Edge analytics, we see edge analytics as a major future opportunity. Of course, alerts to the offenders in terms of any violations of traffic, parking, which will happen instantly in the future. And these are the use cases where we have implemented in Chennai for the ITMS. So we will also leave you with a short video of the project, which will explain the features and the type of implementation we have done. If you have any questions, you may feel free to ask. Thank you.
To enhance the safety and security of women and children in 8 major cities across the country, a surveillance project under Nirvaya scheme has been implemented. Chennai, being one of the metropolitan cities in the country, was chosen for this project. The implementation, operation, and maintenance of the Safe City Surveillance Project has been awarded to Madras Security Printers. 1,750 key locations have been identified for camera pole installation, and an average of 3 high-end 5-megapixel cameras. The total number of cameras are 5,250. The seamless training of the surveillance feeds from these locations will be viewed at the Integrated Command and Control Center in the Office of the Commissioner of Police, Chennai. The police personnel will be monitoring these in 3 shifts around the clock
to curtail incidents of crime across Chennai city. This surveillance system is equipped with state-of-the-art technology and AI-based software, which offers numerous analytics coupled with alerts to facilitate immediate action on the occurrences by the officers monitoring in the integrated command and control center. The following analytics are available in the surveillance feeds. The AI-based software will help in ensuring the safety of women. If a woman is being harmed, the camera feed will be analyzed by AI software and it will immediately pop up as an alert at the integrated command and control center, the type of instance and the location to help the police gear up to tackle it. The ANPR cameras will help track the various types of scenarios, such as vehicle type, color of the vehicle involved in crimes, instances, suspected vehicles, stolen vehicles, and help in identifying the culprits. Whenever an occurrence happens, the camera feeds received at the data center corroborates it with the data available in the system, and with the help of AI technology, it immediately creates an alert and it pops up on the video wall specifying the location, type of event, and time. This helps the officers to quickly react with immediate support to the victim within a couple of minutes. The cameras and all the other supporting electronic gadgets will be continuously monitored by a software on a minute-to-minute basis to help immediate maintenance activities. The surveillance video feeds will be stored in the data center and replicated in the data recovery center. The live camera feeds will also be monitored at the 6 JCP and 12 DCP offices. The Chennai Safe City project aims to provide a rapid response, backing the Greater Chennai Police, keeping in mind the safety of the city and its citizens.
Thank you, Arun. It looks like 20% of your workforce is working on the R&D. That looks to be one of the open secret of the success. And I saw that other than the printer, it looks you are doing everything today. Camera, surveillance, AI, and all other things. Great. You very nicely said the need of the safe cities, constituents, the challenges. Your case study was very interesting. Thank you very much, Arun. Next speaker is Rahul Savarkar, who is the head business traffic and the enforcement at the Adore Powerton.
Good afternoon. Been an post-lunch session would always be a difficult session, so I'll keep it simple. I'll share some numbers. I'm a number guy, so I'll share some numbers. I'll start with numbers. The presentation is full of images, what's happening on the roads. So we will go through it. While we talk about best-in-class roads and everything, let's see what exactly happens on the roads in India. So let's start with numbers. Dr. Shiv mentioned 168,000 deaths last year. Age group is 25 to 45, 3% GDP loss. In fact, the number of deaths are more compared to a summation of all the 3 wars that we have fought. If you add up the soldiers lost in all the 3 wars that we've lost, the number of deaths that happen every year is much more than that. So it's a major concern. And my entire presentation would revolve around our core theme, which is helping people get home safe. While the session is on safe cities and everything, our core purpose at Adore is helping people get home safe. So we are proud of to be a part of an 115-year-old organization. We are part of the JB Advani Group. We proudly share that the entire Burj Khalifa is on Ador welding electrodes and Ador welding machines. So it's a long legacy that we are into. We are into diversified businesses. We are into power electronics. We are into EV charging. We are into hydrogen. You name it, we are into. Looking at a customer base, we cater to public transports, the municipalities, factory premises, the PSUs. Across the industry, we share our products across. I'll quickly run through the products because most of the products would be there on the website, so I don't want to get into what the products are. So we are into speed displays. We are into speed displays with cameras. We are with portable message signing boards. Speed enforcement, if you had seen the first slide, that was an image of the Mumbai-Pune Express Highway. We way back in 2019 were the first to do speed enforcement on Mumbai-Pune Express Highway. So if any challenge that you are getting in, those are through our cameras across. The products across arrow signboards for highways, variable message signboards, impact attenuators, roller barriers. This is one of the interesting products that we introduced late in. These are again for the national highways. We always talk of people driving and dying and across. We never talk of people who are actually working on the road. So these products complement them. They save the lives of people who actually work on road. People putting in the bitumen, people cutting in the trees, people watering in the plants. You need to take care of them. So these products complement to those people across. I'll quickly run through solutions, and as I mentioned I'll touch base only on enforcement. We have a gamut of products across, but I'll touch base only on enforcement across over here. Deploying technology is what ITS sector would require. That would make the difference. Dr. Shiv also mentioned it about it. Right technology deployment is the need an hour. So let's see what happens on the road. Typically, we provide radar-based solutions with ANPR and camera. So these are certain things which happen on the road. People tend to drive in wrong directions. They stall their vehicles. You have people without seat belts. You have accidents happening you have high-risk spots across. You have speed violations. Just to mention, people always feel that drunken driving is the major reason for fatalities, but speed is the major reason for fatalities. So my next slides will all mention about enforcement, what comes in across. We also mentioned about assets on the highway. There are so many cameras, there are so many electronics on the camera, but what happens to the data which comes in from these assets? You need to do some incident detections from the data coming in through assets. This all data comes into the control room. There are a set of people who sit over there, monitor those incidences, then take actions. Country needs to move ahead. We need to use technology. All these incidences should automatically give alerts to the utilities as well as the hospitals, because that's the golden hour when you can save lives on the road. During the day, we did talk about real-time traffic patterns. Yes, this is also a need of the hour. Rather than having fixed speed zones on highway, we should have traffic running in depending upon the traffic density. Variable message signboards, you can see out across over there. We spend lakhs of rupees on variable message signboards, and we put messages across like use seat belts, don't drink and drive. These are all static messages. The country needs real-time messages for traffic congestions, temperatures, if there is rain ahead or some congestions across. Real-time messaging is a need an hour. I did mention about off-peak and peak hour traffic monitoring. I'll touch base on enforcement. So we have everything in enforcement related to distracted driving, seat belts, point speeds, average speeds, unregistered vehicle monitoring and everything. So let's look at what exactly we should have. Then I'll subsequently share what we don't have. This is the standard number plate which ideally all the cars should have.
let's quickly run what we have across. These are the type of number plates we see. There's a VMS across in the background, which also shows our poor O&M activities. And you can see the entire creeper on that VMS, it's not been maintained. People use fancy numbers, people use 8055, convert it into a boss, they use 4141, make it a dada. So typical playing around with number plates. This is the challenge across. We are still not into the basics. We don't have standard number plates still in the country. Sorry to share this slide, but offenders are across. We have even the police using fancy number plates. Again, standardization on placing of number plates is also an issue. Here you can see the number plate has been put across on the side of the vehicle across. Font is an issue. You can see the bar across out over there, hardly visibility on the number plates. Does get accumulated, you can't read number plates. How would you enforce in the country? So typically for enforcement, what does the enforcement require is, so the enforcement should be consistent. It should be put across in any court of law. System benefits must outweigh cost. This is a major concern out over here. We have best of the systems, but when all these systems get priced out when you put across, and system complexity should be minimal. I'm sharing some of the images that we do across the country. These are the images, speed across the country with timestamps. You need timestamps on images because for any court of law, you need to provide evidence. So these are images through our cameras that have been done on Mumbai, Pune. Some night images, you can see the speeds that what they are running at. Mobile usage. Mobile, no seat belts, lane issues. This is Delhi Eastern Peripheral. Again, no seat belts across. So this is how things happen on the highways across. Dr. Shiv did mention about V2X. This is something which is happening up. We need to connect all our vehicles with all the equipments that are on the road, be it the infrastructure or be it the devices across. So this quickly shows an image where a vehicle has been talking into the variable message signboards, the speed boards, the real-time weather data, traffic signals and everything. This is the need of the hour. Teams are working on V2X. There are certain limitations currently on it, but we should quickly roll out V2X is what we are talking about. Finally, I think the time is up. I'll just quickly run through our latest case study that we did in Odisha. These are speed cameras that we installed in Odisha for enforcement across Bhubaneswar-Puri stretch just before the Rath Yatra, including the vehicle counts, because there were almost over 1 lakh of vehicles in Puri during the Rath Yatra. So we completed this project just before the Rath Yatra across. A few of the images that happen on the state highway roads, people do drive with without helmets. While the lady is using an helmet, she is not using it for her child. So strange, but these are things how happen in some of the speed images across. Some more speed images across. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rahul. You nicely told that enforcement, which is a very basic issue, and it can reduce the number of, basically, it has severe implications and can reduce number of crimes, numbers of accidents, and it can really help. And these are the things which are required, the standardization of the number plates, which very often it comes in the, there is a drive from the government from time to time, but actual implementation is like, that plastic, the poly bags and the polythene which comes, and after 6 months or a couple of months, you see again they are in the market. So enforcement has to be consistent, basically. If the enforcement is consistent and across the nation, I think it's going to help a lot. And then CB2X as a unified road safety measures, once it is implemented, it will also help. Thank you very much. Next speaker is Sri Om Kishan Singh, who is a scientist team and joint director at the MIT. Floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished panelist audience. So I'm Om Krishan Singh, basically dealing the electric vehicle and ITS related activity in the ministry. So first of all, I would like to thank Bharat Exhibition for inviting for this presentation. So here I'm going to discuss basically the technologies which has been indigenously developed, being supported by the ministry. So, as I mentioned, green technology. So there is need why we are moving to the automotive industry, shifting from the traditional fuel base to the green technology. So as we all are aware about that. So these what some technical why the limitation of IC engines to move towards the electric vehicle. So I'm not going to details about that because I think you must be aware about that. So as far as this traffic, when we talk about the intelligent transportation and all, so in India we have the traffic that mixed kind of vehicles are there, two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheelers on the road, but in developed country like US there is a homogeneous traffics are there. So the technologies needed for that kind of countries are different what here in our country, not only just because of the traffic in terms of temperatures, in terms of road conditions, and different affordability also is a major issues. So here the temperature goes more than 48 degrees Celsius, and we generally use two-wheeler, three-wheeler, more than 80% we are using to the two-wheeler, three-wheelers, which is for very short distances. So the whatever we are taking into the consideration of the next technology development or like that, so we majorly focuses these kind of things. So why? Because I have bifurcated these two parts my presentation, that is first electric vehicle and then the intelligent transportation. So in electric vehicle, as we know that government has a target to introduce EV, there is target by 2030. So to meet that target, there are a lot of schemes for R&D, for manufacturing, demand side incentive, manufacturing side incentive, R&D incentives is being supported to introduce more and more in our country. So in line with that, we have initiated a program on development of electric vehicle subsystem. So where we are taking up the technologies of motor, controller, converters, chargers, battery management systems. This is not just for the, proof of concept kind of thing. It will be at higher TRL level, up to the commercialization level with the supports of the industry. So in consortium mode, we have taken this kind of schemes and this kind of projects. So you can see like here in all the activities, all the technology development projects, there is a developers, there is a manufacturers and users in a consortiums, and all are invited through the call for proposals. So some of them activities has already been done and technology transferred to the industry, which is being commercialized, and next call for proposal is being worked out, and soon it will be published. So these are the roadmaps. We have started our this program 2020 in line with the Ministry of Heavy Industry, Department of Science and Technology, because few activities has been initiated there also. So right now with the Ministry of Heavy Industry, which is basically nodal ministry for taking up this EV roadmap. So we are working and towards the next call for proposal. So currently we have developed, two-wheeler, three-wheelers technologies, and now we are targeting for four-wheelers and higher segment vehicle trucks. So these are the few photographs where, the technology which has been developed, then launched, and then being commercialized through different partners, industry partners, manufacturers. So these are the brochures of them. So, most of the technologies has been displayed during one of the, Digital India Week, where Honorable Prime Minister, visited that one, how it is going forward and how we can introduce more and more industry into such kind of program, so that in the faster adoption of technology into real manufacturing. So here, as I mentioned, there are three verticals here. So these are, few of the outcomes that has resulted as a result of these EVSS programs. So some of them has already been commercialized, and some of them, so it is in an open forum. It is available on the MIT website, available on the nodal centers through CDAC, where any industry, manufacturing or user industry, which is tier 1, tier 2, who are willing to take the technology because it is being transferred in non-exclusive basis. So these are the outcomes. In parallel, we have programs on power electronics, where why I am talking in this forum, Safe City, because solar's renewable integration is very important when we talk about the smart city, safe city, like that, where these are going to be very important roles, because 90% of the energy, more than 90% energy is being converted from one form to the another form. So where power electronics is going to play very important roles when we talk about the renewable energy, solars and all, when vehicle to grid, vehicle to building, vehicle to all. So in this program also, large of, many technologies related to this LVDCs, HVDCs have been developed, and it has been deployed after field trial and then being commercialized through the company. So a lot of academic and industry partners are there in these programs. Through them, through that only this could make possible. So under these various components of these EVs also have been developed with the new WBG based devices. And V2G, vehicle to grid, is also being developed with the. So when we talk about the intelligent transportation systems, so in ITS, I think sir might be aware, ITS forum, he's the chairman. So in ITS also, MIT has a separate program through which many technologies for the intelligent transportation system has been developed, including the traffic signal controller, adaptive traffic control systems, pedestrian safety enhancement controller, emergency service vehicle priority systems, bus priority systems, fleet management systems. So, this is the traffic signal controllers, hardware, software, everything has been developed and it has been transferred to 9 industry, so who is TOT partners, who is commercializing and deploying as per the requirement in different part of the country. Traffic signal monitoring and management softwares, this is basically a software tool to remotely monitor and manage network for traffic signal controllers. So it has also been transferred to 9 industries for the deployment. As I mentioned, adaptive traffic control system software, which is already been developed and transferred to the industry. Apart from this, emergency service vehicle priority system like ambulance and fire engines, how the priority takes place through the different this hardware and software. I mean, there are different sensors have been deployed, and then by using that signals.
Sir,
how
can you wind up in 1 minute, sir?
Yeah. Very, I mean, 2 minutes more. So pedestrian safety enhancement controllers, this is for pedestrian who is differently ablated, visually challenged. So keeping in this consideration, the technology, software and hardware has been developed indigenously through ministry supports, and it has been, this POC is implementation in Trivandrum. The EOI is open for transfer of technology. So bus priority system, similarly, using the DSRC, dedicated short range communications, and remote terminal unit, bus terminal units. So these are the, software, hardware is available for taking it forward for the manufacturing. Similarly, vehicle tracking for goods tracking and all. So, and bus arrival and personalized transit route guidance information. This is also, developed, and we have been transferred, this technology have been transferred to 4 industry partners. Personalized transit route like GPS and all. So this has also been developed. So these are the few industry partners who has taken the technologies and commercializing in the market and deploying as per the requirement. So apart from this thermal camera, it has been developed, and recently it has been transferred to this industry, more than 9 industries, and so it is being deployed, under the commercialization phase. So this is all about what the technologies indigenously developed through the government support, and it is available for taking it forward for the manufacturing, because it is in non-exclusive nature. So for any this kind of information, you may contact on this email ID and this website. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Om Krishan Singh ji. You have very nicely briefed about the various controllers and how the ecosystem is being developed with the various partners, and the technology transfer is being done, and there is an opportunity for the collaboration. One of the traffic signal controller we are using for our pilot from the CDAC Trivandrum. So thank you very much, sir. With this, I thank all my co-panelists for giving a nice presentation, giving the insight into the safe city, how they are contributing, and thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the session, sir, for a wonderful session. Thank you so much, distinguished speakers, for a wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we conclude our post-lunch session, the second technical session. But we'd like to present mementos to our distinguished speakers. Honorable Chairperson, sir, may I request you to kindly present mementos to our speakers. Requesting Dr. Shiv Kumar to present a memento to Mr. Saurabh Agarwal. May we now present a memento to Mr. Arul Prathan. And may I once again request Dr. Shiv Kumar to kindly present a memento to Dr. Rahul Swadekar. So may I request you to present a memento to Mr. Om Krishan Singh. And on behalf of Bharat Exhibition, may I request Mr. Ranjit to kindly join us on stage. And may I request you, sir, to invite Yeah, so may we request you to kindly present a memento to our Honorable Chairperson of the session. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we conclude this session. May I request all our speakers to kindly join in for a group photograph, sir. We capture this in our lenses. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll immediately slip into our next session, which is our panel discussion. This panel discussion would be on the policy and governance of smart mobility. It will be focusing on many pointers, few to mention: ramping up institutional capability to observe new technology and move away from legacy approach, reforms in law and need for new policies and guidelines, challenges and opportunities of smart mobility ecosystem, intelligent traffic management system for seamless and sustainable urban connectivity. We'll take exactly a moment to set up our head table, and in no moment from now, we will begin with our next technical session. Thank you so much for being so patient. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our next session, our panel discussion on policy and governance for smart mobility. Please join me as I invite the moderator of the session, Director Deloitte India, Mr. Sakeet Mehta. Warm welcome to you, sir. Please join me as I invite our eminent panelist for the session, inviting on stage Director CSIR, Central Road Research Institute, Professor Manoranjan Parida. Warm welcome to you, sir. May we also invite Director Standards and Public Policy, SESEI, Mr. Dinesh Chandra Sharma. Warm welcome to you, sir. May we invite on stage Director India and STARK, Northern Communication, Mr. Prashant Oberoi. Mr. Oberoi, may we invite you on stage. And may we also invite on stage Managing Director, Astricos AI, Dr. Chinmay Hegde. Is Mr. Hegde here? Mr. Chinmay Hegde is invited onto the stage. May we also invite on stage IT and CISO Dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation of India Limited, Mr. A.S. Pandey. He is the AGM. And we're also being joined by Regional Technical Lead, North and East, Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise, Mr. Vishwatosh Pandey. This is roughly about 45 minutes session, and may I request the moderator of the session to kindly take over. Thank you.
Hello. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Since morning we are having multiple technical sessions, sessions focused on what different technologies are available for smart city, safe city, or smart mobility. And the most important aspect of success of all the innovation and technology which is available and which is being evolved
lies in the hands of the policy and regulatory system which exists in the country to make it successful. So this panel discussion will help us to interact and brainstorm on what are the issues and challenges, what are good things which we have with our respect to our policies, and what changes we need to bring in to make it a success. Before we get into questions and answers and we interact with our panel of delegates who are experts from various domains, who are OEM people, who are people from the public sector, who have wide experience with respect to regulation and as well as industry implementation of projects. We'll interact with them. Before we start that, we'll just set the context of what we are discussing with few slides. The whole focus of smart mobility has been around efficiency, sustainability, accessibility, and safety. These are the cornerstone of smart mobility when we speak. And whatever we try to do through technology or without technology is somewhere focused on these four pillars. When we look at smart mobility, it's a whole spectrum of components or technologies or systems which goes into it. It's spread across transport technology, advanced transport technologies, intelligent traffic management systems, which we have been discussing since morning. We have not covered a lot of discussion around advanced transport technology except for the previous session where the speaker from METI spoke about electric vehicles. Mobility as a service is one of the important area. How do we integrate various modes of transport through a digital platform? And what goes in the back end in terms of information integration, institutional integration, as well as physical integration to make mobility as a service successful. Smart infrastructure, be it roads and bridges, how do we have right kind of sensors to get the requisite information with respect to the operation and maintenance of this infrastructure available. How do we use this in a better integrated planning? How multimodal transport can be made successful using technology? And how public transportation can be enhanced by giving real-time information or integrated ticketing. All these have multiple benefits. We'll not get deeper into the benefits of smart mobility, but there is a whole host of benefit which comes to the economy and the end user, which is the citizens. A lot of policies and programs have come out from the government side to support the entire smart mobility initiative, be it the National Electric Mobility Mission, which was focused on bringing in a transition to alternate fuel technology. The FAME India scheme, the two phases or versions of FAME, which supported electrification in mobility, be it vehicle part of it or be it the charging infrastructure part of it. The National Smart Cities Mission has been the most important catalyst for the digitalization, or we can say the movement to smart mobility, particularly the ITMS part of it. There have been various other policies, National Biofuel Policy, Road Safety Policy, and various state level EV policies which are supporting it. There are various legislations which play a role. Different ministries are responsible for those legislations, acts. However, there are various challenges which I'm sure a lot of our industry experts who are there on the panel would have experienced over a period of time while implementing these projects or initiatives which they are undertaking. So, sir, the first and most important question which everyone wants to understand is, what are main regulatory or policy barriers which are hindering the adoption of smart mobility technologies in the country? And it's open to the entire panel who would like to take it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That's a wonderful question, but before I answer the question,
sure,
point blank, one disclaimer: views expressed are personal, nothing to do with my present organization and any organization that I have served in past, because I have been a regulator on the other side. So, what happens over here in your previous slide, you actually put out the whole thing very clearly. Transportation, if you're talking of mobility, transportation, you have three different sectors: land, space, and the water or sea, as you might want to call it. Each three controlled by three different stakeholders. So the actual delivery on ground controlled by three different stakeholders. Bring smartness to it, you need connectivity, bring in DOT to it. The minute you get connectivity, further smart, intelligent, bring Ministry of IT, which starts controlling data. So if you have to have one smart mobility solution, I'm not even talking of EV where you have got waste management and other people who come in. To bring one smart solution in mobility, you need to deal with minimum five different policy makers. Now, all these five different policy makers have different KRAs of their own, most often not converging. So that is at the policy space. At the regulatory space, when you come in, the regulator is expected to look after the interest of the industry as well as the common user, which in itself is a contradictory mandate. Either you can look after the industry or you can look after the user. So the balancing act always goes. Third, regulator is only recommendatory. Finally, it has to be accepted by the ministry. So the policy regulatory conflict, number of regulators, and the number of ministry controlling the entire ecosystem becomes the biggest challenge. And further, maybe I'll add after people have spoken.
And anyone from the panel who would like to add? Yeah, please, sir. Manoranjan, sir. Yes.
Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes.
So you have a National Urban Transport Policy dates back to 2006. If you read the document, there is no mention of intelligent transport system. It was updated by Institute of Urban Transport 2014, but never approved. So today we are in 2024. As such, in urban transport, like explicitly in a policy document, there is no mention of ITS. So that's a gray area. If I ask you like how all the metro projects are happening, Delhi Metro, the investment is more than 50,000 crores. How it happened? The enabling mechanism, it was part of National Urban Transport Policy 2006. And the other thing is with respect to Smart City Mission, probably 50,000 crores plus money has been spent for 100 smart cities. But the entire country does not know what worked well, what did not work. The feedback is missing. So it's a gross like mission project. But then my personal opinion is that it should be continued. Like the moment there has been already a lot of good experiences, and it's high time that you cannot run the transport system without IT, that's for sure. So while we continue, we should have a clear pathway. One example I'll give you is Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. The phase 2 was completed, and now it has been decided phase 3, what is to be done. The roadmap for the next 5 years is clearly laid out. So similarly, the Smart City Mission, we should have a long-term vision, which is clearly laid out, but definitely with the feedback report, I understand a white paper is being prepared, but it should be said, ITS cannot be merely products, cannot be mere standalone, say, devices. It has to be part of a solution. Last is the National ITS Policy. Dr. Shiv Kumar was there. In fact, I was part of the discussion of the draft. We have done certain projects which has been initiated by Niti Aayog. We are missing Mr. Sinha, who was supposed to be in this session. So Niti Aayog has initiated that. So in that policy, it should be explicitly mentioned that the deployment of ITS in various segments. It can be both in road, rail, air, everything, the ideas of multimodalism. So everything needs to be stated very explicitly. So I understand a good, clear-cut policy statement will certainly enable deployment of ITS in a very big way.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
If I could take a cue from Mr. Pandey, and that's a real challenge, when you talk about smart mobility, stakeholders are different, ministries are different, bringing them together is the biggest possible issue we have it. Yes, ITS policy, now it is work in the progress while we have implemented a lot of solutions you heard since morning. What I could further support it, even if there is a national policy, the state policies varies, So there is a national policy, then suddenly you will see a state is implementing entirely a different, not aligning it with the national policy. So investors, technology providers do get confused what to implement, We should have a unified policy and we should have a unified solutions, because at the end of it, when you talk about smart mobility or intelligent transport system, be it traffic management system, you do talk about interoperability. You do need economies of scale, which will come only when you have interoperable solutions. So that there is a big gap which need to be filled up. So if ITS policies and formulations, number one, what we should do is, we should have stakeholders from these different ministries. As Ms. Pandey highlighted, Ministry of Communication holds that spectrum part of it, the communication part of it, and e-mobility says transportation, and suddenly Ministry of Urban Development Affairs Ministry says, oh, smart city is my project, I will load it out, my smart mobility solution. So there is a big fragmentation. That is one part of it. Second is, we must realize when we talk about ITS, the data is going to play a very big role. Now, data should be usable. Data should help innovate, and then on top of it, taking care of the privacy concern. Yes, DPDP is coming, but then rules need to be formed. So even the data has to be standardized. It should not be that somebody is implementing JSON, somebody is implementing XML, but if they are implementing, they're implementing the standard data formats. So that also need to be stitched. We heard from our last speaker, he talked about, he's implementing of its own vehicle to V2I, kind of standards. So even standards need to be defined, that this is the standard we will follow. Because when you talk about smart mobility, there are various standards. Let's pick up these standards, which are global standards, so that when we implement them, we could achieve to the global scale in terms of their implementation. So data is an issue, task force should be set up. When ITS policy is formed, make sure that everybody is happy, at least transport and the urban development and the Ministry of Communication. Of course, the environment will also jump on, because sustainability will also become. So now we are talking about implementing solutions, but then make sure it is sustainable. So we have to make sure that stakeholders are there before a policy is formed. And if a national policy is formed, the state policies are aligned with it. Of course, there will be some modifications based on the state requirements, but then not majorly. It should not be entirely different policy. That's what I can say.
Yeah, as Dineshji said, for sure, Pandey sir said ki we have space, air, water, land. Forget about that. As he said, urban mobility, suddenly the traffic police will come. Urban mobility is my challenge. Suddenly we are talking about highways. On the land itself, there are 5 different organizations we are talking, where they will be formulating. There is no one. Second, my biggest challenge as an OEM, I would focus one more thing, which Dineshji just used the word. I would probably elaborate on that. Whenever we go outside, we are in awe of what beautiful setup they have and all those things. We do want to have that. But unfortunately, as Sir said, we are trying to make a balance between the industry and the user, and we are trying to somewhere either compensate or overcompensate one side. We are not following the global standards. Obviously, if you don't follow the global standards, you can't achieve the whatever you see outside. You can't achieve that without having global standards. In a way, in the name of equalizing the competition, we are killing innovation. There is no benefit of any innovation to any OEM to provide something extra, because finally you are in that L1, so-called L1 race. So if you are in an L1 race, why will I provide any innovation? I will try to be the best in terms of, or most competitive in terms of pricing as I can. So that kills the innovation. So when we are making the policy, this is one barrier which we need to find a way out somewhere. If it is a usable use case, then we should encourage some kind of innovation, some kind of benefit should be there. Similarly, again, because of that whole, our public procurement policy, the L1s and the time barriers and whatever, we are talking about different time barriers. there is no provision of incentivizing anybody to do the project early. So all these are different way of policy barrier, which I am seeing as a OEM perspective. This is one thing is what are the actual policy barriers in terms of formulation of policy where 5 stakeholders are involved. But as a product guy, what is that I am getting? Nothing. So I would I would go and tell my R&D for India, you develop a separate product, which is a stripped down version of a global product. So obviously when you have a stripped down version of a global product, the output will also be the stripped down version. You cannot have the global output as well. So that is another challenge which we face.
Thank you. Okay. So pretty much what we saw is two things in the opinions. The policy, yes, of course, there are gaps and there are overlaps, right? So these are the two things. What we see. Either there are big gaps, some, the urban mobility, some departments for certain problems would say that this is my problem, this is not my problem, this is not my problem is the one of it. And somewhere the other departments tries to initiate something, then the other department comes and that, why are you doing it? It is my job, right? So that means there are overlaps and there are gaps both. So why this probably happens is mainly because our capacity building policy is not properly tied, right? So that is where the gap exists. That's what I see. In order to fix that, the Smart City mission came in because as a nodal, control point for the 100 Smart City mission, every city will have the urban local body as the nodal point, and all other line departments will aggregate to this particular thing, and hence the conceptualization of integrated command control centers came in, or the respective SPVs, smart city, SPVs came in. But yeah, another thing is there needs to be, in my opinion, there needs to be another, whether you want to take it on a lighter note or a serious note, it is up to you. But stating it is my job right now. There should be probably a policy to tie up all these initiated policies to be an execution, right? So that is most important because we have taken a lot of policy initiatives. But which policy is responsible or which entity is responsible to ensure that all these policy initiatives are taken to the closure, right? That is exactly where the capacity building also comes into the picture to keep it running and also keep these identifying the gaps time and again, because the gaps that were identified 5 years ago are no longer gaps, but there are new gaps, right? Same way, new overlaps. So in order to get these things set right, there needs to be a review on these things. And we cannot just stick to a policy which is about conceptualized in 2016 when the Smart City mission started. The policy guidelines or a Smart City guidelines also need a revision overall. This is my point of view on this. And urban mobility or urban safety, all these are subsets of these things, right? The capacity building is most important and it should be ongoing in order to have sustainable mobility, because whatever is durable, only that will be sustainable, right? Exactly. So that for long time, long lasting, that's the reason, right? So we need to ensure that part of it. That's my point.
One question which I want to ask you, Saket ji.
Yes.
Being from an organization which is primarily from consulting background, have you not faced this problem of, I would not name any department, but probably most of it I would say, where they are trying to formulate policies, where they are probably the background of that particular organization is, their core competency is something, and they are trying to formulate something on the different technology aspect of it, and without having a consultant on board, and they are trying to do it on their own.
Absolutely.
I have example, but I don't want to quote any particular department, not to offend anybody, where we are going back in life actually.
Absolutely, that does happen. Lack of in-house capability. In spite of that, they champion those causes. So
that is another barrier, basically.
Yeah. So I think majorly all my dignitary friends has covered all the points. Thank you so much, audience, for listening to us. only one thing I want to add with all the points is feasibility analysis of the policies. So let's say if you are coming up with any of the policies for urban transport, for smart mobility, smart city, safe city, traffic management projects, or some smart ports. Right now, port is also booming with, bigger players like Adani's and all coming up. So port is also one aspect which is very important for us. We need to regulate that as well. The feasibility analysis of those policies, let's say I have implemented one policy for any specific, multimodal transport system, and whether it is practical or not, first. Second, it is feasible to implement or not. And third, how economically viable it is. So let's say I can create so many policies. I mean, Indian government has so many agencies to make policies with so many consultants coming on board to guide them. But on paper, it looks very good. Being in, from the industry side, it looks very good, and it's very nice storytelling drafts we get in the name of DPRs. But sorry to be a bit candid about that. But when we implement that, and luckily I was being part of the implementation phase agencies as well. So it is majorly towards fulfilling act, like something is being done just for the sake of doing it, and it is just to meet the compliance. And what Prashant told about the innovation needs R&D. R&D needs a cost. And if you are fulfilling the job, how we are going to get those costs? So this is one thing which is very important, which needs to be taken care. Wherever there is criticality, wherever there is something which needs to be done on a very innovative side, some unique things to be onboarded, we definitely have to think beyond L1 game, beyond something which needs to be done on a specific requirement basis, on a specific project basis. This is one thing. On top of it, all the urban mobility is being getting modernized, you can say, getting evolved. Like sir said, in 2006 there was an act came up, and now still we need to rephrase that draft and get some formulation to be done for that. This can be done, but what is the current analysis of the situation? Like, Saket, you were telling about offline about the feasibility analysis you do for the mobility sector. So is it practical enough for us to make those policies in reference to the feasibility analysis report, or it is some sort of industry feedbacks needs to be taken care? So these all things are very relevant, and I think we need to move ahead with those things in mind. And definitely we will achieve some better future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Pandey sir, you wanted to add something before I move to the next question?
In fact, there was so much of policy bashing that I thought I need to jump in to actually protect the policymakers now. so just quick, and time to probably, from the industry side we have heard, they've taken the bull by the horn. Time to, from the government side, take the bull by the horn. Who prepares these consultation reports based on which these policy drafts are coming out? People sitting here, big fours, big tens, big 20s. Who paints these policy pictures to the government that these are the revenue projections, these are the kind of things that will happen? People sitting here. If we are dishonest in our own work, what works in USA will not work in India. We pick up a template, put it over here. You will suffer. In any case, mobility, whether freight, passenger, is not a revenue generating mechanism. It is revenue negative for the government. The government is putting in money for public service there. Expectations are good. No telecom operator is going to put in BTS today without a USO funding or viability gap funding in Mizoram, but they're mushrooming over here in Delhi. So when the private players are there, they're looking at revenues. Obviously, any company is there, motive is profit. You have to have some profit to remain sustainable. But that profitability does not work towards the entire country. So you'll always have this problem of expectation of the industry, the rosy picture painted by the consultants, expectation of the government, and expectation of the industry.
Classic example is this NCRTC. You had that project coming up till Delhi boundaries and the Delhi government says we will not fund. You think consultation was not? The consultation was there. But there are certain extraneous things that keep happening which are beyond control of the government, beyond control of the industry. Obviously, people end up suffering, industry ends up suffering, and government ends up paying additional price for it. Smart, we have a vision document of 2006 that we are discussing. What has fructified out of that? Is smart city only about surveillance at certain places and traffic challans? What happens to the other items on the stack? They were not viable, not profitable, not taken up, even if people wanted to do it. So no amount of policy enablement. Government is conscious of the fact that I have to put in money over here. But then the expectation have to be balanced across the ecosystem. Then only things work.
Thank you. I think very insightful challenges and barriers from consultants to policymakers. Everyone has a responsibility to play. But I think fantastic lack of policy, lack of coverage of adequate components of the policy, institutional fragmentation, lack of consideration for innovation, too much focus over procurement from L1 basis, lack of capacity building, lack of standardization from national till city, and lack of industry perspective in building the policies and feasibility of what projects are being undertaken. And as Manoranjan sir said, the policy has been revised, has been in draft and not been approved. So I think a lot of areas of gaps definitely from a policy regulatory perspective. But sir, if you want to really address, and everything starts with the intent, and intent is generally policy. And smart mobility per se, as we all appreciate and understand, that it's a multi-sectoral, because we the structure which we have in India, where the central government, the union government, the state government and the local government have their own jurisdiction and powers. So how do we create a policy which is cross-sectoral, as well as factoring the 3-tier of the government system which we have? Because all the projects which we talk about are at the end of the day being implemented at a city level. Policy is being visualized and envisioned at a national level. States do have a role to play, but ultimately it's the city government which is going to implement it, or city agencies who are going to implement it. So how do we create a policy which is cohesive to make smart mobility? Because a lot of innovation is being discussed, a lot of things are being tried out. Smart city mission, as the distinguished panelists mentioned, has been done with whatever level of success. So how do we create a policy which is cohesive? Having 5 ministries is fine, but ultimately again, institutionally, how do we take it forward? So 2 parts of the question.
Let me try and draw an analogy with one industry, and I touched upon it, telecom, which is quite similar to what is happening here. A central intent, state laws, and then the municipal corporations which implement it. As far as the policy, the intent is right. The regulations are supporting. Classic example is fiberization. The policy says single window, you apply 7 days, you get clearance, otherwise you can lay the fiber. When you go actually to lay the fiber on ground, the telcos are saying we are better off with RF backhaul than paying the ROW amounts that are required. So despite the policy and the regulatory intent, things do not work on ground because of, again, extraneous reasons which are beyond your control. This smoothing actually needs a change in functional work culture. That is a cultural issue. At the regulatory level, when I'm talking of multi-sectoral, it is no longer just multi-sectoral and not only within the geographical boundaries of India when we are talking of data. But one approach that has started working is the regulations 4.0, what people are talking, is you have regulator of regulators. So you don't have a regulator which is independently regulating where expansion of the turf, what my co-panelist was talking right now, that there's so much overlap that everyone is wanting to expand the turf. Rather than you have a regulator of regulators on line of regulatory 4.0 intent, where you have a homogeneous mixture of all stakeholders as part of that regulatory body. So that you're taking care of all concerns, all at least known concerns. Something still comes up, you will still address it. That's the first point. That is within the geographical boundaries of India. This has to happen at least at regional level or preferably at global level, which will never happen because you are, as it is bipolar at any point in time, multipolar depending on times. At least at regional levels. So that data movement that happens, because India as a country has some clout. Smaller countries who do not have the capacity to house data centers, how do you address the data protection, data privacy, data sovereignty issues if regional things are not catered? How would Nepal do the same thing what I can do? Or my data resides somewhere else. So you need first at the international level, a global or a regional cooperation. At the national level, you need to have some kind of regulator of regulators. And finally, one very good point was someone to evaluate. Review. And this should be an independent regulator or a policy body or whichever, someone to evaluate how much of it has been implemented. Because whatever you tell me, I'll tell all 3 bags full. Why should I come to you with a problem?
Thank you. So essentially what you are saying is we need to review also whatever we are doing. Dinesh.
Yeah, I think to take the discussion further forward, I completely agree. I mean, for example, in EU, instead of feasibility, I think the impact assessment is a better word. So always policies impact analysis is carried out, before policy is made effective. So impact assessment is a very important exercise. One must do it. Nowadays, Mr. Pandey highlighted, just by saying smart, you bring multi-stakeholders. So it's very clear as the technology is advancing and AI and BC and DLT and all those new technologies become effective in all the sectors, it's a time when you have a multi-stakeholder kind of setup. Which means whenever a policy is set up, not only from ministries, even from states, we should bring the experts, include them from the day one when you start discussing the policy matters. Because states normally, why do they come out with the different policies? Because they are not involved in the policy making stage. The policy making is done either within the ministry, which has been the practice and it worked until now because it was not multi-sector or the other sectors were not impacting or non-ICT was becoming ICT. So I think having a more multi-stakeholders while framing this policy should be made sure, whether you set up a task force under Niti Aayog or whether you make regulators of regulators, you have to find out a ways and means. But impact analysis should also be carried out, in my opinion, and it should be adaptive. Now what happens is the time has gone when you release a policy and it becomes effective for 10 years. We don't have that much time. Sometime it needs after 1 year you need to bring an amendment to that particular policy. So it should be adaptive, which Mr. Hegde was highlighting. So that is the way we have to see it to ensure that when it is announced, it's intact. Everybody's concerns or inputs are raised. Consultation happens. Government does consultations. We do, Niti Aayog is very advanced in producing papers. We have recommendations. But then the one thing is missing, the stakeholders are not complete. Because of which there is a distrust and then they say, oh, you come out with a policy, I'll also come out with a policy. I'll be more aggressive than you. So that has to be stopped. Some kind of inclusion should be there in a policy making with impact analysis.
So essentially, as sir mentioned, having regulator of regulators to have a control over what is being carried out. But before making the policy, having the stakeholders of state also being involved in that. And at the end of the day, linking it with an impact analysis to do a course correction in the next step which you are taking. This is fantastic. But from an overall setup which we have, as I mentioned, 3-tier system, what role can a national government play, state government play and city government play in this whole smart mobility, or rather you can say the overall technology driven transformation which we are bringing in our infrastructure? And how do we keep those boundaries intact in taking it forward?
Okay, so let me take this. The distinction or the bifurcations of the boundaries, right? So, see, we are actually, I think I am seeing the mobility is not only transportation, but we are more driven towards transportation discussions. But mobility is little more than that, right? Example. So I would talk it in this way, or I would raise this point in this way, that the mobility is actually, when in practice, right, or at the grassroots level, it is a localized concept. right? So would you believe that now in my life I have taken the trains only 4 times? Would you believe that? Right? So why? Because there is a reason. Where I grew up, there are no trains. That is, only the first train was Konkan Railway, right? In coastal Karnataka. There were no trains. It were all buses, right? So the thing is, that is the reason. If I tell that to anybody who is from either the northern part of India or the eastern part of India, they would not believe that, what, you have not traveled by trains? So, because there were no trains, right? So that's the reason, because that terrain was not suitable for train or railway tracks. There were very less number of railway tracks. Till now, there is only one line, right? So that's the thing. So that's the reason the mobility is a localized concept, number one. And also, when it comes to mobility, the another subset comes is traffic, right? So the traffic is again further localized to each city or each town. We work in smart city area, especially in the smart traffic area also. We have worked in Karnataka, we have worked in Maharashtra, and we have worked in Northeast India, to name Sikkim. The traffic challenges in these 2 terrains are totally different, right? You go to major cities like Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai, there are the major traffic challenges are jams. Right? Congestion. But when you go to the Himalayan terrain, jams are there, but not because of the vehicle density. It's not because of the vehicular density. It is mainly because of landslides or any such kind of issues, right? So that's the reason the policies have to meet the terrain's requirement. Hence, the mobility concept has to be some amount localized. Maybe the top level policy could be addressed at union level, and then at the state transport and the state transit management or a state traffic management level as a guideline, right? But more of the implementation side of the policy should be more localized, because each terrain in India, because India is a diverse country, right? We have diversity in terms of not only terrain, in terms of population also, right? And population demography is also how people are, moving around in respective places. Hence, the local agencies are quite important. Maybe this is, I think I am also highlighting where the bifurcation can happen at, what could be the tangible reality that could be bifurcated at local level, at a town or a city level, and then what could be the guidelines level, how can the state governments can intervene, and then how union can create a master policy on top of it, right? So that is how it has been done. But maybe only the thing is refinement, right? So when it comes to refinement, example, if I have to tell you about our traffic policies in all the major cities, is all the signals are focusing only on stopping the traffic, not, mobility is not stopping. Mobility is keeping the things moving, right? We are contradicting the meaning of the mobility, right? So the signal should have more green time so that people can move around. Not they should, people should, it is not, the intention should not be of stopping the vehicles for longer period, right? Yes. So this is what probably where we are assuming things on top of that policy which is written, or understanding gaps in the policy, right? That is where it is creating the problem, right? Absolutely. So that is, of course, this is a byproduct of having lot of people in the country, right? The other countries, we are, compared to India, very small they are, right? To tackle the challenges, they are very small. Middle Eastern countries, I'm not talking about the countries like Nepal or any other countries who are developing. I'm talking about developed countries. True. It's easy to implement there, right? Because conveying message to 10 people is easier than conveying message to 1,000 people, right? So that's the major difference, right? So these are the things. Mainly it is to understanding of the policies which are laid in the right intentions, or in the intentions they were actually thought over. Maybe conveying that what is the intention behind it is the most important aspect. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very important that the local feedback is duly accounted for. Especially urban transport is a state subject. So that's why the states would always like to have measures say, but when it comes to advanced technologies, their capacities are very, very limited. I have seen smart city implementation projects in some parts of Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, and I understand the challenge. They really struggle in terms of creating basic infrastructure, creating the basic road, the bicycle track, and you are talking about the very high-level technologies. So for sure, it is to be at the national level. Like suppose today you talk about the space science and technology. You cannot delegate it to the state level. So we understand the subject is very relevant to the state levels. In fact, I'll give a small example of Meghalaya state. When the state urban transport policy was announced, everybody thought that all cities in Meghalaya, even smaller cities, will have metro system. So the chief minister clarified that metro is only for Shillong, not for all cities of Meghalaya. So you have local aspirations. Today, whether the metro is sustainable or not, but it's a sign of prestige. I mean, so you are spending 500 crores per kilometer. Everybody is demanding for that. So I'll say that the umbrella policy is definitely, the regulation is going to be at the national level. But then, like for the purpose of implementation, we have seen one very elementary example is Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, which Ministry of Rural Development has been doing, taking confidence into the state governments. So it has to be a participatory model. But even in the smart city missions, we have seen the state had, say, 50% participation. So that participatory model has to be worked out, but the technology needs to be regulated at the national level with a very clear-cut national policy only.
Thank you, sir.
I would partially agree with both of them in one way, diverting from the topic. The smart city mission we are talking, and I happened to be there in Muzaffarpur smart city, and I was discussing with commissioner, and we were being an OEM for surveillance. Obviously, my focus was surveillance at that time, and I am talking to him, sir, this ANPR and all those AI analytics and all that. And the reply I got, you are bothered about traffic. I am bothered about mosquitoes.
Priorities.
Priorities. So that's why I'm saying I'm agreeing partially with both, because local problems needs to be addressed, yes, but the policy has to be at the national level. But in national level policy also, there could be segmentations, as Chinmay said, ki there could be demographic based things which could be defined very clearly in terms of what kind of terrain it is, or there could be probably A, B, C class where either could be the segmentation could be on the population, segmentation can be on the number of vehicles registered. Because I'm using both the things, because when we are talking mobility, we are not only talking either about traffic or only about transportation. So if it is policy on transportation, it can be related to the population in that particular region. If it could be traffic, we can talk about the density of vehicles, number of vehicles registered. Vis-a-vis the ratio of number of kilometer of road available. See, it is not only question of when we say Delhi has so many vehicles registered and whatever, believe me, Delhi still has one of the best infrastructure in terms of roads. In spite of having, in India at least, Delhi has one of the best infrastructure of roads available. In spite of all three metros put together, Delhi has double the number of vehicles registered. Still, we have one of the best infrastructures. See what Bangalore, in what shape Bangalore is or Bombay is in the evening time, it's horrible. Delhi is much, much better. So it is not only question of number of vehicles, it is question of number of vehicles registered per kilometer of road. Or rather, I would go one more segmentation, number of kilometer of lanes rather than roads. Because Delhi has probably so many roads which are like 3 lanes or 4 lanes. In not many metros you would find 3-lane, 4-lane roads. The number of lanes versus number of vehicles registered. And you can make the policy based on that. You can make the policy based on terrain. You can make the policy based on population. But yes, the broad level policy has to be from the national level and the participation from the state, which answers your question that national, state and the local, and execution has to be local. So all three stakeholders becomes the part, but while making the policy, we can have the segmentation very clearly defined. These will be the standard operating procedures, or these are the defined methods on which we will make the local policy also on, or we will use this policy and implement it based on these parameters. So that could be defined very clearly. That could be the segmentation.
Okay, fantastic.
I don't think I have an answer to your question, very point, or rather this question has an answer or not is another question. Word people are probably avoiding touching is politics.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
What we are probably avoiding, the word that we are avoiding is politics. So national polity is something else, state polity is something else, and then the final, the city municipal
No, rather
corporation,
than
the
that,
polity.
I think we are, okay, we are taking it as, साथ में आता है, क्या करें?
It is being diplomatically correct. When you be diplomatically correct, you pay price for it. So what the word that you are actually not touching is politics. Can policies influence politics? No. It is not as simple as just just one domain policy initiative. That okay, national level we have one policy, state level you leave the implementation to state and subsequent. And if I look at it bottom up, implementation is happening in the municipal boundaries. Whatever is moving into two different municipal boundaries, you need a coordinating agency, so abstract it one layer up. Whatever is moving between two states, abstract it one layer up. That works for most of the projects. Funding is an issue. Funding is a function of state's own economic status. State's own economic status is again a challenge. So if you want to implement something, whether the state has funding or not, depending on the constraint that it has in terms of funds for the municipal body, the rollout will happen proportionately. It may be, as I said, smart city is not just about two things. Similarly, smart mobility is not just about land surface. If I look today in the foreseeable future, in the space I am looking at air taxis. On the ground I am looking at connected vehicles. On the railway ecosystem I am looking at least massive machine-to-machine connected trains. And that is the easiest to implement in terms of autonomous vehicles, because two trains have a straight line to go. They can remain connected, more trains per track kilometer. Metro, again, you had one pilot project where this purple line, they wanted to remove the drivers. You had the whole city up in arms. So it is also a factor of whether the society is willing to accept it. So it's a complex answer, complex question, difficult to answer. Time will tell. I'm very sure. Everyone is working towards it, but then it's very difficult to, as long as that word politics exists.
So only thing I can add, probably taking a cue from Sir, you talk about it, policy versus regulation. You know, you can have a national policy, but it is not enforceable. But when you have a regulation, it is enforceable. Okay? So there's a big difference. And in EU, when it tries to bring all those 27, 28 member states together, there is a directive. Now, if there is a directive, the member states have an opportunity to modify the directive. Broader context remain the same, but the national requirement could be modified based on the national requirements. Then you have a regulation which is effective and it has to be implemented. And then there is a communication also. So probably we have to think about, instead of policy, we should start using a word called directive or a regulation. Number one. Number two, we just create the policy and we just stop it. But these days, more and more policies are coming with action plans. You know, earlier it was not coming up, but now more and more they're integrating it. But when they're integrating the action plan, the monitoring and evaluation is not happening. They just prepare the policy and then they create the action plan, but then the action plan is not monitored and evaluated. Number one. Number two, when you talk about sectors like smart mobility or smart cities, it's a very fund-intensive sector. You know, state does not have money. They need a huge funding support, and smart cities could reach to a stage because it was 50% funded by the central government. Of course, municipalities did not have a money, but they had a land to capitalize on it. So we have to find out innovative ways to take that policy forward to the state level, to the municipality level, and that would need a funding support. Without funding, this will not fly in the state level. And when you engage, when you create a policy, yes, they will feel like they are part of it, But when it comes to implementation at state level, central government funding is needed for a sector like this. Thank you.
Just to add,
Make it short. I have
yes,
got a reminder.
Yes, got it. So, the ecosystem is there. I mean, there is a state there. You've explained the hierarchy. We just need to remove that Bermuda triangle which we are getting in between, be it because of politics, be it because of, some policy disagreements, and we have to be more accommodative. You can say sometimes we need to define the ecosystem roles and responsibilities, be it on the center side, be it on the state side, or on the municipal, local bodies as well. So it is just, if we make people accountable, we'll get the results.
Fantastic. So, very insightful discussion. My request to organizers, next time we need 2 hours for this. We have not even touched 1/3 of the questions which I had. So, 45 minutes is a very less time. But fantastic insights, sir. I think we have a lot of experience and exposure required to be taken forward into the policy making process, and how we can support that through this panel discussions. We'll try our best. But these insights are very helpful, at least for the session to conclude. I would like to thank everyone on the stage to contribute from their experience, and look forward to interacting more in future. Thank you.
No, but
Thank
in
you,
any
everyone.
case, we have spoken a lot. What about your insights on the same? At least you can take 1.5 minutes to provide
Yeah,
your insights.
Absolutely. So maybe I can summarize and add on to what has been said. Essentially, the panel has been highlighting upon lack of policy, or policy which is not very cohesive, considering not all stakeholders being adequately represented on the policy making platform. And when we say all stakeholders, it's not necessary at a national level. The state also needs to be involved in the policy making process. The challenges like the word politics, which was flagged, which creates the issue in this policy making process, needs to be managed or addressed in such a way that the policy is comprehensive, cohesive, considering the requirements of the overall national as well as state this thing. Not only this, as we mentioned, regulation policy also has a conflict, and as a suggestion we had from the esteemed panelist, we should have a regulator of regulators to ensure that things are being integrated. And one suggestion from my side, we have the beautiful policy for UMTAs to be created at a city level. A large part of it is still in papers, and wherever it has been experimented, it is more to route the funds which are available from the national government. So if these UMTAs are actually activated at a city level, a lot of transportation challenges can be addressed, and it has to be taken seriously for implementation, just beyond the paper effort which has been taken by few cities in the country. We also had great insight related to capacity issues. We couldn't delve deeper into it, but we need a different approach to deal with the capacity challenges which are existing at a city level. Because national policy may think of something which is very ambitious, but as Manoranjan sir also highlighted about the capacity at a local level to deal with technology, to deal with data, and to really make sense out of it. If you go to a local stakeholder in transport and ask for a data, they may be ready to share their ETM data without even thinking the implications of that. So how do we educate them? How do we build their capacity to deal with these technology projects? That's a question to be addressed in our approach. And as sir mentioned, the problem of standardization which happens at a national level and at a state level. It should not be very different, otherwise interoperability is something which will not be achieved and will not get the right kind of outcomes which are required. Few more points may be unable to cover right now, but a cohesive approach is required from policy making to institutional integration to implementing the same which are envisioned. And as rightly highlighted, monitoring and evaluation through impact analysis is something which is very required before it goes to a phase 2 or phase 3 of the policy which is being implemented. Thank you. Thank you very much for patiently listening to the panel. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, moderator of the session, very aptly put that it's actually been a very intriguing session. And Wish we had more time, we could have actually taken some of the interjections, and I completely agree that 45 minutes is just not enough for something so thoughtful and so intriguing and definitely very interesting for most of us. Having said that, we'll take that as a note for the next time. And thanking once again, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the wonderful distinguished speakers and the panelists who have really given us some insightful thoughts. We'd like to make it a little more memorable. We'd like to present mementos, and the moderator of the session is requested to kindly present the mementos to the panelist. Requesting Mr. Saket Mehta to present a memento to Mr. Professor Manoranjan. Thank you so much, Professor Manoranjan, for sharing your thoughts with us and also letting us know what needs to be really thought about. Now we'd like to present a memento to Mr. Dinesh Chand Sharma. Thank you so much, sir. Very informative and very thoughtful words from Mr. Dinesh Chand Sharma. May we now present a memento to Mr. Prashant Oberoi. Thank you so much. May I now invite Mr. A.S. Pandey. A memento to Mr. Vishwatosh Pandey. Thank you once again. Thank you. May I request Mr. Shashidharan to kindly join us onto the stage and present a memento to the moderator of the session, Mr. Saket Mehta. Mr. Saket Mehta. We're very happy to announce that Dr. Chinmay Hegde was part of our previous discussions also, and he has honored us with his presence and his thoughts. Dr. Chinmay, thank you so much, sir. And we take him already as a part of ours. So thank you once again. May I request the panelists to kindly join us for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, as I announced earlier about the lucky draw by NEC, now this is the moment where we proceed with the lucky draw, and may I request Shashidharan sir to kindly stay back for the same. We had our visitors dropping their visiting cards, and now we are going to take up the bowl, shake it very well, and pick up the lucky draws, the 3 lucky winners. Now, we have some hands being raised here. Yes, there are hands. The first name is out. It's from Averroes.
Here.
And picking up the next card. Mr. Naveen Gupta from Tata. So Mr. Naveen Gupta is not present in the hall. We move with the next card, and it is Mr. Sumit Banerjee from Sterlite. Okay. Mr. Tejendra Kumar. Mr. Amitabh Panda is here. So we have two winners with us now. The lucky winners of this NEC lucky draw. Is there anybody from NEC here? Kindly join us. Certainly. And we needed one more name, sir. And there we go for the last one. Alliance Air, Mr. Yashwardhan Singh. Okay. It's a lucky draw. Arindam Bhattacharya. Is Mr. Arindam Bhattacharya here? Mr. Rajneesh Pawar. Is Mr. Rajneesh Pawar here? Mr. Sumit Parihar. Mr. Sumit Parihar. Mr. Ashish Kumar Chaudhary. Mr. Girish Jain. That's like a good idea. Mr. Manish Kukreja. No. Mr. Sumit Banerjee is here, the lucky winner. Okay. So we have the winner here, Mr. Sumit Banerjee. Congratulations. You're the lucky winner for this NEC lucky draw. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the summit. Thank you so much for being with us. We look forward to staying in touch and for our yet another summit in the future very soon. Thank you. Please take care, and please do not forget to put your electronic gadgets back to your ringing mode. I'm Sushmita signing off. Namaskar and take care.
labor block.